Hello! Hello and welcome back to Satisfactory 1.0 with me, Darren, from What Darren Plays on YouTube. Alright, today, I was having a look over the things that we could do and my mind's going in a bunch of different directions. I'm not entirely sure what we should do next. I know a few things that we need, I just don't know which one is the one that we should focus on. I was thinking of building a new aluminum plant. Excuse me. So I think that's what I will focus on. So, you know, we were talking about possibility of starting nuclear, and I'm just missing a few things. I need high-speed connectors. I'm gonna need more aluminum, like alclad. We did say we could maybe sloop it to test things out. The possibility. So just here at the beginning, for the first 20 minutes or so, I'm just gonna do a little bit of world cleanup. There's a few things that I've been, meaning to kind of get to and, like I said, clean up. Just going to do that kind of in the background here while chatting with you guys, and then formulate a plan on what we're really going to do properly next. Trying to get work done today. Luckily, it's only 2 days a week. And good to see you, man. And hey, Ace, and Tati, and David, and Jamichael, and Justin. What up? So yesterday, we don't need to go over anything. I think it's all fine, but we're now making the assembly director system, so that's something I've never made before. It's pretty much now I'm at the point where I've never gotten this far. That being said, that's at least in progression. But I've definitely gotten further in terms of scale, right? You know, I've had much higher volume of everything. I'm really on a knife's edge all the time of how little I produce. So that's the kind of thing where I'm like, trying not to run away with myself. I was thinking earlier, like, oh, I could make a big, like, really huge aluminum plant. And I'm like, no. The point is to not go crazy on one particular thing. And just try to make enough of what you think you'll need. But damn, is it tempting. So I was looking at the high-speed connector recipe, and then I was like, okay, you know, you need quick wire. Could make a big quick wire plant. Tap a quick wire node completely. If you wanted to use the copper recipe, where you mix the two, Caterium and copper, you could basically end up with that giant factory I had before in update 7 or 8. But we don't want to go that crazy. Holy crap. Jamichael, thank you so much, man. That's insane. $200? Just being you and making the day go smoother. I appreciate that a lot, man. I mean, that's kind of an overwhelming amount, so thank you. Honestly, thank you. I hope you feel like it's worth it. It's a lot of pressure. No, but thanks, really. And good morning, Orstout. Sorry, Orstout. Good morning. Yeah, so the few bits of world cleanup, like I was mentioning, that I wanted to do is we looked at some of the numbers at the end of the stream yesterday. Sorry, I'll go back into this now. And saw that I'm lacking on a couple of things. I haven't got my meal note open right now, but basically a couple of things are lacking. Turbo fuel being one of them for our drones. Now, it doesn't seem to be a problem for some reasons, probably because of the idle time, but I know it will be maybe eventually, so, or it's likely to be eventually. There was one other thing. Oh yeah, the supercomputers that we're making. No, the assembly directors that we're making. We're technically not supposed to be making them as fast as we are. And that will slow down once we run out of the adaptive control units that I made in a buffer. Anyway, this is all very technical. Long story short, just going to do a little bit of world cleanup. And then I'm probably going to look to do either an aluminum plant or just see if I can tackle the beginnings of a high-speed connector plant factory straight away. So that's what we're going to do today. And then, ideally, we'll see, but ideally then next week could be nuclear. I think. So one of the first things I wanted to do was just start doing a bit of cleanup, decluttering, getting rid of some things that don't need to be there anymore. I neglected some stuff over here, so we added in this water, and none of these foundations are needed. Get rid of those. And I should really just float. Bonk. There we go. And we can extend this out now. It won't be just like really loads of cosmetics, but just as I make my way back up to my main facility, there's just a few of these little odd jobs, odds and ends, that I've been meaning to get to. Thanks again, Jamichael. I'm going to say thanks probably a million times because it's going to sit there for ages. And it's worth mentioning. How many phases are there in the game? Have you planned to finish them all? The idea is to finish the game on these streams. Not to be negative, but the streams are obviously viewing a little less and less all the time. I don't have a number in my head where it's like, oh, if it gets that low, I'm going to stop. But somewhere it'll... you know, I might not make it, but we'll see. The goal is to make it to the end. That's the goal. So yeah, so at the moment, I think there's 5 phases, I think. I actually don't know. Because they added, you know, 1.0 released, and I've never made it beyond phase 4. We're in phase 4 now. I never even made any of the goods in phase 4. In the top right of the screen, we've delivered 62 out of 500 assembly director systems. The next one is magnetic field generator. Each one of those little squares up there has an exponential leap to the next one in terms of what you need to create it. It's pretty crazy. It's not like the other phases where once you do one, it's not that difficult to do the other 2 or 3. And yeah, I'm just looking at it now thinking like the magnetic field generator. That requires electromagnetic control rods. Never made that before. That needs stators and AI limiters. So we talked about this as well, an AI limiter factory. So this is why I was thinking tapping up on, like making a quick wire factory. And if we actually made it with the copper in tow, then we could make AI limiters right there. So that'd be kind of nice. Just the default recipe, not using the one with plastic. It's a bit more complicated doing that one. But you use less quick wire, I think, overall, for what you get out. Anyways. So yeah, it's just layers and layers of things you have to go back for. So that's what, you know, talking about it and trying to figure that out now today. Alright, pretty happy with that. We'll just, while we're here, make the pipes look correct. And we'll just color this area as well, just to leave it done and dusted. Sorry, Rosie's out doing the shopping and needs a code to log into Tesco or something. Just bear with me 1 second, that's so funny. 19. Oh. Yeah, she's trying to help. I'm so bogged down for time. I've got so much other stuff going on. So she's... We normally just do our shops together or separate. But I've given her a list of the things I want. She's vegan and I'm not, so we don't actually get the same stuff. Anyway, so she's using my Tesco account because I'm the one that has the club card points. Get little discounts. And she just tried logging in there at the store, I guess, and it requires an authentication code. So that's the world we live in. But anyway, nuclear pasta is the most complex one to make. The others aren't too bad. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. It's all degrees, isn't it? But yeah, no, I agree. Obviously, it gets more and more complicated the further down the chain it goes. But even looking at things like nuclear and stuff, it's like, oh, I have to go back several layers to get that ready. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, you're underproducing circuit boards. You consume 90 and produce 87.5. You didn't factor in the 2 computer manufacturers at the oil factory. We'll see about that, okay? You could be right. I thought I did. Because we make 87.5, right? I don't even know what consumes my circuit boards. I thought it was just the computers. And that's where the 30 or whatever went. We'll be heading up there to check that. Alright, so I just wanted to clear that area. That's done. This is fine, whatever. Head back over this way now. I've sat and waited for you to continue the build along series. I won't be continuing that series. I said that on the last episode. Well, not on the last episode, but right after it came out. Nuclear... Oh, sorry, I read that. Hello, stopping by again. Heading out to the VODs. See you later, Adam. Thank you. I don't ever mind. You made this game more for fun for me because you just play your style. Plus you're... Oh, thank you. And hi, May. I come from the oil stream. Did I miss anything? The oil stream. I don't know, man. That seems like a long time ago. There'd be almost too much to talk about. Oil? The last... Well, it depends. I did an oil stream where I made turbo fuel. That wasn't too long ago. But if you're talking about the very first time I tapped oil, that's like a significant amount of time ago. So I really don't know. Anyways, right, so with that sorted, the other thing was... Yeah, I need to get back to base now. don't want to go through there. Right, yeah, we'll just fly back to base and then assess the situation. I was thinking of going out west to the west coast and setting up a quick wire plant out there and then figuring out how we can get high-speed connectors with it, because you can use quick wire to get high-speed connectors. So doing the two together, maybe getting AI limiters. Why not do it all in one? That would make sense, right? Oh, I remember. Yeah, I need to go to the base because there's summer sloops up there, and we said we'd maybe sloop the Alclad just to give me a little bit more to build with as well. For now, I'll be fine, but I will run out once the storage is emptied. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what Whip Diddity Whip said. The fact that I'm using too many circuit boards. So we'll go check that. Oh, alright. Right, so this is where we make our circuit boards. And we checked this before. We make 87.5. There's just 10 of these machines. Alright, so 87.5 circuit boards. Let's check. We're using 30 per minute. I'll write this down. We've got two of these machines making computers, so that's 87.5 minus 30, right? So that leaves us with 57.5. I'm now consuming 50 in the factory we just built. So that leaves us with 7.5. Now that's what I've got written down overall, is that we should have 7.5 left over. So where else do I use circuit boards, would be my question. Well, quick way of checking that would be, what does it go into? It might give me a clue. The adaptive control units. Yeah, Joe's got it. Alright, you might be right then. I don't know why I need to run down there necessarily. I could just look at the recipe, but we'll just check it on site. Is biofuel better than rocket fuel for just cutting about? I couldn't tell you, actually. I haven't built rocket fuel. Biofuel burns the slowest overall, so I would say yes. But I don't know. Like, if you have an excess of rocket fuel, I suppose. I just feel like rocket fuel is supposed to be great. I don't know. I don't know is the answer. I haven't built rocket fuel, so I don't know. I like biofuel, though, for the jetpack. Right, so adaptive control units are made in two manufacturers down here. So that's an additional 10. So that does mean we're in the negative, ever so slightly. Good spot. We're lacking 2.5. Alright. Well, we'll do a quick fix on that one. I'll throw a sloop into one of the machines, so that way we're making enough. So this is where my previous sloops were. Got 4 of them there. Get rid of all this now. And wanted to clean this area up generally as well, because we're kind of getting out of here, basically. Yeah, that's a great spot. Good job. I wouldn't have spotted that for a long time. So there's nothing in there, so that's good. Should have checked that beforehand, I guess. Nothing in there. Alright, just let that drain. Okay, so with extra sloops that we've just been given. Got 4 now, and I think I've got 1 here. Yep. 5 in total. Yeah, so because we're lacking a little bit there on the circuit boards, my mistake, negative 2.5. I'll have to update my little Excel sheet with that. But I'll just throw a sloop in there so we double the amount one machine makes. That way we're covered for a little while. That's a really nice feature that we can do that, because it would have been a bit of a nightmare to have to, you know, figure out getting more materials and trying to add another one or something. Rocket 9 nice fuel gives very good air control, so it's up to personal preference. See, that's stuff I just wouldn't have known. That I don't know the properties of rocket fuel when placed into, yeah, the jetpack. Haven't really heard anybody talk about it. So we're only short 2.5, so just throwing a sloop in here. Even just that was 2, actually. You don't even need to do 2. Just do 1. That'll be enough. Now we'll have an excess. Hard to do the math on that, because I'm quite stupid. So let me just, I want to know how much are we overproducing now. So that's 13.125 minus 8.75. So we're making an additional 4.375. We were short 2.5. It means technically now we make plus 1.875. That's all we need. Just anything that's positive is good. I think, as long as I've done that math right. Okay, cool. So I'll just write that down because I'll forget what that is. Circuit boards. Sloop's firing off. Kicking off. 33 megawatts of power on that one. Regular one's at 15. Yeah, so that's why 1 is enough to produce what we need. Alright. Only spotted it because I build along. Great content. Thanks, Whip. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I haven't given out my save actually in a couple days as well. That can often help. Sometimes people then message me and go like, oh, I was running around your save and I noticed this, and they find little problems like that, so it's quite good. Oh, alright. So one sloop in one of those machines will sort that out for now, and we'll just have to deal with it. Then when it comes to this area up here, this is the only other negative I can think of. Actually, I am going to update that Mila note document because otherwise I'll forget, right? Actually, it should be on this page. So, circuit boards. There. Might just put a note next to this and say, using a sloop to prevent a shortfall. Alright, cool. Now, we're making 1.875. That's what we got now in surplus. And that's the default of what we would make. So I might even go a little crazy and we'll color it purple. Can I do that? Clearly there's more color choices than just whatever these are. No? Gotta be a way to do that, no? I'm so sure you can add, like, the color wheel. At the moment, it just says there's 6 colors. That can't be right. But anyway, I guess I'll do this. So we know it's slooped. That's strange. Because you can add your own images. You can definitely... when you add a card, is it? God, I can't remember how to do anything in this. There it is. Custom color. Seems weird you wouldn't be able to do that for the text. Oh, it's there now. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, it is just those colors. Weird. Alright, well, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just getting distracted on that. Okay, cool. So, yeah, just as long as that's updated, won't be too confusing. Anyway, the other thing that we're lacking is adaptive control units is currently running at -1. Might also just make that red. Alright. But when it runs, we've got a buffer. Excuse me again, sorry. When this runs out, then we'll be making the true amount. But in the background, we're just going to be making assembly director systems. Okay. Anyways, with all that said and done, let's now focus on what we're going to do next. That was just a little bit of that initial cleanup I wanted to do. Oh, yeah, no, I want to empty this area out and just remove everything up here. It's not needed anymore. And there's sloops in these machines and it doesn't need to be. Just keep doing that. And then I'll start looking around the interactive map online and see where we can add things. There we go. Nothing in that one. These two are now free. And then anything in my inventory I want to get rid of, we'll do that as well. When I make high-speed connectors, then, we'll take out the rifle ammo. I think we got like 3,000 or something in storage. Or 2,000, I guess. That's my limit. And we'll turn it into homing ammo. Alrighty. Fun to see you live. Hey, Jonathan. Unfortunately, I can't stay as I'm clearing leaves in the garden. That's quite a satisfying job. As long as it's not like horrible weather or something. We'll see you later, man. See you in the future. Biofuel's best. Rocket fuel makes you move too unstable. It's too bursty. I only spotted it because... Oh, sorry. I must have missed Jonathan earlier. Apologies for that. Starting to work on my first copper line on my playthrough. Any tips? Also, I started in the plains. Do you mean grassy fields? Your first copper line. Well, it depends. I mean, it all depends how big you're going for. But if you're early on in the game, my advice to you would be don't build too big. Because you're going to get belt speeds and stuff that's going to be way bigger. Like, allow you to do much more volume than you can currently do right now. As will Mark II miners. And it doesn't take that long to get to them. So, I would say just try to build modestly. In scope of what you think you'll need for just getting your phase done. And your few milestones. And then approach it more seriously when you have more things unlocked and, you know, stuff in the awesome shop and all of that kind of stuff. I know it's not the best tip ever, but, you know, basically, if your first copper line should really be a little bit of everything. You should have a small amount of copper sheets, if you can get them, for building pipes, just for building. Obviously, you need wire and then cable for building as well. Yeah, so I would say almost equal parts cable and equal parts wire, and then just a little bit of copper sheet if you could divide it up that way. Here's a pic of my factory right now. I won't be able to see your... I don't think you can share pictures or links in the chat, I'm afraid. But if you join my Discord and you're ever curious what to do, people in there will likely help you. And I try to go, and I'm in there much less often responding now, but I do read everything just because I'm very tight on time, so I tend not to be able to respond to people too much. Keep getting a bunch of people trying to add me as friends lately and DMing me about what to do in factories. It's like, just use the Discord channel for it. That way it's not just me. I'm in there, so you don't have to DM me. But other people might get to you first, you know, which would save my time, so that'd be nice. And other people have good solutions too to various things. Interestingly, I didn't know that we had AI limiters in there. Just get rid of that. That can go. That can go. Alright, almost empty. Yeah, so I just want to throw some stuff in here that I want to declutter my inventory. Like, I have these in the cloud now. I don't really need them in my inventory. A little bit, maybe. It's fine. What else? The same with that. Our one supercomputer, that can go in there as well. Sure, why not? The radio control units, they could go. To be honest, a lot of these oscillators can go. Don't mind having a single stack. The other stuff will be in the cloud. Gas filters, they can go. Keep those, keep those, keep those. Yeah, sure, why not? Just get rid of them. Don't want them. Some of this stuff can go into the cloud, though. The fuse frames, might need that for hard drive sites, maybe. I need to keep the alclad because now it's actually finite in my world. Unless I sloop one of those machines, which might be a good idea. Alright, so that's a bit of a declutter as well. Cool, almost done. Right, so now we can open up the Satisfactory calculator and see what we want to do. Well, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. We need to think high-speed connectors. That's what we want to make overall, but we could combine it with other things. I think it fits into AI limiters quite well, so let's see. There's 2 recipes for it. We've got both. Both require a manufacturer. Both require 3 inputs, so both require quick wire, so that's just a given, right? We'll just write that down. Quick wire. Now, what's the target number we want to do for these, and why do we need these? It's for... No, it's not for supercomputers. What's the reason? There's definitely another reason that I wanted these. It's good to get the turbo ammo, or whatever, homing rifle ammo. I know I need some in the MOM. And you can build them with, Mark III poles and stuff like that. I thought there was some other reason. But maybe the volume doesn't need to be that high then, because I don't plan on using them here. I'm going to use that other supercomputer recipe I have. I prefer this one. Cooling systems and the radio control units. They don't... Yeah, okay. That's weird. Just in my head, I was like, oh yeah, we need this for some serious reason, but not really. So maybe that could be fairly low volume. Need them for geothermals. Anything that's just for building, that means low volume, right? I'm just saying, like, I don't need them for an actual... For some reason in my head, I was like, oh, you need them for nuclear to build... I don't know. I don't know. But we don't. Okay, that was just a mistake on my part. Well, that's good. We don't actually need that much. There's just something I needed. Now, or I thought I needed. The other thing we do need is AI limiters. So let's just say circuit boards is another commonality here. So we need more circuit boards. Good, because we're actually low on them. So quick wire and circuit boards is a given. The option could be cable or silica. Cable seems like the better option, even though and I'll read that in a second, even though silica could be quite doable. Just because quick wire and copper go together quite nicely with certain builds, so we could get cable out of it in the same setup. So I would say go with the cable one. Martin, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. High-speed connectors for the drone ports. Ah, yeah, that was something. So again, just a buildable. If it's just buildables, that's great. Like 3.75 per minute would be all we need. You know, one machine. Why would you need any more? You know, unless I was building many drone ports very quickly. But you know, if they're just going into the cloud, trickling up in the background, I think it'd be fine. Just even have one machine doing that. So we'll say 3.75. Just one machine. Just writing it down again. Gone kind of dark in here again, hasn't it? Anyways, it's a very gloomy day here in the south of the UK. It's just grey and dark. But it is that time of year. Okay, next thing would be AI limiters. These are needed for a few things and we don't make them at all. So again, we've got a recipe here where we need a bit of copper and some quick wire. So that's the one I would probably use for that. So again, we'll say quick wire. So this is why I was coming up with like, oh yeah, we should make a quick wire plant. And copper, hit. Alright. That's just 5 per minute. Now, unlike the AI limiters or the high-speed connectors, these do go into things. I'm not going to use it for that, but we will be needing them to make electromagnetic control rods. So it's worth considering building a decent amount of these. I assume. I'm not going to look too deeply into it, but I'd say you'd need a lot. So we'll see what target we can hit when we look at the nodes that are around, but I'll just write down high volume. So, you know, maybe 100 per minute or something. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Vampire King. Your message was deleted by stream elements. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, excessive emotes, I guess, or something, but I wave right back at you. He just did a bunch of emotes waving. That's all. Okay. So we know what those two are going to need. And then finally, the other thing that we'll need, or that we want to make, is magnetic... No, sorry, aluminum, a new aluminum plant. We need more casing and alclad. Mostly alclad, actually. So, to make the ingots, again, we could be using some copper. There's also a modification I can do to the current one we have. This is going to require... Oh my god, you can get steel out of aluminum? That's weird. And there's a few recipes we haven't actually got yet that it's used in. Yeah, so we used the sloppy version, but I don't think I would use that in future. I think we would just set this one up. Now this is probably something for another day. Maybe this will, the quick wire and the copper is going to occupy us, but I'm just going to write this down as well. Actually, I know exactly where I'm going to build that, out in the west also. So we're going west. Maybe we'll build a rail line, because that's going to be high volume. We won't get too ahead of ourselves just yet. Alright, so we know what we're going to focus on. AI limiters, high-speed connectors. It's going to require quick wire, circuit boards, cable, and copper sheet. That's all. Just 4 things. If I'm not mistaken. And I guess the last thing to check then is the recipe we'll use for circuit boards. We'll probably use the quick wire recipe, which means we need to tap a little bit of plastique, which is annoying. But that's okay. There's oil out there too on that coast. So that's what we'll do. Alright. Got the plan. Let's put on the regular music now for a while. How many tickets do I have? 309. You need like 1,700 to get all the statues and stuff in the game, so that's gonna take a while. It's going slower now because we took all the space elevator parts and put them into containers, so they're just building up. But once they get full, they'll go back in there. So maybe it'll speed up again a bit in the future. All right, to the south. Hopefully, I haven't forgotten anything else that's too crazy. We're gonna go out this way now. Oh yeah, so we just looked at what we need, right? The ingredients we need: quick wire, circuit boards, copper sheets, and and cable. Like, so copper and quick wire. So copper, deuterium as the nodes we're looking for. We'll need a little bit of oil. Then we can open this up, and out here seems pretty good, right? We've got a deuterium node down there. Deuterium node here, pure. I don't even know if I've ever seen that one before. There used to be one along the coast here, but they seem to have removed it. Maybe that's the one that they've moved it to. There's then the quartz and bauxite. Obviously, they're up on cliffs, and those are inside a cave, I think. Copper, though. Where do we get the copper? There's a pure copper node here. That being said, isn't there ways of getting copper out of iron? Not necessarily, but that's okay. We don't need many deposits, we just need one. That's one pure one there, and there's a pure one here. So, you know, drive them together. Maybe build it out in the water. And then we could use that nice recipe that uses refineries to make the pure versions. The hell is that? Big square. About time I stopped watching your vids for free. Thanks, Martin. Just finished yesterday's stream. Hey, Bobby. You can get wire out of iron. Yeah. We don't need the wire, though. We need... Oh, we do. We need cable. So you're right. That would work. That's what I was thinking of, I guess. And then copper sheets. But that would need copper anyway. So if you're tapping a copper node... Okay. So I'm just trying to think of where we're going to position this. You know, probably just somewhere out over the water here. We need a bit of plastic, right? So one of these oil nodes could come in and help for the circuit boards. So circuit boards, quick wire, copper sheets. That would be everything. I've built many things out in that area, but this will be different. I suppose for variety's sake. Where else could we look? Let's turn off iron. Turn off limestone. Turn off uranium. Want to make an ammo factory as well, but want to do a lot of things. Down at the very bottom of the map, there's no real water there, though. We need some water, and we need oil. Yeah, it does seem, at least for this, so it does seem like on the west it's kind of perfect. Desert. Deuterium, copper. No oil, though. Yep, alright. We're going somewhere out here. You can use iron to make sulfur. Really? I don't know if I have that yet. That's interesting, though. I suppose I should look at sulfur and see other ways you can get it, right? Sulfuric acid, I'm guessing. These are the recipes for that. Sulfur itself as a byproduct? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too well versed with sulfur at all, actually. The desert is a gold mine early game. Yeah, we'll be going... I mean, well, I say we. In my video series, it'll be in the desert. The new video series. Alright, I think that's it. We're just gonna head west. Maybe on the way there, I'll see if I can pick up some sloops or something. We have a radar tower up here. Oh, weirdly, we actually don't. That's strange. Maybe I'll just build one, like, somewhere over there. Alright. Not on the map either for me. Go. Alright. Alright, let's do this thing. I'm just gonna take, some power with me, I suppose. Although, do I need to do that? I think I'll just run down to where we need to go. Forget the radar towers and stuff. We find sloops, we find sloops. If we don't, it's no big deal. I'll see if I can just cross this area just so we cover it. Alright, we're off. Do I have silicon circuits? I'll have a look now in just one sec. Is it a circuit board recipe? Got 3. Electrode, deuterium. So no silicon circuits yet. Find sloops on the way if we can. It seems like there's one in here. A literal slideshow. Holy crap. I'm telling you, man, they did a hotfix today as well. A hotfix for the previous hotfix. Someone forgot to carry the 1 on the old physics stuff there. After the update, had the same issue yesterday. Damn. I just gotta wait this out. This could take quite a while. Wonder would it help if I tried to look away from it? Yep, a little bit. Just let that figure itself out in the background there while we look away. It's a little shy. Doesn't want us looking right at it. Oh. Okay, cool. For obvious reasons, I'm not going to blow up the other rocks.
This fleeting temple hums a resonant song.
Did I pick it up? Yeah. Alright, cool. I would restart after it's done. Big memory dump. Reckon? Well, everything's smooth now. Where the hell is this one? Just in the cave below me. Well, I'm not blowing that up. I don't even know if it is in there. I think it's in a different cave that's just underneath me right now. Because that one, I think it's just... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Keep going. Ooh, a hard drive. Nice. Sweet. I actually need a hard drive for the man, but we'll just open it up anyway and see what's going on. Alright, we'll just mark that one off. Bonk. And check what we got. Alright, 10 minutes on the clock. Let's keep going. Already fruitful. Another sloop and a hard drive. This area, I've never built in this area. I always think it looks so cool to be able to build in. It always seems like a good spot with the amount of water and stuff around. I tend to just fly and loot stuff under rocks at this point in the game. Silicon circuit boards are copper sheet and silica. Well, maybe we'll get lucky and roll it. We could check what else is in there. That would be pretty good. I don't think I've ever been here. Yeah, I had no idea this was even in the game. I've never seen this part before. Is this new? I've heard of like the pink bamboo forest or whatever. But this part right here, where it's just wall-to-wall bamboo. I don't remember ever seeing that before. Probably just me though. How have I never seen this? Oh, it's like so dense as well. Damn. Uh-oh, autosave while I'm in the air. Cool. Been there a long time. Very pretty. That's so crazy that I've never seen it before. I think I forgot to mark the other one actually, but oh well. Alright. Still going... Oh, now we'll turn more to the west, I guess. Get that later, I suppose. That's where my aluminum factory is? Oh, really? Nice. Too bad about all the monsters. Update 8, that place was scary. I got jumped by spiders in there. Oh, I forgot to mark that one. I don't even remember where it was. I'll just do there somewhere. I just like to do that because when I put down radar towers then, and it says like there's 6 left in this region, I broadly know, oh, it's not going to be there because it's like the question mark's there. Yeah, there's a lot of monsters actually. I thought he was dead. I don't even... I was gonna say, I don't even know if he's still... is he? Yeah, he's still alive. What the hell? The gas actually hurts them as well, doesn't it? The gas will just kill them eventually. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, these aren't powered. I remember I just used them to kind of get around when I was hard drive hunting a while ago. Place looks really cool from up here. This would be an awesome place to just build something overhanging the cliff with like big windows looking out. Morning. How's it going? It's going good. Going pretty good. Yeah, I was just taking a long time to kind of figure out what we're going to do, but I've got it now, and I'll inject a bit more energy into the stream when we get there. Being a bit slow just while I'm looking around at getting things on the way there. Yeah, and I'll mention what I'm doing in a sec. Have we got this one already? I feel like... Yeah, we have. Alright, here we are. I don't know if this coast has a name. But I feel like in every playthrough I've ever been in, I've always built here. It seems like a good spot. I guess because it's flat, open, lots of water, oil. What is that though? I don't remember that being there. A pile of rocks. Hard drives out there. Oh, there's one right down there. Cool. Alright, so yeah, let's inject some energy. Alright, so what we're going to be doing today, I'm a little unsure exactly to the specifics as to the specificity of what we're going to build, but it's going to be quick wire, circuit boards, copper sheets, and cable. The idea being we're going to make AI limiters in fairly high volume-ish, you know, for where I'm at, and then a little bit of high-speed connectors. This is quite far away from other parts of the world, so maybe a train line out here in the future then would make sense, so that we can send stuff around easily enough. All good? Great. Alright. Oh, she's quick. So that's it. So and I've chosen this area because we need a little bit of plastic, so I need some oil, and there's oil here. Oh, I fired that like a bullet. Oh yeah, cool. Makes me want to play a shooter. I feel so rusty. I haven't played Battlefield in a while. Hang on. Oh no. Whoa. I hit that button where Windows collapses all the windows, like instantly. Don't know if you could see that or not. Yeah, I wonder can you even see it if I do this? Oh, you can. Yeah, that's what I clicked by accident. I was like, oh geez. Alright, anyways. Check out this hard drive. Quick wire, sign of things to come, maybe. Right, so I'll just drop those sloops, don't need them. Into the cloud, obviously. Alright. I think there's another hard drive out there somewhere. We'll go get that in a minute. So, yeah, it would have been worth bringing power over here, actually, thinking about it. Got an idea, kind of. Well, I could drag power out from here. Make sure I connect it across. Yeah, I think we'll have to do that. Then I can set up a radar tower, just see exactly where everything is. Alright, let's do that next then. So we'll just start with a power tower platform. And we'll just zipline our way back over there. I don't mind how crazy it looks. We'll just try to... maybe I could just go in there. Actually, go along down the coast. I still put the Update 7 oil factory there. That one was cool because, you know, I didn't know as much about the game back then. And I wasn't as forward planning as I am these days, typically. So that factory just kept growing, which is really cool. It's like, oh, we need more oil. And I'm after getting, like, improved pipes. I'm after getting power shards and, like, better power. So now I can, like, get more oil out of the place. And it just kept, like, growing and growing and growing. The scale kept going up, which was quite cool. And then added, like, a big train line in. Started getting oil from another part of the map. That was pretty cool. Still love that, what was it, like 14 carriage oil train. Wow, did he kill the little spiders? Hard drive out on the water here, if I haven't got it already. And I have. Yeah. Alright, one of our hard drives is done. Let's go check it out. Damkara again with the gifted subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. And shout out to Michael, who dropped $200 dollars earlier in a super chat. So an alternative for radio control units, which we just built, so that's not happening, which uses high-speed connectors. How funny. And then fine black powder, which uses compacted coal. What else do we have here? None of these can be rescanned again. I'm just going to rescan this one again. Oh, that also takes high-speed connectors. So it does go into a few things. Why was I looking at... It's just that we don't have any of them. Used in... Making supercomputers, so we don't need that. Oh yeah, there's 3 recipes I haven't got yet. Alright, well, fair enough. So I was saying maybe we do need more than what I was thinking. But that shows me 2 recipes that it could use. So there's 1. And 2. So either radio control units or automated wiring. So not going to use either of those anytime soon. So that's fine. Just going to rescan this one. Ooh, uranium fuel units. Charcoal. We'll just leave that there. Let's pop another hard drive in. What we get. So those 5 from Damkara went to David, Coco, Greg, Winifred, and Bob. And hey, Abel. Finally a slow work day, so I can join. Nice. Alright, so I'm just dragging power back to a power source, basically, to connect us back up. So that now on the west coast we'll have power. Ideally. Have I gotten this one? I've already got it. And then we're just going to zipline our way back there, basically. Grassy fields, man, looks so flat from here, but I guess that's just the way it is. Probably just getting too used to being in northern forests. I just don't remember it being that flat. It almost looks like something hasn't loaded in yet, but I guess not. Man, this place is so nice. Good memories here. It just seems so calm and chill. Super chill area. They created a bunch yesterday manually. Yeah, I know. Well, I know that we need at least one machine to do 3.75. That's what they do normally. And that'll be enough for buildables, but I just didn't think... I thought, for some reason at the beginning of the stream, I was saying like, oh, I thought it goes into something that I really need, like a machine. But I guess not. I guess it was just the fact that I was manually crafting them a lot. Oh yeah, this spot's really good. This is where you can get like tons of paleberry. Worth remembering that because, you know, you have to make those medicinal inhalers. You get a little mycelia, you get some paleberry together. And you'll craft like quite a bunch of those quite easily. And they grow back as long as we don't delete them. Alright, cool. Alright, we're almost there. You can see some of the other towers in the distance. Can't blow that up. We just realized the frame rate is completely screwed on blowing up rocks at the moment for some reason. Hard drive over there as well. Don't think I've gotten that one yet, actually. Hey, Owen. Hope you're well. Just caught up on all the VODs. Watching live finally. Nice. It's so cool to see when people say that. It's such a commitment to catch up. I appreciate though people say that they might watch on 2x speed or 1.5 speed or something like that just to get through things or skip over some of the rants about space and aliens and what I've done in past lives. Not get any of the hit marker sounds on him. 40 megawatts of power. Oh, we don't have power yet. Get that in a second, though. Wire is too long. Oh, what a shame. Alright, there we go. Oh boy. Alright. Now we're hooked up to power on the west coast. We'll just make our way back and we can actually start building. It might be worth going and grabbing some concrete, because I've only got 2,000 in storage. So yeah, I might just do that now that we're over here anyway. It's a bit of a round trip. We'll head back up here and then we'll zip line all the way back. So I'm gonna fill up my inventory with concrete. And might as well take what's out of there right now. Just allow that to keep filling as well. Or we could just manufacture concrete down there. Yeah, let's just do that. See if that can speed things up a bit. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, so Space and Aliens. I'm reading through the 3 Body Problem series. It's weird. Yeah, I want to watch that show. I've heard it's quite good. I've heard the book is good too. I just don't really read very much. I love reading books, so when I do. I've only read like 10 in my life or something ridiculously low. But every book I've ever written, probably like a bit more than that, about 20 or 30. But whenever I read anything, I'm like, this is so good. They're so great. And then I just stop reading. I was reading Starship Troopers. I only got like a few chapters in, but I was like, this is dope. This is so cool. It's not like the movie at all. It's like super serious. And just like some of the themes and ideas and stuff, and then I just didn't finish it. Just overall, I always default to playing games, and I'm glad to. I was playing games recently that I like really love as well. So it's like all good stuff. But yeah, I wish I could just I wish I could read faster and also not have attention problems where I get distracted and just want to play games or something else, you know. Fluids scare me still. I just finished turbo fuel setup that does 32,000. Wow. I'm hoping that lasts me a while. 32,000 megawatts. Yeah, I'm not scared of fluids. I don't know. That's the copper that we're going to be tapping, actually. As long as you just fill your pipes. I think the golden rule for fluids is if you just make sure the pipes are totally full and then your numbers are correct, it should be always fine. That's what I've learned, anyway. Valves are not, pumps are not. If you're doing 30 liquid per minute and a machine needs 30, just fill the pipe fully and then turn on the machine, and then it works. At least in my experience. Alright, cool. So here we are. So I said that maybe we would tap... Well, let's get a radar tower just to see what's in the area. And if we turn on resources, I guess, we'll have a look around. Here we go. Ooh, there's SAM ore here. Or just SAM, excuse me. Yeah, so there's pure limestone down here and down here. So I think we'll just set up a little bit of concrete production to get us started. And then we'll start thinking about building out the foundations somewhere out in the water. Thinking about how many machines we need, and so on. So let's get started. Actually, you know what? Do our to-do list. So foundations will be 1, but before that we'll just get like a little bit of concrete production up and running, and we'll just hook it up to depots. We have dimensional depots with us. So that'll be that. Get rid of some of these. So, quick wire will be one main thing. Copper of some sort, and then circuit boards. And overall, we're doing that to get the high-speed connectors as well. Alright, it's gonna be fun. Like before hooking up the solid inputs, yeah. So, it's a bit of a tough problem, and without being too boring, I have to word it out because I can't really think about it abstractly very well to answer you properly, but if you just have a refinery, every inventory for liquid has a capacity, right? So it's usually 50, I think, for liquid, so, you know, water can fill up 50 inside of a machine. And I'm not talking about generators that have the circular bowl thing. I'm talking about the item, like the 50 out of 50 kind of thing. Not packaged, just the item that goes into machines. Anyways, so what you want to do ideally with refineries and other machines and the pipes is fill them completely. So long story short, because the way liquid moves in pipes and it kind of moves back and forth, and because there's no real pressure, there's no pull pressure, there's push pressure but no pull pressure, no vacuum pressure. Unlike a belt, shut up Siri, I keep like watch is going crazy today. Unlike a belt which travels at a set speed, right? If you put one item on a belt of 120, it's going to move at 120 per minute. That one item will consistently move across to its destination at the same time as 120 would have, right? It's a set speed. Pipes don't work that way. You know, you've got a pipe of capacity of 300 per minute flowing through it, but that doesn't mean that one that goes in one side will come out the other side at the same speed as if the pipe was full. That's the big discrepancy between belts and pipes that people take a while to understand or learn, because you just assume it's the same thing, but it's not, because there's no pressure. That's the point. If there was pressure, you could say pressure of a pipe means that the one liquid on this side is going to reach the other side at the same time no matter what. The pressure could be variable based on what's lacking in the pipe. Not the case. So what you want to do is you want to fill up the pipe fully so that there's no room for, it's just full, which means it has the full capacity of transfer rate. So when a pipe is full, it will then move stuff from A to B at 300 per minute, even if you're only adding one into it at a time. I know that might be weird to think about, but if the pipe is full and then the machines are only doing 1 per minute, 5 per minute, 10, whatever, as long as the 300 is in that pipe or it's full, like the little capacity bar is full, it's going to move from A to B super quickly. The other thing then is making sure that because it's not moving at set speeds and junctions are not splitters, because that's another thing people get have a mistake with. Because you can do a manifold on a belt where you cut it in half and then you're cutting it in half and then you're cutting it in half. You keep doing that all the way down. Junctions don't work that way. Liquid just pushes to wherever it can go, as much as it wants. So it might not even turn left at a junction at all, almost, until it can't go anywhere else, and then it backfills and then it pushes out the other sides. You know, it could depend on height and a few different things. So the problem is when you've got a manifold of, let's say, refineries all taking bits from a pipeline, they're taking a little bit into their inventory and then using it. And that inventory is never actually going to fill up like it would do with a belt, because it's almost like extra pipe space. It has to be full in order for it to allow for the full transfer rate to continue along the pipe. Probably not explaining it well, but just trust me in saying that what you need to do to fill that up is basically what you said, which is make sure it's hooked up to power, either deny its input of material or deny its output of anything. Just cut the outputs off and just make sure that everything fills. So the biggest example of this was in this location in my Update 8 series. Literally right here, I built a massive, huge 450 refinery factory called the copper deuterium plant. And it had a switch in it, which I just called the belt release switch. Basically is an awesome sink. That'll be somewhere like here. And you have like a smart splitter going this way. And you hook this up to a switch, right? So imagine that's like a little power switch. All right, so you flick that on. This is on. And let's say that this line goes to your machines, right? All your refineries, okay? Let's say, I don't know, we're making copper. They need water and copper ore. So the copper ore is flowing along here and going to the machines. But before we do that, we have it inverted. So this switch will be on. So this machine will be on. And all the copper ore is just going straight in there. And this is set to overflow out the right. But it'll never overflow, right? Why would it? It's going straight in there at the same belt speed. So it's never going to get backed up. It's never going to overflow. But when the machines are finally full of their water, then we flick this switch. This power is off. This gets backed up. And then the copper ore will flow to all those machines. So you're activating the manifold. You're doing a belt release, right? You're releasing the lock on the belt, allowing things to flow through. That's how I controlled so many machines. It's like 400 machines, right? It's like, how do we make sure that if there is an issue, that we can make sure we fill the water first without having to cut all the belts off. It's like, well, this is a way of denying their input in a sort of automated fashion. So that was built into the system. It only ever needed to activate it once, but it was there just in case something did go wrong in the future. But yeah, so it's super important to give your pipes time to be completely full. Let your water extractors back up. That doesn't matter. Just let it all completely fill up. Let the inventory of the machines fill. And the only way they can fill is if they're on. You can't just turn them off and let them fill up. They have to actually be on and getting power, so you have to deny the input. Anyway, so there you go. Hey, Chasing Tail and Genome. Live stream while doing cardio at the gym. That's what I just bought an iPad. It's technically a refurbished iPad to go to the gym again, because I haven't gone in like a month and a half or something. Just so I can watch something while I'm running. So yeah, totally on board with doing that. It's nice that you can, I don't have a data in my iPad though, so I'll just be like saving TV shows and things to watch. Anyway, sorry. So that was a bit of a long rant, but I always think it's good to explain that, and I like kind of explaining that one. Get it clear in my own head. Because I just feel like it's practice for when I have to tell people in a video. Alright, so there's 2 deposits here. We'll just do it out in the... well, I suppose we could concrete it up a little bit. So... you know what? We'll just do it out in the open ground, because I want to make it quick and dirty. We just want to make a little extra concrete for the inevitable amount of... Okay, so... First things first. Let's get this guy out of my face. Not such a big man now. Huh? Alright, let's get our portable miners. Definitely going to automate these in the future. Probably with a switch as well, actually, thinking about it. Before these, 2 pure nodes. Let's see if I can use the max amount I can, so just get all the concrete production that's possible. For 2 pure nodes. Let's see what we got. 600 per minute. Alright. Do I have... I've even got wet concrete. We could go crazy. Should we do it? I think so, because there's water here, so why the hell not? So 1200 concrete per minute. And then it's oh, so it's 10 machines, right? 1200 divided by 120. So we need 10 machines, 10 refineries. So it's 1000 water. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Why the hell not? We can even fly, so... Fly now. And there's water right over there. It's perfect. In fact, we'll foundation this area, and this is where we'll do it. Even though it is a bit of a crossroads for vehicles, but it's all good. Didn't expect to be doing this today, but here we are. 10 refineries. I can say we don't even really need to do it on the world grid. There's coal nearby. It just scales up ridiculously. There is coal over there. Because I was thinking we could... Okay, yeah. I'm going to build out on the water. It's just easier that way. 10 refineries. Build them down there. We'll bring the limestone there. That way I keep this kind of area free, because I usually like to drive trucks around here. I don't know if I will, but maybe. We'll just build somewhere out here. I don't know if you can clear these or not. Nice. We don't need to come that far out. What are you doing with so much concrete? I just want to have faster concrete production somewhere. We don't really have it, so I'm going to be building out foundations for a bigger factory now. And I make like 30 per minute or something concrete. So it's just not that much. So I just wanted... I thought, while we're here, let's just do it properly. Get it set up. It's only 10 refineries. It's not too crazy. And we've got the space for it and everything, so yeah. So at the moment today, what I'm going to be doing with it though really is... do I go off-grid? No. I'm too afraid to go off-grid, although I'm so tempted, because it's everything in my body is telling me, like, just do it out this way, in a nice line. Yeah, it's not going to be connected to anything else, so why the hell not? Why am I so scared? Anyway, yeah, we're going to be building a, like, circuit board and high-speed connector factory. And I'll just need lots of concrete for it, I guess. But it's not actually being used as an input or anything, it's just for the foundations, I mean. Alright, we'll just blueprint these refineries. I use a blueprint that I have already for a refinery, maybe. There's no refineries in here? Okay. That seems weird. Yeah, I guess not. Alright. We want... I guess we could hook up a few together. Their output. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, cool. So, the amount of water that these will need, they'll need 2 separate lines, won't they, I think? We could feed them from 2 sides. Because it's 1,000 water. Yeah, so they'll need 2 separate lines, and they'll need Mark II. But we'll just feed them from 2 sides, as a closed loop kind of thing. And the limestone could actually come in from just one side, if you wanted, but that would probably be it wouldn't really work until we had 1200 belt speed, which we don't have yet, so Mark V is the best we got. We'll have to make a version of this where these 4 are raised, so that there's 2 separate lines, so 600 is the best we can do. 5 of the machines. Hey, Tomek. Do it off-grid. Yeah, I'm going off-grid. It's crazy. Feels wrong. Can people just leave me alone for like a minute? Jeez. Now, the amount of concrete we get out, 10 machines, it'll be 800. 800 per minute. That's pretty good. That's a lot. 800 per minute. Is that right? I guess so. I've never used this recipe before. That's quite a lot. I don't think I do need all that, actually. And of course, this would need 2 different lines as well, then. What's gaming? What's gaming? What's good? What's gaming? That's funny. You'll need a lot of depots. Yeah, I've got the capability to make a few, I think. Build them up fast. Yeah, look at that. We can make 8. My upload speed is only 30 per minute. If we wanted to use all of this, you'd need 26 depots. Or 13. But yeah, we'll do like, I don't know, 6 or something like that. What's the next speed? Is it 120 after that? 6 would be good. Alrighty. So this recipe, copy that. We'll just pop that into all of the other ones. Now let's give these guys a different color. Kind of liked the Pioneer overalls, which seems to be a good kind of concrete-ish color. Maybe we could invert it. And this will do the same. That. Jason. I was going to read that as Jason Bateman. Thank you for the 5. And he says, hi, Darren. Just finished a massive Blue Crater turbo fuel build. 8 hours and a lot of planning. Would have taken a lot more without your content. Thanks. Glad to hear it. Everyone, not to poop on your build, but I'm going to do it because everyone did it to me. Or didn't, not quite like that. But everyone said, like, oh, don't do turbo fuel, do rocket fuel. And definitely do it in Blue Crater. Maybe you can make some, if you don't have it yet. Perhaps that'll be wise in the future, just based on what other people have told me. Trying to modify it to become a rocket fuel build. Now, I actually don't even know what that takes, but just because you said it's in Blue Crater makes me go, oh, maybe you should do that. But congrats though, man. Hope it felt good. That's all that matters. Alright, there we go. Nice kind of creamy beige color. I'll do the same on this side. And then we'll color these copper. Bonk. Alright, almost done. We'll give them the power as well. That was something I often forget to do. Just hook that up nice and quick like. Nice and quick like. Power is there. I was just thinking, I'm trying to get away from just doing this all the time. But I can't help it. But I was thinking we could put a roof on them. Oh, they go up real high, don't they? Yeah, so 36. So 36 would allow me to do walls instead of this. So this will just be the height of a... I suppose actually it shouldn't even do that. We'll just use an actual wall. Get the height. Maybe there. 9. Go across with this. Part of me thinks actually having a beam on the roof would look good, but I don't know. There's no micro adjustment on that one, no. Can't put it between those two dots. I'm holding control and nudging, but it's not doing it, so that makes me think maybe the beam would work then? I think the beam will go between the two. Yeah. That done. Huh. I want to use the full length, like that. Yeah, there. So it's not 2 segments of beam. Right, let's get rid of that. That will fit in nicely then when we do put a roof on it. Now we can just attach to that, and the lines should be straight enough. I'll probably just color that unpainted. That could look cool if it's on a metal roof or something in the future. Alright, that takes care of that. Let's get rid of this. And they're Mark 5, right? That's 80 per minute, so that needs to be Mark 2. I didn't check that actually on the other side for what the intake is. I think it's also 120 per minute, which means this manifold will be working instantaneously. Yeah, always love that. Only ever experienced that just recently, where it's like, oh, if your intakes are 120 per minute, then you don't need to load balance. It is load balanced. It's also super nice. All right, there we go. So that's our new concrete refinery block. Block A. Concrete block 1, I guess. Sorry, mate. I do not go back to X's. Be sure to follow on X. That's funny. That's a neat trick, I should try that. You should blueprint each machine with a wall power plug on the machine itself. With a wall power plug? What do you mean by that? How do you stay engaged with the game after playing so much? What does burnout look like for you? I don't know. It's funny you say that, actually. I've never really thought about it before. I've gotten quote burnt out on the game where I never finished it, but that was mostly because YouTube wasn't doing as well. I just want to brighten up my camera as well. Just bear with me 1 second. I don't know what it would take in the game for me to actually get tired of it. I get tired of other games for sure, but maybe if I beat the game, then I'll just be like, no, I just don't really feel like doing it anymore. I think it's that endless hook of like needing to progress that does make you feel like you want to keep going. And certainly varying it up a bit, so you're not just doing the same thing all the time. That helps too. There we go. Here in the dark. God, I look tired today, man. I did actually have the wildest dreams last night, so maybe I was kind of awake. Alright. Yeah, so I don't really have an answer, you know? I mean, definitely, I'm a special case because I do it on YouTube. So I have an ulterior motive and an extra reason to be engaged in the game. Would I play 2,000 hours if I didn't have the YouTube side of things? Probably not. That doesn't mean I don't like the game. I do. It's just there's an extra motivation to play it. Now, if I was really tired or didn't like it, I would just stop. But that's not really the case. I think it's also because I have all these people to talk with while playing it. So that's different. And seeing comments and seeing people react to my builds and stuff, you know, there's more of a sense of community with it. So different than just playing a game on your own and getting sick of it, you know. And I'm still learning new stuff all the time. So yeah. Right, that's block 1. Actually, I need to load that and make a variant where we raise the mergers so that we have a second line. And these are coming in from the left, right? They need to go up here now. So there's 4 machines that are going to be like this. Then there needs to be a 5th. So we could say if we want to be really modular, let's go, that'll be the 5th. Then it goes up to that line. So the 5th one is the last one to get its concrete. That's 600. Then we'll need to make a blueprint where there's just 2 to add on at the end. The water can stay exactly where it is though. And this can come in from the same direction also. Could even number the machines really if we wanted to, but we'll just do that later. It's the same amount of time either way. Alright, let's color those. That. Now, for the output, we're doing 800 per minute. Only... Well, if you want it to be even, I suppose... That would be one line, and then this will be a separate line, right? So we'd have to go up here. And really, it's easier if you go even higher. So go there. All right, the Mark II. All right, that's that. Nice and connected, all the same. So this will be number 2. I think that's correct. Now, number 3 is just going to be 2 of these. So to save time, we'll just get rid of that. And that. Anything to the right of this machine, basically. Oh, did I not see that? Sorry. Aaron Beardsley. Thanks very much for the channel membership. I didn't even hear that one go off. Yeah, my bad. Thank you. Thanks for becoming a channel member. That's fair, but it has to be a very good game for you to enjoy it the way you do. My attention span with games is 0. Yeah, I don't know. It's the same. It's just, I don't know. It's like Minecraft. I could just play that forever. But that being said, eventually, when I'm playing on my own and I'm not doing a video or having people with me, I do stop. So I can only imagine that I would for this. Yeah, I like variety. I love variety of games. Like, my big problem in life. As a YouTuber, it's bad to like variety. At least when you're kind of smaller. People often say like, oh, you're a big YouTuber, you got 100,000 subs, but I don't get that many views. You know, I've built up audiences for all sorts of different games that I don't play anymore. So you lose a significant amount of people. Like, you know, 30,000 people are here for Stellaris. I don't play it on my channel anymore. So not to be sounding negative or anything, but I think people underestimate or overestimate about how big or popular my channel is. Kind of when it comes to that stuff. And variety is the reason that like has been a major killer for me in that way. Like I get tired. I'm like, yeah, I played Stellaris. I did a big full campaign. People are like, do another one. I'm like, I love the game, but like, nah, I don't know. I just want to do something else. And I'm getting people asking me to play City Skylines all the time. They're like, I don't watch Satisfactory. I want you to play more City Skylines again. It's like, that's why I made a City Builder channel recently. I don't know if this is right or not. Is this right? It feels like it's not, but I just have to commit to it. Anyway, so now I'm trying to focus on just doing more one thing, which is funny because I haven't even made one video for it yet. But it'll just be Satisfactory and maybe other very, very similar games like Factorio or Dyson Sphere, that kind of thing. And then I have my City Builder channel to do other City Builder games and just keep you guys separate. But it's proving difficult to play games that are so sandboxy and creative and large and take a long time. It's like they suck away your time like majorly. Right, I'm just wondering, do I want to do it out in a line out that way or do we want to do it horizontally across? I'd say horizontally and then the water can go out maybe in a line, feed in from both sides. That would work. Alright, let's try that then. So concrete block number 1. Start somewhere like there. Seems fine to me. I think the tragedy of this, actually, if I don't turn it around, is that I'm feeding in the belts from the other side, am I? Yeah. Maybe I will face it the other way then. FN Phoebes, thanks for the super chat. I'll just read that in just 1 sec. Just want to get these buildings down. Feed it from this side. The water, wrapping the pipes around isn't as bad as wrapping the belts around, I feel. Alright, that's the center there. Center of the foundation. Makes life a little easier. Well, number 1 will have to be down there. So this will have to be number 3. I'll have to do it that way. Then the dimensional depots will need room for those. That rock thing's in the way, so I'll just shift down a little further along this way. It's weird hearing you live after hours of listening at 2x speed. Hope to be caught up by next week. Keep up the good work. Thank you. My lower pitched and way more boring. I do that sometimes though with creators too. Like I'll put them on, and I never really go up to 2 times speed. Sometimes I've done it with my voice and I'm like, oh my god, yeah, I do speak so slowly. Because you get used to it at that higher frequency and higher speed. You're like, are you speaking slow on purpose? Like, what's going on? But it's not the case. I think I just am slow. Right. Let's see if this works. Can I get rid of that? There we go. There we go. That should be 10 machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Accepting 2 batches of concrete into 5. Water's coming in together from both sides. Yeah. If I forward planned it a little bit better, this will also go here. Although, yeah, we'll try to bring them in from the same place, the actual limestone. I think my poles worked correctly. Yeah, they're not overlapping. I was worried about the spacing of them, so that seems okay. Connect that up. And connect that up. Cool. Alright, water will be next. And just making sure these outputs are all connected. Downclocked the last machine to just have 780 in total out. Oh yeah, because we have 8. Oh, you're right. I didn't even... Well, no, I have 2 separate lines, so it'll be okay. That would work though, but I've made it so that there's 2 separate belts. I was gonna say like, oh yeah, we can't handle that, but I actually already anticipated that. In the future, 1 belt would carry it all out, right? 1200 per minute. It'd be really nice to upgrade that eventually, just to have it nice and clean. Okay. Let's just get this... We're like here as well. Is it just 2 or is it 3? It's 2, right? Yeah. That's our out. Both of them traveling out to the right from this perspective. Okay. Oh, they're traveling out that way. Okay, so the dimensional depots and stuff will be down there. Alright. I thought they were going to go here, but that was before I rotated it around. Could move them, but it's fine. Maybe an awesome sink or something can go that way. Water needs to connect here as well. Alright, I think that's that. For now, just somewhere like right here. Bring that up. Alright, they all have power. Mistakes have been made. Not everything has concrete assigned. I think that's it. Yeah, I left one of them in the blueprint. Oh well. Okay. Right, so limestone. Some of the limestone from here and from over there. Oh, I'm just gonna keep falling with this thing. And the range has been increased. It was such a nightmare before that. Good. Personally, I feel like long-form streamed content way more interesting versus the heavily edited content. Unfortunately, you'd be in the minority. Heavily edited content has hundreds of thousands of views. These streams get a few thousand, you know. Sorry, I'm trying to watch you and expand my own factory. No worries. Stellaris has increased fun when multiplayer. Yeah, I used to on Twitch host multiplayer campaigns. We made big narratives and everything for them. They were really cool. Or I say we. I did it. We even made a mod with a custom galaxy. Those are the days, man. The days before what you know me now as. I'll just show you just really quickly. Maybe just Kronos? Oh, sorry, it was my old channel, wasn't it? Republic of Play. It was that long ago. But by the way, you can see this, like, we did Imperator Rome, like, multiplayer. Those were actually streamed. That was different. Although I did stream the Stellaris as well, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, that was really cool. What we do is, I would make like a part of the map and be like, okay, the rules are you have to stay within these borders, and then everyone will be like a tribe in Gaul, and yeah, it's just a total PvP game to see what would happen. It was awesome. It was really, really fun. Like, that game kind of sucked, but that was a great way to play it. But this is just kind of interesting for those who maybe like Stellaris. So I used to host these multiplayer sessions in Stellaris, and we'd have, if I can remember correctly, just real quick. Hello, everybody. There I am, a little bit younger. Yeah, so here on the left, I made this like separate kind of screen. It was Discord, but I made it look like the Stellaris UI. And then everyone had to roleplay as who they were. So there might be 12 people or something in the game. So this was called the declaration chat. It's like, only use that chat when you're making a declaration that you want everyone else to see, and maybe you want people in the viewers, the live viewership to watch and see as well, like public, so everyone could see it. So the Workers' Republic, the Free People of Mother, whatever, and then they'd have their actual username so you know who it is. They'd make all these like lore-based declarations, and I was almost sometimes just an observer watching what everyone was happening. I was just like a spectator. Sometimes I was playing too. So that was quite cool. But we'd give people secret challenges then. So secretly behind the scenes, I'd be like, you go and do this, and you have to go do this. And later, it got crazy. By the way, this is before Origins were in the game, before any of that stuff, and I had a working relationship with Paradox, but then it all went downhill for reasons that I won't go into. It's because it's off topic even further. But anyway, I made a mod. Me and Starkitech, I hired him, helped me make this. And we made a mod where we combined a bunch of other people's mods, but then I wrote all these backstories to all these various races in the game that would then be given to people. And then there was a series of unique missions that people would then have. And it would work in the UI. So instead of me telling them behind the scenes, they'd actually have objectives in their situation log that would say like where they have to go and what they have to do. And they'd get like ascension perks or big boosts to energy credits or military buffs, other things like that. It was awesome. So, and then we had these two secret empires. One was from the future, or two of them were from the future, battling over the galaxy one had to target a world somewhere in the galaxy that they had to find. And they had to blow it up completely. And the other one was trying to protect it. And they had like advanced technologies. That was awesome as well, because all the other players were then trying to figure out who that was, and then very quickly it became known, and then they were forming these big alliances around each other. It was fucking awesome. It was so cool. So the world you'd start off, I had the Galaxy custom where we'd start off with specific hyperlanes and different routes to get to different places, but then this race, for instance, were spread already between 4 empires, and their backstory was that like there was this council that looked after these other planets, and then one of them went rogue, and they were trying to rein them in. So this one was at war with these 3, but they had an advanced technology because they genetically modified themselves. It's like a whole thing. And it was a really cool mod actually that Starkitect made for that, which was they were able to eat minerals as food, and that became a thing in the game later, like an actual official thing, because they added lithoids to the game who ate minerals for their food. But I did it first. And I also did Origins first, like the idea of giving people like situations that they start the game with. So love it. Big fan of Stellaris. Anyway, as you can see, get very excited just even thinking about those days. And this was a mod on Steam that you could actually go play. I think it is still there, but I don't know if it really works with the game anymore. Stellaris, Kronos, Workshop. Boom, 5 stars. Love to see that. Handcrafted Galaxy, Objectives, Traits, and Civics. Boom. All these backstories that were written. Super cool. Loved it. One of my most fun things I've done on YouTube, for sure. Anyways. No, you haven't missed any streams. Sorry, I was just going off on a massive tangent about Stellaris there. I've been watching YouTube videos for so long, but the first time I see you live, this is great. Hey, Logan. That's pretty awesome. Thank you, Ryan. Are there any new Manor Lord updates you can share? Not that I can share. I mean, I would just follow Lord's Manor on Twitter. That's where Greg posts different things that are happening. Unfortunately, he's mentioned it as well. Like, there hasn't been that much that's really quite cool stuff or cool to talk about and share because he's been doing a lot of reworks on things. And we're debating how necessary they've been, and he wants to get out of doing reworks as do I guess. But yeah, the market's being reworked, and they're debating how to like handle that at the moment because a lot of people found confusion over it. People who are playing the game and know it get it, but there's a lot of people that don't get it that stop playing. So it's like trying to focus on trying to make that experience better for them and make it more cohesive. So now the market is going to work the same as a well and the same as a church and the same as a tavern in terms of how they deliver things to plots. So it's just a bit of an overhaul there. There's a new map in the game though that'll be coming. I can't say too much, but he posted a screenshot of it, so you can go check that out if you are interested. And yeah, hopefully there'll be more stuff than just that. It just depends on the timeline of when we're going to get that update out. But anyway, so yeah, that's all I can really talk about. But for what I've been doing, it's also really boring for most people. It's tutorials. I've been overhauling the tutorials, a lot of the writing in the game, and some of the UI. So, you know, again, it's new player focus kind of type stuff for that. All right, so anyway, what we're building here is not high tier, but high volume concrete production. We should be making 800 per minute. Got it pretty much set up now. We just need to send over the concrete itself. We're not on the world grid. We're just off grid, so I'm going to build this up a bit higher. And then we can work out how we can just get a little tower to come over here, or a little trail, as it were, that they can connect onto. That could be the trail there. Yeah. Good. But they'll both just feed onto this. I guess I wanted to preserve that path. That was one of the reasons for this, so we'll go up even higher. And I'll just use my little bridge thing again. Keep using the walkway. Getting tier 2 finished. Nice. Jason, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Oh yeah, I read that already. Work is starting to interfere with my Darren viewing time. Oh, don't like the sound of that. End of year talks are coming up. I expressed my concerns that my boss sound good. Yes. Put me on every monitor in every meeting room. Sorry, I try to prioritize at the very least, reading the channel membership people. Will you be making another beginner friendly? It won't be that beginner friendly. A little bit, but more intermediate now. So yes, there'll be videos. Hopefully not too much longer. Keep saying that. But yeah, really for sure, hopefully not too much longer now. And they'll be more intermediate. The first video will be a bit more beginner, but we'll be moving way faster, and then it'll be more intermediate, just straight up. Mark the Man, 10 gifted memberships as well. Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate that. Mark the Man, 2000. Right, so for this one, start with a belt here. This will have to be a Mark 5. Going to be sending 600 per minute down this way. Let's go as far as we can. Yep. I need this to come out further, just to give us the padding for this. That's straight. Yeah, it is. Thanks again. Hope people don't mind the little 10 beeps for that. So that's gone to Black Razor, Hanafi Habib, Midnight, Tangent Ryan, Zoltan, Bully Lip, Tyler McKinney, Austin, Nikama, Sarah. Hey, Sarah. And Peter Griffin and Ryan. Oh, no, sorry. Ryan is just writing a message. Just for people wondering why I said, hey, Sarah, I know that person in real life. I just didn't want it to be like, oh, a girl. Yeah. Alrighty, somewhere out here would be good. They just drop down. Making chat a greener place, indeed. Alright, so this one's going to have to feed in somewhere as well. Or just turn around, actually, and come down that way. I think feeding into the thing would probably look a little bit better. see if we can pop up as a little side entrance here. Whoa. Yep. Alright. Bring this all the way down as well, or as far as we can go. How do you plan to make more tutorials for more advanced levels of Satisfactory? So I haven't fully worked out how I'm gonna do this like new series that I'm doing. Still debating it. Once I sit down to record it though, that'll be it, you know? But the idea is to still give out the save files, give out the blueprints, and talk through the production line in depth. So it's like, I'll still be showing you like, okay, we've got this much concrete, like as an example, right, for this place. We're going to tap 2 nodes here. Imagine it this way. It's like, okay, we're going to tap 2 nodes here. It's going to be 1,200 concrete, or sorry, 1,200 limestone. Got a recipe. I'll show up the recipe then, you know, concrete. We're going to use the alternate recipe, wet concrete. So we're going to be mixing, so that's 120 limestone and 100 water per minute. It gives us 80 concrete per minute. So we've got 2 nodes. That's 1,200 per minute that we can get out of them right now with Mark II and the current belt speed we're at. And then we'll need whatever amount of water, you know, 6 extractors, something like that. We're going to combine these two, and then I'll tell people like the location, what the machines are going to be, how we're going to do it, and how things are going to connect. Then I'll probably hook up like a couple of machines or something on camera, or show the blueprint, like making the blueprint or something like that. Then it's going to be kind of like, I assume, going to kind of cut ahead a bit then, because it's like, okay, I'm going to build it now, and some of it might be time-lapsed a little bit, but anything that's like just repetitive, where you don't need to see something very specific, like, okay, here's where things are going to use a smart splitter. You might want to see that, but otherwise, it's like, for the most part, a lot of this can now be cut out, and then it's like, boom, built it, we'll just hook up the power, here's how it works, and then it'll cut again. I'll be like, now doing a bit of cosmetics, and that kind of thing. So it's just going to be, it's ideally the same, but just quicker, cutting out some of the more long-form building. I don't know if that's going to do well or not, but something has to change, because ultimately, the first series was like this for views. In fact, I could probably even show, I haven't tracked it in a while, series performance graph. Now, all Let's Plays tend to follow this trajectory, but I'm trying to, I want to do something like what I'm Kibitz does, not like his videos. He's just an example, or like City Planner Plays. They don't go, this is episode 1 of blah, blah, blah. It's just a standalone video. Like, today we're going to do this. Here's like the problem. Here's how we're going to solve it. Here's me building a little bit, and now here's the result. That's generally what I think I probably need to do. Here's the graph of the Satisfactory. No, this is Satisfactory. Of Satisfactory's viewership, right? It's actually higher now a little bit, but this is like the trajectory of it. It's like episode 1, and then great, right? Everyone loves finding a new video. Cool. A lot of people bounce off it. That's fine. It's to be expected. But the bit that's troubling for someone who wants to do this as like a career and maintain some sort of consistency is it's just like trailing down, you know, it's just trailing down. So by the end, episode 25, it was like about 10,000 views, you know, and then it's like 21,000, 27, 30, 32, 30, 7, like about 70, 90, you know, and as you can see, like just down. So it's like, well, something has to change. I can't be expected to do the same thing again and just keep doing that. Didn't work. So I also like was looking at this thinking, kind of interesting. It's like, okay, some episodes would do better than others. Why? Thumbnail plays a part, but also what you're doing specifically might be more interesting than what you did before. So a lot of people struggle with power. So power is often something. Trains is often another one. Really, those are actually the main 2 things. And then when you get like later in the game, it's like building big, doing massive factories, that kind of thing. No one's really caring about, no one's getting excited for like, hey, I'm going to make a motor factory. It's like, other than people who are already highly engaged. So I feel like something has to change, and I'm trying to work that out. That's why things are taking so long. People keep asking, where is it when you're doing it? What are you doing? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, it's got to be better. This was extremely successful, don't get me wrong. Viewership is great. That first episode carried the whole series. They allow me to put more time into them, make them good and everything. But I just can't, you know, do it that way again, really. Sarah. No, they are not a bot. You can focus on streaming and cut parts out to create a video. I don't really want to do that. I know some people do that. I just think that's kind of low quality, in my opinion. If I was to do it, I'd rather just make a video rather than cut bits out of a stream to cobble together a video. At least, like, I'm not Bits. I haven't watched his videos, but I don't record my streams. I don't have a second PC. I don't have any of that stuff. And I don't plan to. So it's just not, I'm not going to do that. You know, it's not really how I want to do it. But I appreciate, maybe I should, you know, but I'm not going to. So I'm not even saying it's like wrong or not correct to do, but I feel like for me, I can't achieve the quality I want by doing it that way. But other people might be able to. Alright, anyways. Bring this down. So this has to ultimately go into there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. The other one should be 6, I think. See if I got it right. The belt is too long. Oh. Railways are my next big hurdle to overcome. Well, I'm actually not an analytically driven person at all, despite what people might think. That's the first time I've ever made any kind of tracking for the series. I've never really done that before. Can't remember why I was doing it. I was just like, I want to look at this, because I never look at the analytics on YouTube. I wouldn't even know what to do with any of the information you get there. It's like, okay, like, watch time drops off around the 10-minute mark. What do I do then? I don't know. Or something. I'm just making that up. I don't know how I can react to anything on those analytics. I'm not Mr. Beast where I'm like refining every different video. It's just, I make serialized content. It's different. So yeah. But I do think focusing on a subject and tackling a problem from A to B is probably better than doing an overall kind of series and trying to... Nobody wants to really watch something that's like really complicated and they're like, it's the first time they come across the channel. It's like episode 30. It's like, oh, this is too much to like catch up on or understand what's happening. Instead, I really think every video should be framed like, it doesn't matter if you've seen anything before. Here's what we're doing now. We've got this, this is the problem. Here's how we're going to try and tackle it. And hopefully I can make that interesting. We'll see. I don't know. All right. Is that all Mark Ford out of their minds? It seems like it. So, and that's hooked up. We just need to hook up the other one, and then we can power them. Oh, did I say Mark 4? It needs to be 5. Yep. Yeah, thank you, Martin. And Ryan. I really love this game, but I'm going to start going crazy because I never know how much I should produce. That's probably the single biggest question that gets asked all the time, I think, is how do you know how much you need of something? And there's no answer. Other than you could look up on the wiki what you'll need in the next space elevator phase. Ultimately, if you're just playing the game and you're not looking anything up, the only information you have is what's up here, right? This thing up here. Like, oh, I need 500 of those things. So the only way you can really do it, if you were to be in a vacuum and not look up stuff online, is go, okay, that's an assembly director system. How much of these do I need? I need 500. One machine will make 0.75 per minute. So 500 divided by 0.75 means it'll take 666 minutes. If you divide that by 60, gives us our hours, right? So it'll take 11 hours. So if you just made one machine, it'll take 11 hours. Are you happy with that number? I'd be happy with that number, actually, because it's going to take more than 11 hours then to get the next few things done. It's like, yeah, that can trickle up at a low rate, you know? What's going to happen at the next tier? I don't know, but maybe that's just how you should play the game. That's how they want you to play, right? And just plan for what is right in front of you, kind of. So you'd simply say, like, okay, maybe I'll just try to do one machine. Maybe I'll try to go crazy and do 2 machines. But I think that's what how you're supposed to kind of look at the game. I think, because that's how they present it to you. So it's like, okay, so what do I need then? And then you just have to keep working back. You're like, okay, to make one supercomputer at the same, or sorry, you know, 0.75 to 0.75, well then, what do I need then? Like, okay, I need, these make more than I need. Great. Well, I could underclock them, so technically I only need 0.75, so you could go 0.75. And that'll tell you how much of all these you need now. Like, okay, so then you just keep going back, and you just got to keep doing that. There's no golden answer. It's like, okay, you could double the number and make that 11 hours go down to 5 or 6. You could quadruple it and bring it down to 2.5 hours. Is there any point in doing that? The time you're going to invest in building all that extra stuff probably outweighs the 11 hours that it would have just taken to let it get done on its own. And you could throw in a summer sloop to double it straight up. Is also another thing you could do. So how do I know how much I need of something? The only answer I can really give beyond kind of a gut feeling is look up what phase you're at and try to hit those targets in what you think might be a reasonable time. Or how long you feel like it'll take you to build the things it would need. It's like, if you feel like you're really good at building, you're like, 11 hours, I can build an entire concrete factory and whatever. If I can do this way quicker. I want to get this done in 6 hours. You know, the 6 hours I'll save, it'll only cost me 1 extra hour to build all that extra stuff. So you can math that out in your mind and be like, yeah, I'll save 4 then overall, maybe. But that's the best answer I have. Maybe other people have a better answer, but I don't know. You need conveyor lift 5 also? Did I not have that? I'll check that in a second. Alright, we'll turn this on now. I've been slow enough as it is. We're still on the first thing to do today. Unlike yesterday, even though I was waffling on yesterday as well, we actually made really great progress. Got loads done. A little wonky, but it's okay. Alright, let's power these on. Now they need their... Oh, I haven't done the water yet, actually, either, so I'll have to wait. So that's Mark 5, that's good. And then we'll just check down here. That's a Mark 5. The needed things. I think it's Mark 5 belts, and these are Mark 5. Okay, we'll notice if there's gaps on it. No, there's something wrong. Well, there will be gaps, actually, because it's a 780 belt. But anyway, it should be fine. Right, so we've got all that stuff in place now. Now it's just basically 1,000 water per minute. So the water extractor does 120. So 1,000 divided by 120. We need 8.333. So we need 9 water extractors. We could just do 10 water extractors, and then we make sure 5 of them feed into the first 5 and 5 feed into the other 5. So let's do that. Can we nudge this building? No, it doesn't let you. Good answer, because I don't like looking stuff up online. That's same here. Same here. My other rule of thumb, just really quickly, for this new series going forward is not for necessarily how much do you think you should make, but a way you can avoid hitting that next tier and realizing that, oh, I just have to go and redo something, or getting a new belt or getting a new miner and being like, oh my god, now I have to like redo this factory because I can see now that like it could be improved so much, or we can get much more out of it, I need more, that kind of thing. 2 things. 1, you could always go somewhere else in the world and just start fresh to avoid that feeling. Because I feel like a reason people burn out is they feel like, oh, I just hit this next thing. It took me so long to get 2 computers per minute. Now I feel like I need 6. So you look at your computer factory and you think, oh, I have to redo loads of things, and it's real messy, and you're trying to reorganize it. That can lead to burnout. You want that feeling of always making progress and doing something new rather than going back to something old and changing it. So people need to get out of the mindset of changing what they've done. And instead, the world is massive. Just go somewhere else and start a new thing. It's better that way. I know power is a limiting factor too, but still. The other thing would be, I think it's wise to build factories where you're using every bit of ore out of a node that you can. Now, you could look at a node and say, copper or something, we can ultimately get 1200 per minute out of a pure node. That's a bit extreme for starting the game that way. So you're not going to build to that specification, right? It's too much. But if you're starting the game, you could maybe look at, say, okay, I've got a 120 belt speed right now. Right, I've just started. I've got my second tier of belts. I'm on tier 2 or whatever. Got 120 belt speed. The next tier up is 270. You wouldn't know that, I guess, unless you've played the game before or you looked that up. But I do think it's wise to maybe say, I'm going to build this factory assuming that I'll have the next belt speed so that I can get 270 out of my miner rather than 120. Obviously, given the miner's capability or whatever. That way, if you build that way, you build just a little bit bigger than you needed to, just ready for that next milestone. When you do get that milestone, all you have to do is go around and upgrade your belts, and then maybe just attach your power line to the machines that were just sat there, not being able to run, right? Because let's say I could only have a belt speed that could feed the first 4 of these, and the rest wouldn't really work. Well, then you need to cut the line. Otherwise, they'll be fluctuating all up and down and stuff. So just cut the line, turn off those other machines, and power those first 4. But then when I unlock that belt, it's such an easy feeling then, or a much easier way to upgrade something. You don't have to rethink your logistics. You don't have to rethink any planning. You've already planned for it because you knew the number, I guess. And you just connect that line back up. You just go through here and you go, hey, I've got Mark 6 now. Bonk, bonk, bing, bonk, bonk. And you're done. Reminds me that we missed that one. So yeah, so that's another thing I would do to maybe help forward plan just a little bit. It's like, oh, I'm making just a little more than I probably needed to because I'm anticipating getting the next belt. And I'm trying to use everything out of the ore that I'm at. And then, you know, when I get the belt above that even again, I'll just go to a different node. I'm not going to redo this factory. That's how I feel about it anyway. Alright, so water extractors. I wanted to do the junction somewhere here. Get this started. I guess we could actually start here. We can hold control. No? It's not letting me do it. Oh, it is. Good. But the resource is not deep enough. Alright, we'll start out here then. Got enough room for one of these? Yeah. Alright, so it's 1. We need 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then we need another 5. I'll just put out the back. That just worked out really nicely, didn't it? Alright, great. So I can fly for a moment. Bring this to here. The 5 of them are going to go to the right. The other 5 are going to go to the left. These aligned in the center? Yeah. Need Mark II pipes. Actually, we'll send these out to the left, the others out to the right, just because they've built that little bridge thing. Not that it matters, I suppose. Ah, clean pipe, please. And then just make it copper. Hey, Daron. Great game and gamer. Oh, I'm sorry, Sharp. That's a shame. I'm from Texas, so I build everything big from jump and leave space for expansions. From the jump, yeah. That's the way to do it. Overbuild is always just a general good rule, but even then it's like, how much do I overbuild? That's the dilemma for every content creator. Should I keep making basic and beginner videos to get more people on board, or should I get deeper and add more value to the content? Yeah, to some extent, yeah. I just do Let's Plays. I used to do reviews and guides and all sorts, but now I just do Let's Plays, and they've just done way better for me overall, so I never make guides. My Let's Play just is a guide, I guess, to some people. But yeah, I don't actually make anything else other than these streams and just like the actual episodic sort of Let's Play. I've never made shorts for the game. I don't make little guides to tell you the best tips or the best build ideas or anything like that. It's just, I'm just stay in my lane, I guess. And since doing that, everything's just gone way better for me anyway. So I trust it. Alright, let's do the same for on this other side now. Bring this with me. Clear those in a moment. That was a great position on that one. Good job, Darren. No fluid. You don't need a fluid buffer. We did I did a long talk actually just earlier, maybe 30 minutes ago, about fluids in the game. How to guarantee that everything always runs smoothly, whether you're using 600 on a pipe or 300 or whatever. You don't need a buffer. But I like using buffers. I like to just have them, but they're actually just completely useless for the most part. For the most part. Buffers would be great if they acted like mergers, where you could send in 2 or 3 inputs and get one out. But they're just totally, pretty much unnecessary, just on their own. In my experience, can't really think of a reason that you'd ever use one. A buffer just acts as a pipe segment to the game's logic. No difference than a pipe. Pipe has a capacities for this one based on the length, right? It's 24, basically. A buffer acts in the game's logic the exact same. There's no height to it. It's just a big pipe. So it's like, okay, what's the point of that? Watching the methodology and considerations approaches most helpful to me. Allows me to take pieces and apply it my own way. Nice, yeah. That's the other thing that always surprised me. I'm surprised that people do build the exact same stuff. I don't mind if they do. But I do think the best takeaway from content like this, hopefully people just find it chill and entertaining and stuff, but if you're looking to learn from the game and everything, learn for the game, is to take ideas and apply them and change them yourself. You know, it's like, oh, like Darren built this factory, maybe I'll build something really similar, but I think I can do it better or put my own spin on it. I always think that's the best. I love it when people show factories in my Discord and stuff, and they're like, it looks almost like my one, but they're like, oh, but I added more machines, I overclocked it, or I used the summer sloop or something. My dad is calling me. Just hang on. Bear with me 1 second. Doesn't really call. Hopefully everything's okay. Normally I would actually just leave the microphone on, but I just thought maybe it's bad news, so... but it's all good. Anyways. Okay, that's done, right? Can't remember what I was saying about that stuff. Pipes. Buffers are great when you use trains to transport... Oh yeah, sorry. Buffers are a necessity if you're using trains, because trains obviously stop the input. I don't use trains too much. So I didn't consider that. But you know, you're totally right. In a situation like that, a buffer would be good. I used them when I had... I delivered oil from Blue Crater all the way around to actually just about out here. It was a huge... It's like a 14 carriage fluid train that brought it all the way out here. So I had a lot of buffers for that. So yeah, no, totally. There is a reason, for sure. Alright, I think the water's pretty much good to go, so we'll just hook up a little power supply thing for these. Excuse me, I'll see if I can build something a bit different. Do one of these. Now how do I get that? You can't nudge this. I want it to be at the top, you know? Like just... using the corners. Is there a way to do that? Oh yeah, hold the control. Nice, got it. People told me that before and I always forget that. Just wonder, can I make this symmetrical? I don't know. Because it's coming over the edge there, but does it need to? How long is one of these side to side, I guess? Question. So it's coming over much more here than it's short there, right? It's not... Surely they wouldn't do that, though. This must be... Yeah, okay, that's fine. Just as long as that adds up, then it's okay. Alright. Good, good, good. Alright, so let's get these guys some power. I'll have to underclock these as well, actually. You don't need this many. We need 1,000 water, and there's 10 of them. So each one just needs to do 100. Might just get this one to go through to this side. Yes. Son of a bitch. Will you underclock those water extractors? Yep. Damn it. Yeah, so 100 each. I'll copy those settings in a sec. I feel like actually water extractors, you can't copy the settings. You just have to do it manually. It's a bit of a pain. Alright, cool. So there we go. They should be all fed with power. Get rid of this. Hello, Nix. Alright, just for now, we'll just connect this one up. I might move this later. That gets them all going. We want these to be powered first and fill all of these completely. So having them do more than they need right now, that's fine. But let's just start to bring them down. 83.3333. Nix. I'm sorry. Working. Gotta put nuts on the table for you. Nuts and wet food. That was weird. I always feel so bad when I reject her like that. She looks up at me like, what did I do wrong? Only recently has she started doing that, where she's like one of the least affectionate cats ever. So when she does show affection, it's like so nice. Or at least we feel it's nice. So to reject her when she's so vulnerable like that, feels bad, man. The other cat that we have on the other hand, though, is like the most affectionate cat ever. Rolls over on her tummy and just wants you to play with her and stuff all the time. Brings you toys and stuff. Alrighty. That's the water. So when these are all full, then we can activate it, or we can let the limestone come out here. It looks like they're pretty much full now. Wow, that was quick. Great. Let the pipes continue to fill up and everything, but I think we're good to connect it up now. Oh, we haven't hooked up the outputs for where the concrete's gonna go, so I'll have to just wait. We'll let them just overfill and just get backed up. That's fine. Concrete, we said we're gonna send into a series of depots, so it's coming out this way. Now, we make 800 per minute on 2 separate lines that are evenly adjusted, so it's 400 and 400 per minute. So my upload speed's really low right now. It's like 30 per minute in the game. But I think I said I would do 6 dimensional depots. Yeah, and that's good, because then we can just divide it. We can split 3 ways really nicely into each one. That would be nice. And hopefully simple. Do I want to do regular storage? Probably. Well, just so we can come here and pick some up if we really want to. I think that would probably be wise. And then we'll have a smart splitter, so we can continue production. You don't want things to ever stop. You know if foundation patterns are fixed yet? I didn't know they were broken. Have you had any issues? I think I recognize your client as the new one. Yeah, I updated today. I did have issues. I've had I've had 1 issue today. Yesterday, I had loads of issues. I haven't really tested them to see if they're still happening. I can't even fully remember. We had 4. We counted 4 big issues. I've never noticed any bugs in this game. Like, almost ever. So it was pretty surprising to get hit with so many so quickly. These need to be turned around. My bad. Oh, game. Yeah, so long story short, I don't really know. The one we had today was that my FPS completely died when I blew up some boulders, and it just became a slideshow. I had to look away from it, and it kind of got better, and then it eventually fixed itself. But that was, like, incredible. Like, it went down to literally 1 FPS, maybe less than 1. It was just like, oh, okay, we have to wait, like, 30 seconds to a minute until the boulder just cleared. That was rough. The things I noticed yesterday was, like, I couldn't get rid of the truck. Like, I hopped into a truck, and I tried to check its nodes by pressing X, and I couldn't do that. But I could sometimes, so not all the time it worked. Tough one to track or why that was going on. They also had a problem with the customizer, but I used their workaround so that I didn't have that issue, so that was okay. Yeah, other than that, I can't really remember. Yesterday, you had snapping issues at your catwalks. Oh yeah, that was it. I couldn't snap catwalks, so they wouldn't latch onto anything if I pressed control or not. Didn't matter. Ugh, made a bit of an error here. Oh, we could bring the pipe up and over, actually. Should be okay with that height. Actually... 3 is as high as you can go. Wow, didn't know that. Oh, we can see the pipeline. Alright, anyways, so this only needs to be Mark IV, actually. Okay, and this will just go into one of these. Maybe that's too high, damn. That's okay. Okay, so the idea is that basically each one has its own little container. It goes up to these, feeds into the dimensional depots. And when they're back up, we'll have to do an overflow somewhere. Probably just right here, and that'll go around to an awesome sink or something. We'll need 2 awesome sinks. I can't do it with 1. Till we get an improved belt speed. So I guess 1 awesome sink will go somewhere here, maybe just there. And the other one will have to go out here. And I'll catch my shot just when I run this. I'm just laser focused on getting this up and running. Go here then. Oh, I guess that's kind of silly. You guys might be telling me something important. Wonderful as usual. Eagerly awaiting for the new save file. Yeah, sorry. What do you do with these save files every time? I have to ask. You're the only person that asks me for them. You think that once you get 1 save file, you're like, cool, I'll work from this. But you ask every time. Not that I mind. I have no problem giving out my save file. I'm just curious. Right, so overflow out the right. And this can overflow out the left. I'll hook that up to power. And that one. Right, that should be it. We can turn it on now properly. The pipes are totally full. Okay, cool. We're ready to go. Let's start it up. How do you feel about clipping? Can't stand it. Can't have that. -1 for clipping, but low priority fix. What's clipping? I didn't clip anything here, did I? Yeah, I don't like clipping, so I try to avoid it. I mean, some of the power lines right now might be clipping, but I'll, you know, that power lines, that's okay. But only when temporary. I still even try to make sure they don't clip as, you know, visibly anyway. Sometimes I might clip them through a floor, but, you know. Don't forget the lifts for the depots. Got you covered, man. Got you covered. Alright, let's turn these on then. I got a little spider. Oh, so annoying. Whatever. Okay, I'll fix that later. Oh yeah, and I gotta obviously trim the trees out of this. I'll do that as well. Do it in a moment. Just wanted to get this started. Right, so that's the first batch going down. It should be 6 hundo per minute. Rolling in. And that'll be this pipeline. So what we want to do is maybe, you don't have to do this, but I'm just going to do it for OCD purposes. Now the machines are running, we can let these guys all just run properly again. And they should never need me to do this again after this. These are starting up as well. Nice. That's it. That's what it was all for. So we'll take all this concrete out, and now we can like watch that number trickle up. So we're doing, well, let me see, 210 per minute. It's not that much. This is doing 6, but there is one in a different place doing it as well. But you know, it's better than what we had before. It was just 30 per minute. Now it's 210 going into the cloud. And then, of course, we have a little bit stored up here if we want to come down here and pick it up. Have you been making detailed styled factories? Not in this playthrough, no. I haven't really focused on cosmetics at all because it just slows things down, and I've found most people who are watching just prefer me to do logistics and stuff. So that's what I've mostly been focusing on. The dimensional depot only holds X amount. Why so many? So it fills faster. For something like concrete, with a concrete blueprint, you know, let's say I'm building out like a big section. This alone, this little section here costs 224 concrete. If you want to do this like 10 times over, you know, my cloud only stores 2,000. But at least now it's going to refill quite quickly without me having to make trips back and forth. So the only real things you should ever add multiple depots to is something like cable, concrete, wire, maybe iron plates, but mostly concrete. You know, if you had like 500 per minute going into depots, then you'll almost never run out while you're building. You'll never have to wait. Even if you spam things down. Excuse me. What's your max storage for your depot inventory? It's 4 stacks. So a stack of concrete is 500, so 4 stacks would be 2,000. Right, let me just chop away some of this crap, clean up the area a bit. Then we're going to run to the liquid biofuel plant and dump it in there. An ad popped up and missed it? Ugh. It's the worst. Gotta get that YouTube Premium, man. No ads. What's your... Oh, yeah, I read that already. Every time I delete fluids, I just picture the Pioneer chugging... I kind of picture him, like, turning a valve and just letting it drain. I've always thought of it like that. But that's funny, too. It's just he actually just drinks it. But when it's like... I've always thought of it for oil. It's like you're just draining it. You know, you flush... When you do that thing where you flush buffers or you flush pipes, it actually pulls that little lever. It's always kind of cool to think about too. Alright, pretty much done. Do my little bit of cosmetics just to make it look like I made some sort of effort. I did say like a roof would go on this place, right? That'd be the idea. That wouldn't just be a floating bar. Ideally. Alright, that's all good. Blue these ones as well. And we'll get back to work. Actually, I'll let the whole thing be colored. Normally I alternate the colors, but I'll just speed up a bit. So like the trim color would be the opposite of this. But we'll take a look at the machines. Hopefully they're all running at 100%. That's the other goal of doing it this way. 98. They should get up to 100. As the manifold makes its way down. Although, actually, there is no manifold here. That's not what I would consider a manifold, because everything is taking 120 per minute. So it's just a Mark II lift the whole way down. So nothing should ever run at 98. That might be because I literally just cut the belt for a moment and then powered it back on. So that could be why that happened. And then these, I'd normally color blue. Alright, and there we go. Pretty easy. Took way longer than it should have. So concrete production, 10 refineries, 800 concrete per minute. Done. Picture of dumping it in the ocean. I've been saving up all my extra biomass to use when I get a liquid biofuel plant set up later. Yeah, you should do that, definitely. It's always a good idea. I've got like 40,000 biomass, or liquid biofuel now. It's kind of ridiculous. I'll head down there and go to it now that I've got some stuff in my inventory again to clear. And then we'll come back here and continue. So the reason for even getting this concrete is because I was going to pave out a big area here. And I wanted to increase the production anyway, because we weren't making that much. My concrete would have been made, it's made up on another part of the map. So it's like, oh, that would have been a big journey back and forth all the time. So now I've got one closer by, but also we're filling it faster. So that was the idea. Let's just turn off those resources now. Go clean up the map. Let's go for a drive. Out of here. How are you guys today? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, Christian. You need to build a drone port at your liquid biomass factory so you can just drone your biomass to drop it off. That would be the idea, yeah. We'd need a few drone ports so that multiple places could call drones to them, delivering in the liquid biofuel for trucks. Yeah, I just never factored it or considered it because I didn't think we'd have that much. We do have loads. And I can't do that right now. Because the unfortunate thing with drones is they can't be powered by liquid biofuel, right? So that means I would really need to set up a new power source for drones out there to do that. So it's like a whole thing. Fine. Nailed it. Oh my god. Gotta be careful here because... Oh no, I'm not carrying sloops or anything, but if you fall off the edge, you're done. Let's activate that. And this, if I recall correctly, is blocked by boulders, and we can't blow them up right now because the frame rate will die, so we'll have to hop around it. I reckon we could probably just jet back the rest of the way. We're pretty close now. Put my coffee up when you said that. So you need to build a drone port. Putting it up your butt. Oh, right, I see. What does boof mean? So, oh, you think he boofs it? I see. I've followed the chain all the way back now. Where does the water go? Where does he drain it out? Ace Coolis says he thinks he boofs it. Which I didn't know what that meant either. Apparently it means your butt. What's that? Oh, it hasn't loaded in, right? It's like one of those mushroom things. Yeah, there we go. They're really bad for pop-in. You need to increase the distances on those. Can you... Have you... No, I don't like hypertube cannons. Can you disable the bounding box lines? After a week of not playing, those lines appear, and I don't like them. Yeah, it's a glitch when they do appear. So, these bounding box lines... Do you mean when you're building? There is an option now for getting rid of them. Somewhere. Or at least, I haven't checked it, but they said they are adding an option for that. Maybe it's not in yet. I don't know. Should be somewhere in there. If it's not, there is a glitch in the game where if you build a blueprint, all the bounding boxes show, and you have to, I think, just like select something else or delete something to get rid of them, then they all go away. But anyway, I'm not entirely sure. Gonna drop this stuff in. This will get made into a variety of liquid biofuel for me. Do we have any slugs in the inventory? Nope. Anything else that we could add in here? Oh, I forgot to check the hard drive that we got a while ago. Have to do that. Leaves. Take that out. Alright, cool. It'd be cool to leave a boombox down here, actually, that just plays music. This place is backed up again. So we got 4800, 4800, 4800, another 4800, 4 more 4800s. 8, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12 times 4800 is how much liquid biofuel we have. We got 57,000. So silly. Well, let's just keep piling them up. Do another one here. Why not? The bigger ones up this side again. And just temporarily, I'll just throw my inventory here for a sec. Right, so... that in there. To get everything running again. I don't know what to do with all this. I mean, the idea is that one day this will just, I guess, suppose, power all our trucks and stuff. But yeah, like that person was saying, we need to get a drone port to ferry this out of here. Or train, honestly, at this point. But a drone port to actually reach the other truck stations and stuff would be ideal. Alright, so which ones weren't full? Here. Alright, cool. Almost at our capacity. There we go. And we've got slugs being made into power shards here as well. We've got 221 at the moment. Damn. Alright, so no hypertube cannon. What about just a few entrances before a tube to speed it up? Nah. I just don't like it because, first of all, I don't like hypertubes anyway. It's very rare that I use them. The main it's just a me thing. I don't mind what other people do. The main reason I don't is because it jolts you out into third person. I feel like it's just very glitchy. And then when you're going through multiple, it's like... and it's just like, I don't know, man. Is it meant to be done that way? Probably not. It's just a bit silly. But people, you know, do whatever you want. I don't care. But I just don't like it. Feel bad for cheating on your live streams lately and watching your mate Jack WTS instead. Oh, work the space. I was thinking, what's WTS? Jack. Yeah. I never called him Jack. I always called him by his last name. I don't know if it's out there, so I won't say it. But yeah, we worked together. We sat across from each other. Great guy. Really nice. We used to go for lunch and everything together. It's really... I never would have thought he'd become a YouTuber. And way bigger and better than me. So shout out to him. He's worked the space as a football manager focused YouTube channel, but also I think he does F1 manager and some other games like that now. Yeah, shout out to him. Great guy. He worked in cinematics for Total War Warhammer, and I worked in marketing, and we sat just like behind my monitor was him. And my other good friend, Sam. Anyway, at this Spencer, it makes sense to take your sloops back. Because we have so much. No, never. Never. Yeah, we got sloops in all of these machines. I've been finding more sloops. I got 5 now, so it's all good. If I ran out, I'd probably take some from here. Hello. Alright, let's go back to the site and continue work. I'm quite laid back on the stream today, but I've been having fun. Concrete production was fun. Now we're going to build... So, in order to better prepare for the future, I want to make high-speed connectors, and we need to make AI limiters. So this is going to be an AI limiter factory. To do that, effectively, we need circuit boards. Yeah, so in total, we need quick wire, circuit boards, copper sheets, and cable. That's it. It's not too complicated. And then in the future, after that, we'll do another bigger aluminum plant. I know this is taking a while. I don't normally just run across the map. Normally I would zipline. But this is a new area that I haven't built ziplines out towards yet. From this direction, anyway. I can see if we come across any spheres or sloops. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that hard drive. Let's just check that real quick. Leached iron ingots or tempered copper ingots. I'm just going to rescan that. Damn, we rolled that one earlier as well. Automated miners as well. Alright, let's just search that other hard drive. See what we get. I'm looking, I was hoping to find that. What's the, I can't remember what it is, but I'm missing a recipe. For circuit boards, was it? I think? Yeah, silicon circuits, I think is what someone said. So that would be a good one to get. Just to weigh that up. 15 encased industrial beams, is it? Mark that so that we can see that we've got it. Don't see any items here. Weirdly. Found another one though. Guessing it's probably up there. He had a fun late... Oh yeah, he was really big into Planet Coaster. I'll be honest. Dude, when he should have been working, he was playing Planet Coaster quite a bit. He's like, oh, I'm waiting on renders. It's like, yeah, sure you are. Got some seriously long renders, man. But a lot of people do that. He wasn't on my team, so it didn't bother me. But people on my team that did that pissed me off to no end. Because I was very busy and very diligent in my work. And I would stay late. And people are fucking playing Overwatch behind me. It drive me nuts. During the fucking day. And then the boss man come around. Monitor flicks over. It's like, fuck. Anyway. So glad to not be in an office anymore. Where's my gun? Shot him in the back like a coward. Anyway. I'm using the smoke as cover. Remember, we looked into their eyes and we saw that there's like full ray tracing. It's kind of crazy. Like actual real-time reflections. I can't remember how we saw it because I built something and then we saw it in his eye or something like that, didn't we? You see it? It's there. That's crazy. Well, it was there. I can't really see it now. Yeah, it's like I can kind of see it. A little bit at the bottom, right? The yellow bars. It's really warped and very small, but that is it. It wasn't there. Get rid of these. Anyways. Steel beam. I just like the idea of them... No, I'm not there. Yeah, that's true. I don't think you see yourself in any reflections in the game. Shadow's there, though. Let's mark that one as well. Bonk. Alright, good. Which way am I going? To the west. Anyways, the protagonist of this game has really big breasts. Is she a female in this setting? I think it's kind of a combination of both. So you don't have to say either way. Oh, his surname is known. Understand you not want to say that. Yeah, just in case. You never know. Although, yeah, if you work at a game on a game company, obviously he's in the credits, so obviously you can find it. Sorry, and I used to play Oxygen Not Included during his sprint planning meetings, so can't really begrudge people doing that. Oh, during just sprint planning meetings. Each to their own, man. Each to their own. But yeah, just like I said, I didn't really mind. Some of them not on my team. It's not my concern really, but I don't know. Look, it's not for me to judge or project on anyone. I was at a company I really wanted to work at, so when I saw people at the company that was making my favorite game not working, dossing off, and then complaining about like certain things and stuff, it's like, dude, you can't have it both ways. You can't complain about management and then you sit around playing video games when you're supposed to be working and you've got nothing to do, and then you're making up stuff in your stand-up meetings and things about what you're doing that day. And it's like all you did was answer a couple emails. Literally. I mean, this is marketing for games, right? So there is not that much going on until it's like release time and stuff. And yeah, I won't say who specifically these people were, but like, it's like, oh, influencer relations person just playing video games because he's not talking to anyone that day. It's like, it's just, I don't know. It's like, how can you not feel bad about it? How can you just go into a place, waste... I guess if you don't care about the company, I suppose, it's just like waste their time, basically wasting your own time just to cash a check. It's like, I don't know, man. It's not for me. I was earning more than almost everyone around me by the time I left, and I was still unhappy, so I left because I was like, this is just so ridiculous. So, but I get it if people are just out there for the paycheck or whatever. I get it. Kind of. I mean, I didn't have any fallback for money when I left. I was making $200 on YouTube every month when I left, and I was like, I'm just going to do something I care about because I'm still young at the time. Anyways, what mods am I using? I'm not using any mods. Saw the power poles the first time, I think. Automated miners into a depot isn't terrible. No, definitely. Yeah. That recipe that came up. I'd think about it. It's just there's other recipes I want to get instead. Right, so the whole point was to grab some concrete. Now we can actually fill up on it. Pull some out of this one. Put back in. That was also my first time working in an office, so I'm guessing that just happens everywhere. I've got a bunch of friends, and they just say like, oh, we work from home, but on those days that we work from home, we don't work. They just go out, they do other things, they go to the gym. It's like, okay, great. So everyone's just like taking the piss, I guess. Cool. Good to know. That's fine. But don't complain to me when your office has layoffs and you're part of it. I think you forfeit that at that point, in my opinion. Maybe that's a hard conservative stance or something, but just in that regard. I find it funny. I had the very same friend who told me that he doesn't really do any work during work from home, pretty much all through COVID. You're like, oh, they laid off 60 people and he got laid off. It's like, well, Maybe you should have done some more work. I think it's fine to have a stream up on the other screen. I'm talking about people that are literally not doing anything. Yeah, it's okay to be like not entirely fully engaged all the time, every waking minute of the day. I'm talking about hours go by and I look around and the person's like ranking up in Overwatch and I'm like, okay. Anyways, so enough about that. Let's just build foundations and figure out. So I have that power up. What we're going to need is quick wire and circuit boards. So now we actually have to do the planning and figure out how much of all this stuff we're going to need. So high-speed connectors. I think it's reasonable to assume that maybe 3.75 actually seems like that's all you'd need. I don't want to overbuild. I'm trying to go through the game a bit quicker, so I think that's fine. It's 210 quick wire per minute, so it is a lot just to do that. And then 3.75 circuit boards. The other option is to go with the silica, which is why if I had the silicon circuit boards, that would be really nice because it's another way to kind of combine it in there. And it takes less. Although it puts out less. Oh, so the circuit boards to the high-speed connectors is actually 1-to-1 either way. Okay, that's good to know. Silica's a bit far away anyway, so let's just go with the copper one. Where we use cable. Alright, so I'm just going to write it down real quick. That's 210 quick wire per minute. 37.5 cable. And 3.75 circuits. And that's all the high-speed connectors we'll need. High-speed connectors. Those people need to be fired. Hey, you talking about me? If you're a business owner, it's not a shitty mindset. You should do the work independently. What a shitty mindset, says Ryan. Or at Ryan. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I shit on company time. Yeah, this is going to be a controversial chat, I think, for a while now. Because, yeah, I disagree with that. You know, I think you should take pride in your work. It doesn't matter who you're working for or how much they're on, in my opinion. But, you know, that's just my opinion. Like, I wasn't a boss. I still am into one. I do work for myself now, which is great. But when I worked at that company, I wasn't in a leadership role. And I stayed late. I just cared about my work. Now, I can understand if people don't like what they do. Maybe that's different. You know, whatever it might be. I worked for a company that I was really excited to work for. And felt very lucky to work for. That was totally taking advantage of me in terms of pay. And I got my pay eventually, towards the end. But, you know, I was young, so I didn't really know what I should be asking for or anything like that, or how to negotiate. And I didn't even know that I'd be so valuable until much later. And then it became clear that everyone around me wasn't as valuable. We weren't really doing as much. And I was like, oh, I'm actually quite needed, which is cool. But I don't think I could feel good about myself if I was taking advantage of someone else or just not caring about what I was doing. I would have to just leave and do something that I felt more passionate about. That's just me. Not everyone's in the situation where they could do that, obviously, but yeah. Like, you know, I don't know. I also, the people I worked with, I remember one guy who was, he got the train to work every day. And he was like, oh, I just hop the barriers. I don't pay, I just hop the barriers. And that really annoyed me, because it's like, I don't know, man, like, it hurts everyone when you do that. And I think the person at a company who doesn't put in, you know, decent effort, let's say. Not, you don't have to be like, there early, leaving late. I'm not saying that. But, you know, just doing what you should, what's required of you. You're hurting the other people on your team if you're in a team. That's how I see it. But it is just my opinion. I really am judging anyone. You really can do whatever you want. I only got mad when I was in the situation when people around me were doing that. No one's ever come to me and said, like, oh, like I said, my friends, they're like dossing off during work from home. I don't go like, oh, and like talk down to them or anything. Still my friends and all that. But if I was working with them, I'd be annoyed. Sorry, I don't even need to be building these. We're still working things out. Oh yeah, and the hard drive's done. Let's check it. That was really quick 10 minutes. Probably come as no surprise to you either. I didn't have many friends on my team back in that office either. I had lots of friends on other teams though. Rubber concrete. We have to redo the whole thing? No, it's all good. And a heat exchange. I'm just going to rescan this because I don't want either of these. Damn, still didn't get what I really wanted though. A quick wire stator. That's not going to happen. Well, I guess I'll just leave them here. I don't want either. Don't want either. Maybe could end up wanting that. Don't know yet. It's a bit advanced for me. That one's interesting. That's also interesting. You throw in nitric acid. I don't even know how you get that. And you get dissolved silica. Again, something I've never seen before. So those are two new things for me. I feel like I probably will go with that. I don't think I'll go with that. But we'll leave these here until we need them. That's the idea. Have I ever talked about my fence hopping coworker before? I don't think so. I've actually very rarely ever spoken about my coworkers. Because it's sort of in poor taste. So no. It just came to mind because that person mentioned Jack, who is a YouTuber for that channel Work the Space, who is Work the Space, and he was my coworker. So it all came to mind from that, I suppose. Alright, anyway, so that's the high-speed connectors. We don't have any more hard drives, do we? I have two. Sweet, I didn't even realize. Okay, anyways, next thing would be quick wire bees. That'll sort itself out. Next thing is how many circuit boards we'll need. I suppose if I could just make as many as I can, that'd be great. Oh, and we need AI limiters. That's ultimately what the other main thing of this factory is. So, AI limiters. Did say I'd do this one where we don't use plastic, but that being said, the idea of the circuit boards was to actually use plastic here. What do I need circuit boards for then? Oh, for the high-speed connectors. Yeah, okay. So to go back, just to follow the same chain, circuit boards are needed for high-speed connectors. I was probably going to do this one. We mix quick wire in with plastic. That's interesting. So 12.5 plastic. I only need 3.75 circuits, so you know, technically one. That's to make the high-speed connectors. Obviously, I want to make more though, if we can. The 12.5 and then 37.5 quick wire. Okay, and that equals 8.75 circuits, and that's gonna go up there. I'm just drawing that in a notepad, so that's fine. So that's kind of our chain for high-speed connectors. It's actually pretty straightforward. Plastic, quick wire, and cable. That's all that's needed. Plastic, quick wire, and cable. Seems almost too easy. And then for AI limiters, which I guess is separate to this, we need plastic and quick wire. So still the same ingredients. Well, I'll just write down those numbers then. 120. Quick wire. And plastic is 28. So the exact same ingredients to make AI limiters as it is to make circuit boards with these recipes. Good to know. Why am I saving that hard drive reroll? I could be mistaken, but I'm not saving any. Oh, you mean at these? Just to prevent these from popping up, any of these popping up again. No point clicking anything, ever, until you need the recipe, and you're going to build with it. You might as well just leave it there, right? At least that's my logic. So it's like, oh, some of these are great. I'll just leave them there, though, until I'm actually going to build with them. Otherwise, they might pop up, you know, other things might pop up again. So I'm not in that situation. I just want to roll for, I want to try and get that other circuit board recipe, although I'm actually not going to use it now. considering that this seems to work out better. That's just the way it is. So AI limiter. But that's why I still kind of want to get it, right? Just see what else pops up for the future as well. So that's 8 per minute. I'll get out of there. So we need a lot of AI limiters. I'm going to target maybe something like 80 per minute. Maybe. We'll see how much quickwire we can kind of get. That'll be our limiting factor. So at the moment... Thanks, Andrew Pierce, by the way. Appreciate that. And sorry for talking about real-world topics for a minute. I know you don't have to share my opinion on any of it. And thanks, by the way. Appreciate that. Quite a lot, actually, as well. Thanks. So, all the quick wire will be 120 plus 210 plus 37.5. That's 367.5 if we were just using one machine, like for each of those recipes we looked at. We'll probably use more. Now, the quick wire recipe that I'll probably use mixes copper, because we need some of the copper to make cable. So I'm trying to synergize all of this into one place. That's the idea. So yeah, you can get a lot out of this. Now, Caterium, I think, is half the ore, isn't it? Unless we use this recipe. Oh no, then it is half the ore. Yeah. We get half the amount out of the ore for ingots. Okay. So if we were to use the full 780, if we could get 780 out of just one node, well, 780 then would be divided by 2, so it's 390. 390 is the amount of Caterium ingots. Divide that by 7.5, would there be 52 machines making quickwire? That's a lot, because they are other assemblers. I thought they were going to be refineries. Okay, that's okay. 52 refineries. And then we'll just have to figure out how to get the copper. That's fine. We'll figure that out. We'll use all those refineries to get loads of copper. 37.5 per minute is the exact amount you actually get out of the copper in and water combo. Cool. Plans are coming together. We'll start from the top down, though, I think. So one of the first things we need is the plastic. And we'll do the high-speed connectors first, so we can just clear that off. So let's begin. The to-do list is going to be kind of wrong, because we're doing things out of order, I guess. The copper alloy ingot is considered S tier in regard to time and effort, time versus effort benefits. Don't know how much plastic we're going to need, but I'll tap a pure node. Not sure. Copper alloy ingot. I don't know if I have that then, right? These are three I don't have right now. Okay, I'm happy with the recipes I got, but I believe you. Are you interested in keeping one of the recipes instead of rescanning? Again, I'm a bit confused. Sorry, yes, I get it, but you're looking for a specific recipe. You have one rescan. Do I? Oh, yeah. Good call. Basic iron ingot and a cooling device. So we just set up these yesterday. This takes in a motor. The normal one. Instead of rubber, you take in motors, and you don't have to have the water either. Whatever. I'll just leave it there. Again, because I just built it. It's like, well, that's not happening anytime soon, but maybe in the future. The oil is actually further away than I remember. Holy crap, it's really far. All the way over there, isn't it? Yeah. Totally forgot that. They had a massive oil plant out here way back when. I don't even know why I was starting there. I mean, where do I need to start? We need copper ore to come in, but it's probably going to be driven in, or maybe even a train could bring it in. Local train. machine. Alt HSC recipe uses a lot less quickwire. The Alt high-speed connector recipe. Let's check it out as well. That's only 90 per minute, 3 circuit boards. Yeah, but that needs silica. So I'd have to make silica. Which isn't that difficult, it's just I'd have to go somewhere else for it. Because the quartz is like in here, I think, in the mountains. I think it's alright. I don't mind doing it this way. It is a lot less though. 3 times less or something, right? 90 per minute, you get 3 out. It's 210 per minute, 918. That's about half. You get a little bit more connectors out. Tempting, but no. Gotta go and breed grown up. See you later, Martin. You could just sneak up to those things and hit them without opening them. Yeah, I know, yeah. You can shoot them from afar and they don't open either. Yeah, the West Coast oil fields have set up a bunch of fuel plants here. That's what I did originally. Now I'm just going to take one of the nodes right now and turn it into plastic. And hope that in the future we'll use the other nodes for other things. Right. Foundations. And things are completing too fast. I have no time. Color that so I know where it is. Yeah, we'll use this area, why the hell not? Okay, let's check out the hard drive. God, these minutes are just flying. I can't believe how fast time is flying by. I feel like I'm doing nothing. What do we get? Insulated crystal oscillator and plastic smart plating. No. What else you got? Rubber, concrete, heat exchanger again. Alright, fine. Let's just throw in the next one. Leave it at that. There's a hard drive out here as well that we could use soon. One of them is an oil geyser here? I thought there was actually just 5. Not enough space. Fair enough. You got me. I was like, why is it not working? Alright, let's concrete the crap out of this place. Let's go. Alright, good enough for now. I also have blueprints that can do this. I just thought we'd just zoop it like crazy. Alright, nice. Didn't you create the concrete storage so that you can spam massive foundations to speed up building? I did, but 210 per minute filling up is nice, but it's not an... I thought, like, I still want to fill up my inventory. Yeah, because it's only 210 per minute. I just built thousands. Like, I would have run out of that 2,000 immediately. So obviously I still need some in my inventory. This will massively help, though, in building upper floors and just continuously going and using the double foundations that I often use as well. So it's still a benefit, but I didn't intend on using it, like, without having some... Yeah, exactly. 210 per minute, just for, like... This one foundation uses 224. My capacity is 2,000. So I could put down, what, 10 of these, and then I'm done. Then I'd have to wait. I'd have to wait 1 minute to build another one. So it's still good to fill up. Just when you're paving a large area like this. Alright, so that's our oil. We're going to start off with the plastic. Now, I don't know if I need it all to be plastic. We'll just use what we need, and then but leave it with room for expansion in the future. So we'll start off with just oil extractor. I'll go that way, actually. 240 per minute. I'll probably just leave it at that. And in the future, it can go up to 600. Great. 240 per minute. Now, the amount of plastic that I need right now, 12.5 for 8.75 circuits. Quickwire is actually kind of my limiting factor, and we worked out 52 machines is what's going to be making it. So the amount of quickwire that I'll be making then is 52 times 90. 4,680. Big numbers now. So 4,680 quickwire divided by 780 belt speed, which we're currently at, would mean it goes evenly onto 6 belts. Which is nice. Pretty good. Alright, 6 belts. Now, the reason that we need to know that at all is because we want to make AI limiters. AI limiters take quickwire. So do the circuit boards. So they take 120 quickwire per minute, and we're using the one with plastic. This will help me gauge how much oil I need for the plastic. So 4,680 is the amount of quickwire we have. That would be 39 machines of plastic, so obviously, or 39 machines for the AI limiters. That's quite a lot. We don't necessarily need to do 39 times 8. Save some of the quickwire for other things, i.e. more circuit boards. So I'm basically trying to divide up how much should go into AI limiters and how much should go into circuit boards. Tough to know. I don't know. Maybe we'll just try to hit like some kind of nice number. So what's that'd be 80 AI limiters. Would 160 AI limiters be good? The 20 times 120. 2,400? And maybe if we... So we just said that 6 belts are doing 780 per minute. So maybe we'll just take half of that. We'll do 3 of those belts. 3 times 780? Do 340. And that'll make logistics and life a lot easier, right? Because it's... Just take 3 of the belts. We do something with those. 3 full belts of quickwire. Okay, that's what we'll do. 3 full belts of quickwire. Will require... How much plastic does that need then? Whoop, that can't be right. 2,340, sorry, divided by 28. I must be mistaken. It's 28 plastic in and 120 quickwire. Oh yeah, sorry, I know what I'm doing wrong. So 2,340 divided by 120. It's 19.5 machines. Right, so you need 19.5 machines. 3 of these. 19.5 machines. So then how much plastic would they require? They would require 28. So that's 546 plastic. There you do it. So that leaves over the other amount. So now we have to see how much plastic is needed for the circuit boards. Let's figure that out. We're left with the same amount, which is 3 belts at 780. If we want to use and maximize all that, although I suppose we could just leave some plastic over as well. Want to use all this quickwire. Make circuit boards. That would be much more, actually. 37.5 is all we consume. So it's 62.4 machines. That's pretty crazy. 2.4 machines. And they would require 12.5 plastic each. Doesn't that just work out? 780. So we could tap another node, another oil node, crank it till we get 780 out of it. 780. Plastic is needed. Yeah, I'll be making quick wire here. We'll just bring in the ore. Good point. You don't want to be shipping in that too high volume. Okay. So, the total number of plastic that we need, that was a long-winded way of saying that we need 546 point... Oh, that's it. That's how much we need. We need 1,326 plastic. So let's look at how we do that. Actually, just before I even search that, I need to write that down. So, 1,326 plastic is needed for all of this. The amount of AI limiters we're going to get and circuit boards is actually really high. Yeah. Right, so that number, that's okay, plastic. We're going to, oh yeah, we get a big byproduct of heavy oil. Forgot about that. We could do some stuff, interesting things with that. So 30 oil gives us 20 plastic. Yikes, that's rough. Could sloop it if you want to go a bit crazy with it. I'd be kind of tempted to do that. Just double it straight up, 30 to 40. With 20, I think that might be a good idea. Although you'd have to have a lot, and it would be a lot of power. Maybe. Anyway, let's just see how we can get there naturally. Okay. That number. Is that right? If that's plastic, 1,326 plastic. Do I divide that by 20? Because that's the intake. So it would have been in 66 machines. So the other way to say that is 66 machines times 20 would be that amount of plastic. Yeah. So then we say how much oil they're taking in. It'd be nearly 2,000 oil. Could do it. It just seems like a lot of refineries. This build is too big. It looks that way. It looks like maybe we don't need to use every bit of quick wire. Could half this. Because it looks like we're going to be getting, just before I start it, because it's important to get this number right. We'll have a look at that thing in a moment. That would have been 62 roughly. That's how much circuit boards we'd be making? I mean, it would probably last the entire game. 540. I say just do it. I say just do it. What do you think? Just do it? Or do we half the amount? I mean, we have the oil here. It just seems like we're using a lot of oil to make a lot of plastic, to make a lot of circuit boards and a lot of AI limiters. The amount of AI limiters we'd be making... I didn't write that number down for some reason. Oh, no, I did. It'll be 19.5 machines times 8. We'd be making 156 AI limiters. That seems more reasonable, actually. Import my old... Yeah, if I had that old factory here, they would have it already. I'm going to go ahead with it. I don't think it'll take that long. Maybe I'll eat my words. I'll try for it to not. It's a lot of refineries. 62 refineries, but I think with our bigger blueprint designer and everything, I think we could do it quickly. Nice big flat space. Yeah, so let's try it. We're going to try and hit that number for plastic, 1,326. We'll try to make even more of it. We'll just make it so that it makes sense. So divide that by 20. So we need 66 refineries. 20? Oh, so times 30. So that's the amount of oil we need. We need 1,989. If I make this a divisible of 20... 6, 12, 18, 24. But I'd like that to use 2,400 oil. Although I suppose I could just send the oil somewhere else. So we need 1,989 oil. 198.9 oil divided by 600, which is the best we can get out of some of these. So we need at least 4 oil nodes, 4 pure oil nodes. Oh, you're right. Actually, it was one of these things. That one's normal, normal, pure. How much do you get out of a normal one? Just 300, is it? That's 600. Yeah, it must be 300. Oof. There's a lot of. We're tapping a lot of oil out of this place. Could maybe just go for one of these things and crank it all out, right? Yeah, there's a geyser thing over here. The extraction wells. There's definitely enough oil. I'm just trying to work out, can we leave any untapped, or do I have to get all of them? I didn't actually check my power in a while. I hope I have enough. Let's just check that thing. Using high-speed connectors to make electromagnetic control rods. That's funny. Because the whole reason I'm making a lot of AI limiters is to make the control rods later down the line. That's 8 per minute. What does our normal recipe do? 4 per minute. This changes everything, doesn't it? Well, it could do. And it needs stators. Does it normally need stators? Yes. So you're just swapping one out for the other. Now, how much does it take in? 4 per minute. Our standard machine makes 3.75. I don't know. Seems more difficult. Unless you use the silica instead of cable, then you'd need less quick wire. Man, you could go on for so long with this kind of thing. Oh, I love the way these alt recipes. Yeah, it's just like everything could change with that. It's like long term, I know in my heart it's better to do that. Because for only a little bit more. Well, I guess it wasn't a high speed connector in the first place. So I can, if we just game this out, you know, I just said I'd make about 150 AI limiters per minute. If I made 150 AI limiters per minute and most of them went into here, that'd be about 150 control rods. Which I don't know how many you need. Or you could try to make high-speed connectors. I think for the amount of quick wire going in, you'd actually save so much. You could get a lot more out of it. If you could just supply... You still ultimately will have to supply the circuit boards. And all of this oil stuff for plastic is for the circuit boards. It doesn't matter at this point which one I go with, because I still need the plastic and the circuit boards. Okay, that's still... It's using silica and quartz recipes, the whole thing. What does it mean to the left of oil purity? Why does this have 3 purities? So this one is not a normal node. There's actually 6 nodes built into it. 2 of them are impure, 3 of them are normal, and 1 is pure. I can't remember how much you get out of these, if it's the same. We'll just go over there, though. Don't you have an alt for a circuit board? Yeah. I think I'm not using the alt. I'm using this one. I'm using the alt where it's plastic and quick wire, just because the quick wire's here. You could use less volume. Like, you get 8.75 per minute, but it uses less plastic, so I'm getting less plastic, but using quick wire to get more out. Overall. I'm still happy with that, I think. Yeah, this thing, right? I don't know how much a node gets out. Does anyone know how much? You have to turn them on to see. You have to turn them on before you can even build them, which is weird. I need to know those numbers and decide what we'll go with. 300 for normal. If it's the same as a regular deposit, then 360. Sorry, 150 for normal. I'll just hook this up anyway, because I need to see it. So there's 900 there in total. That's what I wanted to know. Like, what's the total number? Damn it, why does that keep happening? I keep latching back onto it. There we go. I have to kill these guys. It never ends. All right. Kill one more, I guess. I killed one somewhere over here. Where is he? I hear him snorting. Okay, whatever. He'll come get me, I guess, when he's ready. Alright, that's it. 6, right? I think. Oh, he's in the machine. He's in the computer. Oh, I hate this. Can't pick that up. Anyways. $900 per minute. We are missing one there. All right. Yeah, 900 per minute. I guess it would have told me that if I didn't build the others anyway. What do we get out of this one? So 150 on normal. 75 on impure. And 300 on pure. Yep, that person was correct. Thank you. Very angrily threw those 3 down. Alright, so that's good. 900's a lot. And it's kind of nice that they're all in little segments. Then we've got 2 more nodes. So this is 600 plus 900. What did we even say we needed? I can't even remember. Really should write that number down. 1326 plastic is what we need. That's divided by 20 times 30. 1989. That's what we need. About 2,000 oil. 1989. 1989. That's 900 taken care of. Oh. This has been like the longest stream for planning and figuring numbers out ever. Minus 600, so that's what we're down to now. We need to get another 489. So I'll have to tap the other pure node. Really. I think it's here, right? Yep. And that'll be it. We'll send that all over. Throw one of these down on that super quick. That'll be more than we need, and we could maybe remove 1 or 2 of those small ones, the 75s, right? So that we don't, because we don't need all of that necessarily. Hopefully we've got the power for all this. So there we go. That's another negative 600. So now we are... Now we're at minus 111. So, you know, we could shut off a 75 and redirect it maybe, or we could just underclock one of them until we need the oil. and then split it and siphon it into something else in the future, like fuel or power. That's probably what we'll do. At least we know the oil number now. And then that's going to go into plastic. And the plastic refineries should be simple enough to set up. One of the complicated things is the heavy oil, I guess. What to do with that. But we could maybe reroute that around to fuel and power this factory itself. I'll be back in just a second. Just have to go to the bathroom. But I really want to get building now and build a bit faster and start like throwing down some machines quickly. Alright, back in 1 second. Alrighty, thank you for bearing with me. Oh, great. No, this is good. Alright, got a lot to build. I might change the to-do list now, just to reflect what we're actually doing. So, let's say, I've kind of done that, I guess. Foundations. Next up, not necessarily the quick wire, we're going to do oil to plastic, right? We'll just do this as ... I'm not sure what comes up right after this. Dealing with the heavy oil, I guess. Alright, let's get to it. So I'm going to set up a framework for building. We're going to try and build efficiently and quickly and smart, hopefully. So we'll need to kind of get a bird's eye view on this place to do that. So I'm going to set up sort of perimeter of nodes. Power nodes, just for us to fly around a little bit. Make them link to each other, so if we remove one, it's not the worst thing in the world. Whatever, something like that. Should be good. A network of little cables. Did I wash my hands? What do you think? 900 crude is what I need for my 10 Petro computer build. Maybe that would be a nice location. Thanks, Corey. Okay. So where do we do the... How many refineries is it? All that oil is going to go into this amount. 66.3 refineries. That's a lot. We need 67. First, it might be right. What I said is this build is too big. It might be. Let's go. So plastic, 20. Okay. 600 is the max we can do on a single line of liquid, like oil. Man, I keep forgetting to write the oil number down, so I'll just do this one last time, then I'll definitely write it down. 20 times 30. 1989. 1989. 1989. Right. Basically, I just wanted to get that number and divide it by 600, so we know how many lines we need. We've did that before. It's 3, so we need 4. 4 oil lines in total. Okay. Or we need any of this water. We'll just build over it. Go that way, and we'll start it somewhere in this area here. See how many we can put in one place. The alternative is maybe going out in a line, like all the way out in a dead straight line all the way out that way. Maybe having 2 lines, one back to back. So, like, a refinery I think takes up like something like 4 when you include its inputs and outputs. So something like that. Oh, it's even more. 5. Or something like that, and then you need another one. Then you're going to hit up against the wall. And it's 60 something refineries. You'd have 30 in a line. They only take up about, what is it? Is it just 1 foundation though? Yeah, that's, well, just a little bit more. 1.2. Alright, just leave it. That's where I built my fuel plant. Yeah, so in my update 7 playthrough, this is where I built a really large fuel plant. Covered all these little islands were completely covered. Now this was before there was the oil extractor well there, right? It was just the regular oil nodes. What I actually ended up doing was I had a big train line going around the map, bringing oil into this place from other places in the world. Because I was like, I'm not going to build another oil facility, I'll just expand this one and just deliver oil in, thinking that would be easier. My god, it was a nightmare. But it was fun, it was super fun, and it's great to see the kind of thing going around. Right, so the only thing that kind of interrupts the flow of building in this place is that, but I could just build around it. Why shouldn't I? And that's a bit of a shame, but that's okay. That one's okay. That one's okay. We'll get rid of this bit, so I know. I'll just change that color, just so I know, like, that doesn't go any further that way. Right, okay, let's begin. Look at our blueprint designer, and we'll start smashing these out. Now, 3.315, so it's 4 lines of oil. We take our oil number, 1989, and divide it by 4. 497 oil per line traveling along. Then the question is, how many machines does each line support for logistics, right? So it's like, okay, they're all consuming 30. So it's 16. So we need about, yeah, that's great. It's a shame that it's over 16 actually, because it could have just done the, I have a blueprint with 4 refineries in it, so 4, 4, 4, but we'll just copy the one on the end then. And we'll underclock them all to whatever they need. So it just means I need 17 refineries per line. So that's great. We just made that blueprint earlier. Here. For the concrete ones, and we'll just use the exact same thing again, except now we need the output to be heavy oil and plastic. Concrete block 3, let's say. Actually, we'll start number 1. That was the big one. See, look, we're almost already done. Kind of playing along in parallels. Oh, I thought your Petro computer message regarding my what's, oh, right. Cool. Hope everyone's following along. So we have a big oil number, and we know that we need 17. We need 4 lines of 17 refineries, basically. We're all going to be doing plastic. Now, I suppose I should probably work out if we need 1989 oil. I hope these numbers are right. And there's going to be 4 lines, and they're all taking in 30. We need 16.575 machines. They're going to be putting out just 20 plastic. It's 331.5 is the total output. And that total output divided by the amount of machines means that each one is going to be doing 19.5. So that's how we set that. That should be our clock speed for every machine. Am I pasting the right setting here? Yep. Now to make this lighter on build load, I'm never going to do those numbers right, so we might as well just get rid of them. They're not needed, and we won't need the quartz crystal then either. Now, all of that could fit within one belt, actually. So when I got rid of this, every line is doing 331 plastic. Ish. So 331 plastic. Mark 4 belts can handle that. Do Mark 4. Now we'll face them. It doesn't. I don't know which way we're gonna face anything really, but whatever. Now they don't need. They only need the oil input. They actually don't need this. This can go. See you later. Good luck. And this will be an oil line, so we'll just color that like carbon steel. Nice. Alright, cool. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that should work out, yep. Alright, cool. So then they need their oil out. So these are going to have to be raised. Dude. Okay, so they're hooked up, and the heavy oil byproduct will be free to go. We'll have to add up how much heavy oil we're going to get, actually, out of all this. It's 165.75 times 4. 165.75. Well, that's going to be how much oil, heavy oil residue we get. 663. Damn, can't fit on one line. So close. Really? Yeah, I guess so. Yep, that makes sense. I was gonna say, really? So 663. Heavy oil residue, or HOR, as people like to call it. HOR. YouTube, okay? Don't come get me. This stream of consciousness play is so relaxing and chill to watch. I dig it. Nice. I feel like I feel very scatterbrained, but we're making progress. And it's just a matter of building these kind of quickly now. Should be fun. Do them blue, because they're going to be doing plastic, after all. That might look kind of nice. And then the heavy oil residue is going to be coming out. Alright, so we'll do that right underneath. Thankfully, these are omnidirectional, so we can figure out where they're going to connect to and go later. It does feel weird, like building a build like this and not knowing what I'm going to do with heavy oil and stuff like that. Normally, I would always be like, you got to like work everything out all the way to the end. We're just kind of half planning and then building, then planning the rest. So it doesn't really need to be a Mark II pipeline until they combine, so we'll leave it at Mark 1. Alright, so that's the heavy oil. And I guess it's like a purpley yellowy color. Purple and yellow. But we don't have a nice... we could do the gold with a trim. And then make it a kind of a purple, but like a faded pink. Faded purple, perfect. Let's do that. That'll be our heavy oil line. Alrighty, there we go. Oh boy. Alright, so... don't need to write refinery. Plastic. Group of 4. Our plastic and our color will be that kind of sky blue color. There we go. Leave it like that. I'm being a bit lazy with naming those, but that's fine. Clear them up later. I think that's it. So we need to put down 4 of those blueprints. 4, 8, 12, 16. 5 of them. Well, 4 and then 1 extra machine on the end. Depending how we want to do it. Then we need 2 lines. And I'm just going to build around that thing. And it'll just feed into one of these groups. We have to start at least here. And we could come over more, I suppose. Why the F not? I'm only going up that far anyway. I'm just wondering, can I fit even 2 rows here? So we did say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Alright, good. It works. I totally planned it that way. It will all fit. You forgot 1 lift. Let's see about that. Oh my god. Thanks. Could have been a disaster. Could have been so bad. Alright. Finally I can breathe. Thanks for catching up on that. Alright. Moment of truth. We'll see how many of these we can even build right now. So out of the 66 you can see what we're filling on the right. So they will fill over time, I guess, which is fine. Let's do plastic. So this has to go here. Now, ideally, these things go in the center. Like so. That just makes building a little easier. And maybe we'll just go to the edge of that foundation so we can always walk around if there's some reason that we can't. Alright, so there's 1. Now we need 4 of those, at least for our first line. 2, 3, and 4. As easy as that. Now we can do another line along this line, but just leave a bit of a gap, maybe a gap of 2 or 3 foundations to separate it out. Before I get to that, we'll just head down here, clear that concrete, clear those trees, and just extend further out that way. So that's just 1 done. We need 4 more of those. And we need to add the other machine on the end. Don't want to forget doing that. So, in fact, just to make life easier again, I'll just do this and we'll cut off 3. That way everything has everything it needs, like the colors and stuff. One, 2, 3. Leave that there, I guess, because that's probably going to extend across the other group anyway. Then we have to connect them together and then build the next ones. So yeah, cool. Alright, we're making progress. Loads of machines going down. Alright, there we have it. 17. 17 refineries. I think feeding all the oil appropriately to each line is going to be a little tricky. But liquid's easy enough. It just works itself out, kind of. You got ghostly blueprints messing with snapping. Me? Or just generally? See you later, Ewes. Alright, let's clear the stuff down here. Extend the foundations. Maybe clear some of those power poles and then continue. This is coal again, is it? I've only just seen that now, Mr. Patch. Not sure what you mean. Do storage containers under them to fill a backlog. Won't be any backlogs in my build. I say that somewhat joking, but I mean, yeah, there shouldn't be anything backing up or anything. Alrighty. Before we add more lines, I think it's good just to go group by group and just make sure we connect everything up. Easy enough. We'll just start with the pipes here. Right. Ultimately, that is where it should end. Yeah, the bean supervising. That's okay. I'll allow it. I feel like there's almost certainly no way I can power all this. Can I check my power lines and see how much we make? And how much do these consume? 30? Okay. 30 times 60. I produce 20,000, we consume about 15. With the potential for 16,000. So we got 4,000 to play with. 4,500. At maybe, if you want to get risky, 5,500, something like that. 3 times 30. That's okay. So far. For the first set of refineries, anyway. Alright, is that done? I think so. I'll just color these to keep the consistency right now. Faded purple. Alright, and then it's the blue. Alright, there we go. Done. 17 refineries. Now we just do it again. Good news is our materials are just building up all the time while we're waiting in between groups. I guess just I'll let them keep building. We'll just keep doing this. Not very demure. I feel like you were here the other day and you said the word demure. Good news is that the next line will actually end before that, and then we can do the other lines on the other side of it. That could look cool. That could work. Right, so we're gonna grab this, rotate it around, and try to make these guys almost friends. Well, we have to start at the same spot, don't we? So, here. That's lined up. Got space down this way. It's all good. The outputs are flowing down. What is going on with my keyboard? You can't see it, but like I'll press something and there's a big delay and it's almost like getting confused. I wonder if it's because I've got that in place right now. I swear there's some strange odd bugs in this one since these two hotfixes have arrived. We need 5 of these again. There's 3. We do one more. Ah, we're low on copper sheets of all things. Oh, we'll just have to wait. I might have to go make a run for them then and just get those materials because we can fill it up in our inventory faster than the cloud could do it. Now we really do need the upload speed, I guess. That we're building at scale. It's the first real big build we've done. I could also just do other things like hook up the oil, I suppose. Oh, I have to do the power lines also. Alright, so that was 3 groups. They need a 4th and then a 5th mini add-on. Oh no! Oh, you can't have that. These are going all the wrong way. Power lines? Yeah, I did forget actually. Use batteries. They provide buffer and protects you from fuse breaking. Oh, the power storage things? Yeah. Well, it doesn't really. it wouldn't prevent, like, if I turned this on and it was consuming too much, then the power batteries would just drain, and then it would trip, right? I think using power storage is good, but it wouldn't really solve the issue. You'd have to have a lot. Buy yourself a significant amount of time. Because you can only store 100 in each one. Let's say I was even going over by 2,000. You know, you'd need, I don't know, a few hundred probably to buy yourself an hour before it just dies anyway. So it's like, is it ever going to be enough to then build more power? Probably not. I like power storage though for evening out power lines when you have variable power, like in geothermal energy or rail lines and things like that. Oh, you're saying a temporary difference would prevent. Oh yeah, no, total. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Good point. At least, yeah, you get to continue building and then see that you have the problem. Yeah, that's true. Instead of breaking your entire... Yeah, no, great point. Yeah, good point. Let's just open this up in a blueprint designer and reverse those belts and save it as another version of itself. So that way we can build multiple in different directions. No, you're totally right with that. Yep. Nothing else will need to change, just these. One, two, three, 4. Didn't forget. Mark forward out of our minds. I don't even think we need that, but whatever. I'm gonna turn off my keyboard and turn it back on. Yeah, you can't see it, but it's responding weirdly. I can just tell. I don't know if it's my keyboard or the game. Okay, blue. Okay, that's done. So now we've reversed it, and we'll just call this reversed. Let me know if I made any mistakes. It's pretty easy to have enough storage early. Sorry, the batteries can contain 100 megawatts, so 10 batteries can provide 1,000. Oh yeah, early on it's great, but you don't unlock them until what, like tier 5 or something? I remember just thinking like, I wish you got a... Talk about things you could get a Mark II for. A Mark II power storage would be great. You know, the way I would maybe design it is if this takes up just less than a foundation and it does 100, I would have another one take up one full foundation and it does 250. Something like that. So it's like, okay, it's taking up more space and maybe it requires a more advanced material or something, or higher quantity of materials, but it can store like more efficiently for its footprint, but it, yeah, it requires a higher cost. They're tier 4. Yeah, I still feel like that's kind of... Well, maybe not in this particular run that I've done here, but I remember thinking like, I don't really... I need so many of them even that early on. They used to take stators and now they don't. What did it even just require? Yeah, they got rid of the stator requirement. Interesting. But it would be cool to see a Mark II power storage. Taller, fatter, stores 250. And then if you want to go crazy, you know, get one like really late on, that's like 1,000 or something. And it look, maybe it even requires... No, I don't know. I was gonna say it requires like a constant input of something, but that would be a bit strange. I was thinking like nitric acid or sulfuric acid or something. What do I know? Just to make it a bit more challenging, not like it's just a linear direct upgrade. There's no thought in that you should build it or not. It's something you have to still think about. Anyways, so plastic reversed. I'm gonna lose my power. Guess we could hook up the power to these so that I don't have to. I can fly for longer now. All right, looking good. 1, so we need 4 of these and a little bit. Alright, we were able to get all them. We're short just 1 now, but we'll wait until it fills up again and then just build 1, then cut off the other 2. In the meantime, let's connect these up. Get rid of some power lines. Make sure it goes across, and that way we can just fly now the whole way down the line. No harm having a fresh sip of Fix-It bolted water. Is that what it said? Ugh. Feels like that's what I drink around here. The water tastes so metallic that I just drink bottled water now. Just can't handle the whatever's in it. Never had that issue in Ireland. Over here it's just like really metally water. Rosie's like, oh, it's the tap. It's the tap. It's like, I don't know if it's the tap. I taste it when you go out to like restaurants and stuff. Anyways, I digress. Let's connect these and then do the pipes after. So belts. Load them while I'm here. All right, pipes next. No one uses water softeners. Yeah, I've also got like one of those Brita filter things, but I'm sure it's filtering, but it still tastes the same. And I'm like, I don't like having the taste to it. A bit weird with that. Yeah, I wonder, is it like hard water in the area or something? Anyways, right, we'll hook these up as well, I suppose. Which I apparently already did, so good job. Connect across, I guess. Nice. Love it. I was just seeing a line of the same thing over and over. It's a good feeling. Okay, so oil is next. Okay, and hopefully I've got enough to add on our next thing. Oh, it might be too wide now. Maybe we'll just have to do it manually, yeah. Alright, let's do it manually then. Snap this onto the side. So these two could actually merge up quite easily onto the same line somewhere. For the heavy oil, but I guess we'll think about that later. Got that done. I think they're all fully hooked up. We just need to assign that a thing, and then didn't come out any further. Just to keep the consistency with our little buddy, we'll try to go out to, I assume, B40. And then connect this up. Alright, good. Same recipe? Yep, 97.5. Sweet. Okay, cool. Get rid of these now. That and that. That one can stay. That one can go. Now the refineries will carry us the whole way. Alright, so we're halfway done with the refineries. So it will take a little while to build up the rest of those materials for the rest. Maybe I'll just make a run for some of these, because we got big storage containers full of them. So some of the highest volume items, I guess, would be good to bring with me. Because if this fills at 30 per minute, that's okay. But these two, it's 1950 and 1300 that we need. Well, that says 65 refineries. It's not quite true. Let's remove those. We'll see the true number we need, which is going into our blueprints and clicking 4 of those and 4 of those. That's the true number of what we need. So we're short on copper sheets and steel pipe and some motors, but I can get there back and forth fairly quick, so let's make a dash for it. Alright. Make it so their power fluctuates opposite, so two geogenerators always make the same amount of power consistently. Yeah, that's really tough to do. I remember trying to do that in update 7, because people said you can turn one on and wait for it to hit its peak, and then turn the other one on, which will be at the lowest point, and then that'll hit its peak while the other one comes down, and they'll actually have like a consistent number then. That's really difficult to do though, because you're not in the same area for both. You know what I mean? So you have to like just know what the other one's doing, or drag a power line from one all the way out to the other one, keep tabs on it, and then make that change. Yeah. I tried it, and I remember finding it very difficult. And I think I did do that. I think I dragged the power line out, and I could never get it to sync up quite right. The power lines actually go all the way around the southern part of the map at the moment, rather than over towards like my base, where we have all this stuff stored. I'm going to have to just kind of run there. Wrong thing, actually. Oh, no, that's the right thing. But I can deploy our vehicle now once I get out of the cliff area, just over here somewhere, drive up the hill. I can also speed up things a bit, just a little bit. Wonder how that turbo fuel's hanging on. Before I make that journey. You don't want to be practical for the guys who's next to each other? I guess so, yeah. Realize all the drone ports are on the map. Or in the compass. I don't know if that. Beans, they love water. They're always bathing in like little lakes and stuff. Few chance that, yeah, finally I can burn some of the biofuel I have. The 60,000 biofuel. I don't know what it's all for. Wonder how many tickets 60,000 would be worth. Sink it all. Alright, civilization, here we are. Just about. So yeah, copper sheet mostly, and a little bit of steel pipe and some extra motors would be good, and then we'll have what we need then. Drones are still moving anyway. Those are my little tractor buddies. So this is the area, right? So, do I actually even have copper sheet here? I think I do. Yeah. To go into the Tesseract. Alrighty, so, bonk bonk. That's enough. Take a little bit more for the pipes, I guess. Steel pipes then. Take some of these motors, just even a little bit. Okay, that's enough for steel pipe. The other two, they'll just fill. That's all we needed. Just will help us along a bit. Make the journey back. A bunch of crap I don't really need to be carrying, I suppose. What else could I maybe bring with me? I'm gonna get rid of just a small stack there and replace it with a bigger one. Can go, that can go, it's so small. The aluminum I'll keep because I'm running out of it. But yep, I guess that's it. Oh yeah, how's our... Oh, that's probably why that slowed down actually. The up to 500 assembly director system. Because we're not actually consuming that. So it's 1.5 per minute. So that'd be 3 per minute. We're actually now only able to do 75 each. Oh no, even less. 66. Yeah, 1 per minute is all we can actually do. Because I had a buffer of that. We only make 2 per minute, so that's 2 per minute now. So now we're actually saving a little bit on supercomputers. Kind of good. Suppose. The supercomputers was 0. Now we're consuming... yeah, we're only consuming 1. So we have 0.5. 0.5. The adaptive control unit was -1. Now it's 0. Package turbo fuel is a bit of a mystery. The circuit boards we're helping along by slooping it, but we're building a whole new circuit board factory right now, so it'll be okay. Alright, maybe I could ride this guy somewhere further south. Sometimes he can help give me a bit of a boost. But I don't know how long it takes to move. It could be ages, right? Sometimes they sit there for... Oh no. Okay. 60,000 packaged liquid biofuel is 22.2 million sync points. Oh, I'd have to see where we're at then. Yeah, I could have a look at that. Oh my god, that did not work. Give me some sort of boost. Alright, we're off. $22 million points sounds good, but I have no idea how much our ticket burn rate is right now. God, these biscuits are so good. Anyway, I left for a little while and I feel like I missed a major development here. I'll catch you up on what's been going on. What the current plan is. The current plan is crazy. Biggest build I've done so far, by far, in this run. Decided that if we utilize all the Caterium from one node completely to make quickwire, which can yield us a lot of quickwire, it's like 5,000 per minute almost. If we were trying to use all that quickwire in making AI limiters and circuit boards, we would need a lot of plastic. So that requires a lot of oil. So that's the stage we're at. We're at the stage of trying to get a lot of that oil. It requires 66 refineries or something like that. And we built half of them. And then I was just making a quick run to go get the materials for the other half. So we've almost got the plastic up and running. It'll just be another 30 refineries, and then that's the oil to plastic bit kind of done, but we have to handle the heavy oil that comes out of it, I guess. Need to put a map marker down on this one because I keep going the wrong way. Whoops. There it is, the beginnings. Maybe it would have been a good idea for... I don't like hypertube cannons, no. I honestly find it's very rare I have to cover long distances. Seems to happen a lot on streams, but that's probably because I don't... See, when I'm normally playing, I plan everything, so I know exactly what I'm going to need when I go to a place, so I normally I drive a truck or take a train there or something. Because I'll know, like, oh, I'm making 60 whatever refineries, so I get everything ready, you know? But on these streams, we just figured this out while we were here, so it's like, oh, I'm a bit short. I have to run all the way back now. Normally, I find it very rare that I ever have to do that. And I don't mind. We just got, like, another 2 Mercer spheres and a sloop on the way, you know? It's okay. But hypertube cannons, for me, you know, people use them, it's great, whatever. But I don't mind other people using anything. I just find it's very glitchy and jarring, and you just float and sit there for a while. It's like, okay, you saved some time, but, like, I don't know. I did see one that looked really cool, though. They made it look like a railgun. I can't remember who it was. I either saw it on Reddit or a YouTube short, but it looked like painted beams were aimed diagonally, and the hypertube cannons were encased inside of it. It looked really great, and you wouldn't even know. And they just get into one side and then and they like fly out. And I was like, that looks really cool, just because they made it look like a railgun. Shout out to that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so weird in so many ways with playing games and little rules in my life about random things. It's not even like rules that I think I have in my head. It's just, oh, I don't want to do that because blah blah. I guess I'm a bit of a purist. I kind of think, I know that the developers are aware of it, but I kind of think it's not really meant to be used that way. It just happened to work out that way, and it's really glitchy. I don't like going into third person, out of third person. If you stayed in first person, that would change my mind on it, on using hypertubes a little bit. Using the cannon version, still don't know if I do it, but I kind of think you're supposed to sort of explore and get out there a bit, but you know, whatever. I saw it too, it was epic, yeah. It's a blueprint available on the... Oh, really? On Satisfactory Calculator? Yeah, I recommend people go look it up. It's really cool. Like, just a pre-made hypertube cannon that looks like a railgun that you don't see, like, them all lined up next to each other and stuff. It just looks really good. And they had it flicked to a switch, so you could switch it on, I think. So it doesn't have this super loud noise all the time. Alright, anyways, so there's our first half of the refineries. We're going to do another group over on this side, going out that way. So I'll just get this out of here. Alright, little buddy, you've done your job. Now, if you want to make it somewhat symmetrical, we could say that this is 1, 2, 2.5, 3 foundations away. We could say that this is 1, 2, 3, 3.5 foundations away. That would be our line of demarcation. That's where the last one would be. But to make it even, we have to start from the far end and work our way out. So let's see how many of this it would be. "21 foundations. 21 foundation. And that started on this one. Spilling over the edge of this one. That was 1, 2, 3, and then. Okay? 1, 2, 3, and then. So then it's 21 from here. Alright, one more. That's where we start the build from. And that's where we have our little walkway. And we also need to bring it further in here. This is where it starts. I think, anyway. Should make it kind of even anyway. Check which way it's heading in a second, just to make sure that's not crazy off. And this is going to be going out that way. Yeah, we want it all to flow towards the center, so that's good. And this has to line up with the edge of this one. I think that's it. See if it works. The bean needs a little yellow hard hat. Yeah. How many generators are going to need to... Are you going to need to get rid of that heavy oil? I don't know. I don't even know what I plan on doing with it. You don't have to use it in generators. But yeah, we'll figure that out after these go down and we turn it on. Well, we won't turn it on. That'll be... In order to turn it on, we'll have to figure that out. So I did write it down. It's 663 heavy oil residues. So we'll work out what we want to do with that just after I place these. I got confused for a second. Anyway, so we need 4 of these. And then we need a 5th if we can manage it. But no, we'll have to just extend that ourselves. So another one is going to come out here. We'll just do that real quick. Okay, so that's our last one on this line. Okay, done. This side. Alright, and then these need to be hooked up. So this can now go 40 meters or whatever it needs to connect. Now we just make sure these are all connected together. Okay, they're all connected. Now we just connect these. That. I connect all the front things. Oh yeah, and make sure we copy that into that. Good. That's what it's doing. The chances of the moon, I guess, or whatever, rising. Is that another sun? Just really distant or something? Doesn't really look like a moon. Looks like another star. Anyway. Right, connect these up together. So I'll do the pipes first. But yeah, that bigger blueprint saved a decent amount of time. You know, an extra refinery is added automatically for us. So I suppose it's only really saved us putting 1 extra blueprint down every time, but still. Less connections so you have to connect together and that kind of thing. Now wait for the 6x6x6. Alright, is that? I think we're done. We're hooked up. Everything's connected. It's not painted, but whatever. We'll do the paint on the other side when we get both lines done. One more line to go. If hogs can have jetpacks, beans can have hats. And considering... Someone else then says, considering that you're... Oh, sorry. Could do smokeless powder, but more power is probably better bet. Especially if you have the packaged diluted fuel alt recipe. We do have that now. I've never used it, actually, and there's plenty of water here. So that does seem like it would be a good idea. Plus, we need a new fuel source for the drones that I have. So even having a little bit of extra to package might be good. That would be enough then to allow our drones to carry the liquid biofuel across the map. Hey, Unstater. Alright, let's get this last row down then. So we're going to have to do the reverse version. This direction, in this configuration. And let's get rid of this now. That was a really kind comment from someone who just said like they were just enjoying they just felt the need to randomly say they were enjoying the stream. We appreciate it. I should probably start from the far end again, just to be safe. Can't wait for my hoverback. Yeah, man. I don't know why. I can't believe I did my entire Update 8 video series for a whole year. Like, I played that game for a whole year doing that. Not without a hoverpack. Thinking like, oh, we'll get it eventually. Stupid. Alright. Right, that's in the center anyway. And the belts are going the right way. Yep. All that matters. Okay. And I'll just add in the extra machine. Wait a second. What? Oh, it's the wrong way. This one's the wrong way. Yeah, yeah. Like, what? How could it not add up? All right, cool. Looking good. Looking good. Just the inputs now, and then we connect that up, and then that's it. All of these are then finally replaced. That's all of our oil handled, all making plastic. Until we have to figure out what to do with the heavy oil. And like you said, maybe diluted fuel is the way to go. I just feel like it might be a bit complicated, but we'll see. Didn't want to add lots of extra time to this, but we'll see how it goes. All of this to make AI limiters and circuit boards, basically. Just so that we're better positioned then for the electromagnetic fuel rods. And there was something else I needed the AI limiters for, I thought. No, that is it. And then it's the high-speed connectors. We were just looking at that alternate recipe. That might mean I don't need it in quite the same way, but we'll get to that. Right, so Mark 1 pipes can connect these together. Oh yeah, and then the oil distribution into this place is going to be a little tricky. I wonder will valves help me with that? Maybe. I might need to siphon some off of pipes. That would be a bit awkward. Although junctions do the same thing, I guess, but valves might be a way to somewhat control it early on. I think that's it. Did I forget anything? Let's just go through and paint this side then. Alright, that's that. We'll change this to blue now and do the belts. Just another nice way of kind of almost inspecting what you've done to make sure that we have connected everything, which we clearly have not. Is that the proper rate on the added refineries? I think I already did. Well, I'll double check. Pretty sure I did. Right, and this is using gold, or deuterium, I guess. Because if you look closely at heavy oil, it has little gold rims around it, but that might just be because it's the icon for, or orange, I guess. Yep, 97.5 is what we need on these. I'll just double check anyway. Yep. Alright, cool. There we go. And then it's the carbon steel. Alright. Oof. Oh my god, so much. Alright, so if you've just joined, you're wondering what's going on, or just for a bit of a recap anyway, we've just put down 60... I can't remember, the equivalent of 67 refineries, I think. In groups of 17, something like that. They're clocked to be about 67 normal refineries. So what the plan is to take in... I wrote the oil number down somewhere. Yeah, 1989 oil. Very specific number, I guess. And to refine that into plastic... Now we've done it into 4 groups, so now we need to kind of break our oil into 4 lines. Obviously our best line is going to do 600 anyway, so we need lines of about 500 each. So we could use valves to set 500 on each line going in, perhaps, where we try to combine up things and push and pull things around. It might be a bit awkward, but we'll see how we do with that in a moment. All of that then is that 1989 is being divided by 30 intake. The natural number will be 30 intakes. So we've got the equivalent of 66.3 machines here. You know, we might have a few extra machines, but they're underclocked to be that number. And then what we'll be putting out is 20 plastic. We'll be making 1,326 plastic. That should be good, I think. I think that's everything we need. To be honest, it actually seems like way more than we need, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. We'll see. So yeah, 1,326 plastic. Now, the other thing it pops out is heavy oil residue, and that'll put out 10 of that. This is why we have 663 heavy oil residue. Now, for the heavy oil, if we have a look at our current recipes, we can see what it's used in. So you can actually turn it straight into fuel normally here. Right, so 60 in, Or 60 out, 60 in, 40 out. Well, people say like, oh, you want to use diluted packaged fuel. So this requires getting packaged water. It requires getting canisters. Which, funnily enough, allows us to use plastic. But we can't use plastic to make the canisters. So actually, I can't do this recipe. Unless I added even more plastic. Oh, no, we can. We could do steel. I don't know, man. I hate this recipe. I don't want to do it. I'd just rather use regular fuel, which I'll probably just do. We'll just do regular fuel, and then maybe later in the future, I can come back here and go like, well, we can get way more fuel if we use diluted. Canisters are not used up. No, I understand that. You get them back, but we have to make them. Or I guess if we just make a finite number and then pop them in, is that what you're saying? That could work then. Okay. Okay, that takes a load off my mind then, at least. We could just make a bunch of canisters, which we already do, down at the liquid biofuel plant. Let's have a look at it then. So, get back to heavy oil for a second, because I'm lost. Right, so, packaged water, and then you get packaged fuel, and then you have to unpackage the fuel to go into generators. And then the canisters you get, you feed it back around to go back into packaging the water. Yeah? Now, we've got 663 heavy oil residue. Divided by 30. So we would need 22.1. These are done in packagers, are they? No, refineries as well. Oh my god. Oh yeah. We need 22.1 refineries doing this. You bastards. And then we can figure out what the number of canisters we need is then based on that. It won't take long to bang out some canisters down back at base. Alright, 22.1. So, is that the number that I said? Yeah, 22.1. Oh, blenders. I do have a blender. Diluted fuel in a blender. But that's water and heavy oil. Oh, right. Okay. So no packaging and all that stuff needed then. We just use blenders. Take in our residue. Mix it with water. And then we get fuel. Is this better? Or is it the same? Yeah, this is better? I've never used any of these. 100 fuel out. 50. So from 50 to 100. What does this one do? Oh, it was... Yeah. How did I not see it in here? Oh, it was right here. We just looked at this one. Sorry, I'm a silly Billy. 30 to 60. Oh, so it is still double. Okay, so it's just... Yeah. You don't get more out, but less water has to go in. So that's good. Oh no, it's the same actually. It's totally the same. Yeah, as you said. Yeah. G-Man Luke. That it's the same. I wouldn't say it's better. Maybe it's better for power? Because, so 50, you double that, you get 100. You double it, you get 100. So it's obviously twice as much fuel out, twice as much water in. Same with this. 30 per minute, 60 packaged water, which I guess, I don't know if that's less or more water. No, it's 1 to 1, yeah. So yeah, it's the same. Just no packages needed and all that stuff. Cool. All right. Well then we just have to, what was it? It was 50. So we just said that's 663 heavy oil. Assume 50, so we need 13.26 blenders. Can I make blenders easily? Always forget. Yeah. Yep. All right. And then we've got loads of water around us, so there's no problem there. Now, logistically, this could be kind of interesting because we've got 4 lines of heavy oil residue. So let's see what one line does, and then maybe just try to make the amount of blenders for that. And that way we just have 4 little compartments. It might work. Or I could merge up 2 of these. Are they in line with each other? They are, right? They are. We could go all the way further down the line out into the water where the blenders are. I quite like the layout of this so far. It's kind of coming together nicely. All right. 663 divided by 50. 13. If I said it was divided by 2, that's how much is going to be on each line, because I can't hold more than, 600, obviously. So 2 pipelines of 331 flowing along out to the water. This plan is coming together thanks to you guys. I wouldn't have thought of any of this stuff, without like a long time planning it or something, looking on the wiki. The 331, 2 lines straight down the line out towards the water. And then each one's being divided by 50 into each blender. So we need 14 blenders. Excuse me. 14 blendos. Yeah, I reckon we'll just do that. I don't see why not. It's nice and flat. We're on the water. We need the water. And then on the other side of the blenders, we'll put the extractors. That could work. Maybe. I guess where it wants it to go in is on the same side, actually. But we'll see how that works. Alright, spam. Seven blenders each side. Blender. I might, blueprint it, but we just want to see for a second what this looked like generally. So even if we left a little 1 tile gap there for us to walk around. Push in a bit further, maybe. Or maybe not. Let's just see what this would look like. Yeah, it's actually plenty of space from there to there, right? Be an issue with that. Diluted fuel. And then it'd be the water. Interesting. But one pipeline has to be higher than the other, maybe. I've never actually built anything ever where there's 2 liquid inputs. I don't think I've ever done that. If we have a line going like this, then we need another line going into the other input. We have to go up and over or something with the water. But obviously we're not too high off the ground. It's no problem there. No pumps are needed, but I was just trying to work out how that would look. I hope the stream's going well. This seems very confusing as I'm just popping in to say hi on my way to work. Give it amazing. Hey, AJ, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thanks. And yeah, things are going well. It is a bit confusing. This has been a weird stream compared to other ones, I think. But it's good. Okay, so I think the water should come in then on the opposite end. The question is, if there's 7 on each side, that would be too much water for 1 line, right? As well. Yeah, it's funnily enough, it would be exactly the same number, 663, isn't it? 'Cause double. That's cool. That it works out that way. So that needs 2 lines. So that means... Okay. 663 heavy oil divided by 2 lines. This is what we have on 1 line, right? 331. Then I just said that, divided by 50, that'd be 7 machines are needed either side. But I'm thinking, what if I did 8 machines, 8 blenders, and underclock them? Times 100 is the output of fuel. And then it's divided by the amount of machines we need. Funny, because that first number is the same as the last. 82.875 is what they would take in. Which is the amount of water that would be needed. 82.875, is that what I just said? And then times... Each line would have 331.5. Same as what we talked about earlier. That's so crazy. Anyway, okay, cool. Yeah, so long story short, I think I'll do 8 blenders, leave a gap after the 4th one, and then we can send water down both lines, and we don't have to have 2 water lines and a fuel line, or oil line. And then of course the fuel has to come out the other side and go somewhere into generators. But we can figure that out. The water will already be raised, so the orange line, the fuel, will actually go under the water. Like, not under the physical water, but under the water pipe. Hopefully this kind of makes sense. I'll show you what I mean. Anyway, we'll get this set up. Could do with having it inside a blueprint, because it getting up and over things is a bit awkward there, so thankfully we got our bigger designer as well for these bigger machines. Bing, bing, bing. Having fun, man. This is great. You can put water pipe between them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I was going to do it between every machine. I was thinking about that, but then I thought, no. Maybe that would look good, but I'll just do 4 and then a gap. Yeah, but actually maybe between machines wouldn't look too weird. Because it would just curl around and go in there for each one. I don't know. Still, I don't know. I'm going to do it this way instead. Hey, that didn't load in. But that is good, though. Nothing wrong with that suggestion. I just have a different one in mind. And in fact, we can even do a blueprint with 2 in it. Straight up. Yeah, cool. Give me some power. Yeah. Now, I'll probably push them further forward. So we'll say something like there. That does seem like a pretty big gap, though. Maybe here. Yep, and then I guess we use pipeline supports to know how high this has to go, right? Wonder, could you use the tilted thing? Tilted could look really cool, actually. I'd like to do that. So I'll show you what I mean. It's here. So if we have a pipeline, might just do one machine, because then we could just add the other one without having to do the other one again. Oh yeah, it doesn't do that anymore. I forgot. That thing is like always off now. It bugs the hell out of me. But this is what I mean by tilted. Do something like that. And we'll just aim angled straight down in. To line that up, I think you have to be there. Yeah. Ah, but it won't let me do it if this is held on then. No, it doesn't look as good as I thought it would. What about going like that? Bit weird. See it for a second. Alright, so this would be our heavy oil line. That would be our water line. Oh my god, that looks so broken actually. Yeah, okay, not gonna do that. Forget it. I think maybe I will go with your suggestion then. Just do the pipelines down the line either side. But then I feel like the oil would then have to go up and over on the other side. So either way, it has to go up and over actually. Use a splitter or merger to line up junctions instead of another junction. Yeah, it used to be that you could do that, but now they've shifted it so it's this point here rather than the center point. That's the thing that you line up. Sorry, I'm also just thinking in my head like, oh, could I do this where we have blenders on either side and we're also feeding in the water across if it's higher up. So that could be also a potential runner, maybe. Like if there's another blender here. So the water line would be the middle line and it could feed a block of 4, right? I think so. Kind of a bit confused with the numbers there in my head. I'm getting a bit bogged down. Right, anyway, so just do this one here for now. So, start with our regular heavy oil going in. This is going to be where the water will go in, but I'll build it up on a 4-meter foundation. That's a bit higher. And we'll just use the regular horizontal to vertical to send it in. But it could potentially go, like I said, if this was out further. That's the middle line there. Yeah, okay. Sure. Try this. I just need to add up if the water's going to work out this way. Love the content in the streams. Thank you very much, Ian D. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. For factories that require water, I like to build a factory on top of water extractors, less pipage. Yeah, you're talking to... It's funny you say that. I built an entire factory just out on the water over there, but it was all water extractors under it. Then the factory was on top and so on and so forth. This one's just a bit different, I guess. But I've done that. We had a big whole pipe pump network and all these remote switches to control the pumps from a central control room. So, been there. Although I know some people just use the tower method thing. So a block of 4 here and a block of 4 there. So I just need to see how many is 4. So again, I have to do these numbers again. The 663 heavy oil divided by 2. So that's each line of heavy oil that we have right now. Divided by the intake, which is 50 heavy oil. So that's 6.63 machines are needed. You need 6.63 machines. Their output is 100. If I decide to instead build 8 machines, their output would be 82.875. 82.875 would be the output. 82.875. Copy that. So that means that they need 82.875 water. 82.875 times 4. That's 331. Yeah, so 2 pipelines will be needed for both groups. Now, you can feed both groups across this way or just go in a line and feed the next 2 over that way. Either way is fine, I suppose. Let's just do it this way and see how it goes. All right. Sorry for taking so long with it. That's water, and this could be where the water goes in. Oh, I just realized we're blocking the thing. Oh, yeah. So that would have to be up and over as well, actually, which is funny. Something like there. And this would probably be raised, actually. I keep saying that. It would be raised anyway. Yeah. That's already automatically raised. Okay, cool. So we'll just leave it at that. And then this can just connect over to here. Fine. We've got no inputs, and then their outputs don't matter as much, but I suppose why not just pop them in? So something like here. And that's the center points. That'd be the center points. I like these machines. I like when machines fit inside of a grid or a foundation, like the way they should. Being green or orange is totally fine, but we'll give them the unpainted things to demarcate it. I want to do the copper pipe because that's what I use for water. Fine. That's our fuel line. And because it's a fuel blender, I suppose why not just start orange. Now what's going in is different. We're taking in the heavy oil. So this is our heavy oil in. And that's going to be water, so that could be copper. Alright, cool. So there we go. So that's that. For power, I'll probably just extend those bars across or build new ones. Do that manually. Hook them up. Now, that's the clock speed, so we'll paste that here. Both of those. Save this. Oh, okay, right, let's try this then. I would leave a full 1 foundation gap. I would go further than that. In case, sometimes you have to add extra things here, so something like that would be the same distance on the other side. Fuel. Now, opposite to this, the plan is to do the same sort of blueprint, but just without the water bit here. So I'm just going to have to extend this out for a sec. I'm planning on I'm planning on using packaged water delivered by truck from a central packing plant. Recycling the containers. Just got plastic last night though. Nice. Okay, so blueprint again. This one will be quicker. Load that up. Now we'll just cut off that water. Yeah, just cut it all off. Actually, it's not needed. Okay, cool. Arguably, probably could have just made the blueprint without it, actually, but whatever. Diluted fuel, no water. I'll say diluted fuel first, similar to the other blueprints we made. It's on the other side. Ooh. I realize why this... Oh, no, it will work. We just have to move it up a bit. Yep. I'm gonna say it's not symmetrical, right? We can just make it symmetrical. Or try to. Yeah, so we'd have to start further up. Like here. And then this one is going to go all the way across to in there. Something like that. Alright, that's the plan. Let's see how it goes. Then we just connect this one in there. Ah, I'm slightly off. Right, and that's going to be fed by a group of water extractors, and then the same is going to happen up here, and that's going to be fed by a different group. They need separate pipelines. Evening gamers, hey Will, how's it going, man? Or reverse your inputs for the heavy oil residue. That would have worked too, actually. But I'm too lazy now. This is fine. Copper will be the central, what's it called, like, alignment factor or whatever between these. But yeah, that would work. Would have worked. If I was smarter. How did that happen again? I don't get it. Oh sure, it was lined up. There. This must have just been off, I guess. It has to be. Off the game. Alright, anyways. So, water extractors. A little tight on this side. Even on that side a little bit too. We'll cut this away actually, I suppose that's not needed. And that's not needed. So we can get even closer if we wanted to, depending on how this build goes in the future. I suppose we'll leave that for now. The fuel. So the fuel out is 82.875, which is 331.5. So this can connect up on one line also. This can connect up on one line, and then we have to decide where to send that, depending on where we want to go with it. I suppose... Oh yeah, no, this is okay, because water extractors are going to be over there. So we need 331.5 water each, which is 3 water extractors. And... yeah, I guess we'll shave this off then as well. Let's try to start it in the center somewhere here. Oh, that's way too far. What am I doing? Push that further out. They need to join up. So ideally a foundation, actually, which is funny. We did just get rid of one. Hopefully we have the room for it on the other side. So about there. Okay. For consistency's sake, I'll just use junctions on these. No, they don't need them. Right. So now the support comes in. Now, did we go higher than that? We did, yeah. 2 supports up. Yep. So it'll be feeding this one. Alright, that'll be the water for one of these done. God damn. Anyway, did you know that water extractors can also snap to the organization towers once built on a foundation? They can snap to an organization tower. What, the lookout towers? Like this? Oh yeah. I didn't know that. No, that's a good one. Yeah, I didn't know that. Sometimes I'll build foundations in the water so they snap to those, but it's really finicky depending on where you're trying to do that. So yeah, that's a good tip. Alright, there we go. There's our 3 little water extractors. And we have to do the same on the other side. We have to also underclock these. So the number was 331.5, so we just divide that by 3. Tells us what we need them each to be at. 110.5. Alright, 110.5. You can't copy and paste these ones for some reason. So let's do that individually. 110.5. 110.5. Cool. Alright, we just gotta do that again. But hopefully there's enough space on this side now, so I do have to try to go out to there. Start this whole process again, but be a bit quicker now that we know what to do. Get right to the edge. Yep, looks like we're okay, just about. Oh man, alright. So, horizontal to vertical from there. Oh no. To noodle. Must be slightly closer than it was on the other side. Horizontal to vertical did work. Alrighty, there we go. As easy as that. And then we just have to update the number, obviously. Do a quick paint job. I love how, like, today I was like, oh, today we're going to make AI limiters and maybe like one machine with high-speed connectors. And it's like, okay. Now we're like 70 refineries deep with like blenders and diluted fuel and new generators that are going to be made. It's like, I didn't see any of that coming. But it's going, I'm enjoying it though. It's going well. It is bigger scale than I thought. And even when I was thinking of what we'll do big scale, it's like now it's become even bigger. Needed more power. Well, I guess we had the heavy oil and I didn't have anything assigned to it, so it does make sense to use it for power because I am getting a bit tight on power, so yeah. It all makes sense. Alright, happy with that. We'll need to power these and then we need to assign them to 110, I can't remember the number. 110.5, yeah. Mark 1 pipes flow only at 300. Oh, good call. Yeah. Yep. Same will be true for these guys, so they could just go onto a Mark II, I guess. Right, just color those finally. That'll be that. Copper. Alright, finally, jeez. Alright, power will be the next thing. Now, where's the power lines on these bad boys? It's on the corner. Alright, we'll just build the old little tray that I often do. Hold these together. Up to maybe 4, 8, 12, 16. So 16 maybe? Might come down right on top of the thing, actually. That's okay. Alright, so you go there. Alright, they have their power now. I'll have to do the same on the other side. I'll start the tray here. We're gonna go further though, this side, yeah. Didn't factor that in. Not that it matters. I need 8 more blenders. Do I? Yep. Alright, I'll try to do them quickly. Send this out to then just somewhere here. Tell you what, let's try to add some copyrighted music to use because I'm getting pretty tired of the in-game soundtrack. Alright. I'm just going to continue this out then further. The world is our ocean. Something like some sort of saying works there. And the heavy oil is just going to have to continue the whole way. Should also just hook that up as well. Why not? Thanks for the heads up, though. That's so funny that I was like, oh yeah, this is it. No, it's not. Okay. Minecraft music. I did that recently. I got copyright claimed, so I'll have to leave it. I love the Minecraft music, though. None of my videos got copyright claimed, but when I do it on a stream, it does. Didn't really know that that was even a thing. Thought you could just use it. I'd love to put on the Nier Automata soundtrack. I've been just listening to that like crazy lately. Very chill. And the like lo-fi remixes of it and everything on YouTube. Heavy oil needs a Mark II pipe as well. Oh yeah, because it's 331 or something, isn't it? How did I keep making that mistake? When it, because each block was just Mark 1, but when they join up, it'll have to become Mark 2. Alright, we'll do that. I won't forget. I'll just hook up these blenders first. Looks cool though, the way the pipes are squiggling about. Alright, at least we have it somewhat fun for us. Not sure how that's happened that way. Is that normal? Oh, no, that is normal, yeah. We don't really need a gap actually here. This could just close the gap with that one. That's fine. And then the reverse, same on this side. Those are the extra blenders we needed, right? Well, no, now we need even 2 more, but we have to make that gap again. So that's the gap. Except it's the wrong way around. Ow. Okay, and then the reverse out this way. So I messed this up actually. Kind of. The build now is a bit fucked up. That ended on the edge. That's 2 foundation gap. I suppose that's a 2 foundation gap too. I just left a gap and a half. I see. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I see. Sorry about this. I said I'd do it quickly and I'm totally messing it up. We need a 2 foundation gap. Whether it's on the edge or not, it doesn't really matter. As long as the gap is there, that'll keep the consistency, I guess. Right, so something like this. And that is correct. Seems okay. So 2 foundation gap there as well. I don't know if it's quite needed. But it will match what's happening on the other side at least. I think a more elegant way would have been to have groups of 4, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. Right, that's that one. Only 90 likes, that's okay. Don't like it. I don't deserve it. Too many mistakes. Right, so this is the reversed version. We need the 2 foundation gap again. Like that, and then make sure it's lined up. And then I guess I'll just, can I bring power with me yet? I really should extend those power lines. For now I'll just float down here. I have to extend out the foundations, not enough. I didn't plan on going this far out to the water. There, right? I suppose the easy way to know that things are lined up is that the outputs should be together. There. Let's just check that I did that okay then. Are these outputs together? Yep. Cool. Alright. Let's so our power is here. Let's just get rid of that and that. And this all the way down. Then we'll just bring power along with us so we can keep floating. Oh boy. Now it's 123. Wow, what a sudden surge. I'll be on the YouTube front page soon. Who didn't put a foundation there? Who was so lazy that they only put the little bit they needed to get the building down, but not the whole thing? Who would do that? How am I even floating right now? I'm all the way over there. Wow, good reach. Alright, that should be that side hooked up. We'll do this, try to, like I said, try to be quick. Also onto the vertical. Save the paint just for a little while. Do that once everything's in place, including the water extractors. You need a Mark II pipeline. No, that's not the same pipeline. Be different. Yeah, so that's hooked up there, that's hooked up there. Okay, cool. We just do the same thing again, I guess. Now, might be a bit trickier to line this up. Or it might work perfectly. No, it doesn't work perfectly, but that's okay. That's alright, we'll just build out from the side then. That's one thing I don't really get. How did I do that before? Yeah, it is in the center. Okay, anyway. Right, so this will be the one on the end instead of the central point for the first one. This doesn't really make any difference to us. So we'll just do this, go to the, roughly to the edge. So we're pushing further and further out. Guess we could go lengthways, but it's fine. I don't think we're going to run out of space, so it'll be okay. Have to use noodle. That junction is off center. Ah! Okay. You got me. Now the music's going. Let's go. Connect this shit together. Fuel lines. Do they connect together? This seems like a lot of fuel. 300. Was it? It's like 330 something out of each one on each line. We're gonna have another one over here. I'm just thinking. No, that's okay. Where these are gonna go. I don't know where we're gonna send the fuel. I'll figure that out later. It might look a bit messy, but that's okay. I've been cautious enough. Cooper, there's no time for caution. Something like that, and then it's up by 2, right? I'll update the pipes after I put them down. I'm just doing Mark 1 for now, just laziness. But I will update them. Alright, that's that group done. Next group will be over here. Same situation, I guess, where this is probably too far close. So that one's not going to work there. Man, it was all looking so elegant until you're like, oh, you need 4 more of those, or 8 more. Ruined everything. Haven't hooked the power up for these yet either. I'm joking, by the way, obviously, with that. I appreciate people pointing things out that are wrong. You only run into it eventually. It would suck. Right. Do this twice more. This is so much stuff. Why did we have to do this? I think you accidentally made about 50 too many refineries and about 72 extra blenders. It does feel that way. I liked having just 8 blenders. And 6 water extractors. I'm the one that chose to increase it though. We only needed 14. I've brought it up to 16. But even so, and doing my little different groups and stuff. Told you so. Yeah, no, you're right. Well, I never saw this happening. To be fair, this wasn't part of the plan. Plan was to make plastic. Plastic was in place pretty quick. Then it was like, oh, what do we do with heavy oil? It became like this whole diluted fuel mess. Which is nice. It seems like we do actually get a lot of fuel out of this, so it is good. Up together, and that up together. Oof, we're getting danger close to this edge now where... Yeah, that's okay. We can still do it, but it's getting worse and worse the further down the line we go, because things are lining up less and less. Here. Could just do that. That. It's terribly inconsistent now, but whatever. Jesus Christ. Okay, and then this will just turn this way. I know you don't necessarily need a junction to do that, but it can just look a bit better that way. If I'd known this blueprint could have come built in with these things in place already. Okay. And then there's just one more to go, right? Or have I done something wrong again? I did. Did you catch me up on that? I don't know if anyone did notice it. You're always so productive when I'm not looking. Are you making diluted fuel? We are, yeah. I made a mistake. These don't need to go here. They need to go further up. So that was just completely nothing. I was thinking, like, why is it getting more and more, like, disorganized? Let's do the other side first. This side. But it's the same thing, isn't it? So 2 blenders, and then on the right is their thing. 2 blenders, then on the right. 2 blenders, then on the right. Yeah. Dude, I'm so confused now. Hang on. 2 blenders, then on the right. That's the first group. I'm plugging... What the fuck have I done here? I've plugged this in from the wrong side. Yeah, I have double water going into the second blender set. So it's 3 for 4. 3 for 4. But these 3 needed to be built there. That's why I was saying initially I knew something was off. I was like, the gap doesn't need to exist here. But they could have just gone closer together. I knew something was off. And then when things weren't like lining up at the water shaft, I was like, what? Damn. Jim, appreciate it. Thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Alright, so how do we want to do it? Should we close that gap? Like, we could get rid of this gap and this gap, right? They don't need to exist. It's like the equivalent of what's on those sides there. There's nothing there. Like, no water will be coming through. So, I say get rid of them. Redo that bit. Come too far now to just half-ass it. Let's just get it done right. And it was making no sense for the flipping fuel lines either. I was like, now where do we bring the fuel? Everything was so off. Leave those beams in place, and we can move these blenders down. But all of this is wrong. Yeah, close it. Oh well, it'll look better for it. Mistakes were made. Lessons learned. Right, so we do just take this one and we bring it right to the very edge, because it can do. Doesn't matter. Like that, right? That's fine. Now we have our gap, which is normal. And then we take this one and we do a gap here. Just make sure that's lined up correctly, because I didn't really look at it properly. Yep, that's okay. I was just checking something. That's okay. That's right. It's in line. Good. It was such a mess, just figuring it out as I went. I'm glad there's no video of me building my fuel plant. I read that one backwards, but yeah. Second set of blenders is fed twice by water. Third set messed up. Sorry, Shredder. And I see that you figured... Yeah, you got me. Embrace the power shard. Overclock. Use sloops. These can't all go up on one line. This group will be separated, but that's okay then. Yeah. Nice. Alright, cool. Just get rid of this. Get rid of that. Good night. Good night. See you later. Alright, cool. Right, now we make the gap, and it should be the same as the gap on the other side, which is 2 foundations crossed, but it's not even 2 foundations, it is still the 1.5 kind of situation that we're dealing with from before. So just like that, bonk. Do the reverse, flip it around. This is gap of 2. This one is the normal 2 gap. And we're lined up to there, I think. There. Boundary boxes are staying in place for some reason. There we go. Right. Nailed it. Easy. First try. Next one is going to be getting these water extractors in place. Place is going to be here. Much better. Put it on this side as well. The fuck is your problem now, dude? There we go. Wait for it. What are we waiting? What mistake am I making now? It's all backwards. Backwards. That one's backwards. That one's okay. It's just that one, right? Not all backwards, just that one. That's okay, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, lining up with each other. Lining up with each other. Cool. Thanks. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm really focused. I'm locked in now. And still. We've all been there. Yeah, I know, right? This is... People wonder why I edit my videos. Hey, we hit all the assembly director systems. 500. Boom. They're going to be backing up now, actually. There's nowhere else for them to go. Don't know if I baked in the overflow for them or not. Don't think I did. Doodle Earth. Okay, so the first row down there and into the ones on the left, just to keep it the same. It feels like, has it been nighttime the whole time I'm doing this? Or have days gone by and I just haven't noticed? Feels like I'm constantly breaking out the torch. Okay. And now we have to update the pipes, I know, to make them Mark II. We'll just connect all our logic together. So that's all just done. Okay. Have I forgotten anything now? So it would be linking these two groups together for fuel. And these two. That's 4 groups of fuel making 331, I want to say, each. Finally, the sun's coming up. That's the amount of fuel we should be getting in total, right? Their intake is 50. That's the amount of heavy oil we have. The output's 100. So if we divide that by 4, that's what every line is making. 331.5. So yeah, that's how much fuel we're getting. We're getting 1,326 fuel. Oh. Yep, we'll do the Mark II now. Now that everything's in place, and we have to do the power as well. But actually, let's just do power first, and then I'll update the belt speeds. Then we'll just paint everything just so that it's easily, you know, recognizable as what everything's doing. Should have all their clock speeds and everything okay. Why not do the power beams as part of the blueprint? I didn't think about the power beams for this until afterwards, and I also thought I only had to put down 8 machines, and I literally said, I was like, I'll just do the power myself. Because inside of the blueprint, there was only 2 machines, so I was like, it's not like the beams take long, it's more about the connections across. So I was like, oh yeah, just for 2 machines, I was like, really, am I saving that much time? But there's a lot more than 2, it turns out. If it was well planned out, you know, I would have done also the turns in the pipes and a bunch more of this stuff. Because there was space for it. But, oh well. So they're all hooked up as well. So then it's just these that would need to be hooked up. Connect them in a moment to the main grid. Oh, I have to lower their clock speed as well, don't I? It's like 110.5, I think. Oh, God. Yeah, just clicking buttons. It's like so much effort. How long have we been live? 5.5 hours. Spectator mode with a movable entity that can view, interact with things, but can't move items, change numbers, just purely spectating. That would be kind of fun. Over to this side and do those. These ones are okay, right? Because they're painted. Once it's the painting is always the last thing I do, so it's normally to tell me that's set now. You don't have to worry about it. And sorry, I'll catch my chat a bit better. I've been very locked in and not reading very well. I'm going to read it from the very top down of what I can see. Some of it will be a bit irrelevant and old. Ryan said, don't forget to mark to your water and fuel lines. If it's only 60% of... Whoop. Appreciate the super chat. It's knocked out my chat. 60% of your game... If it's only 60% of your game, you're doing much better than me. The Justin sign, going back to an older factory and being like, why is everything not working anymore? Mine's more like 75%. I have started the whole factory over because I was off by one yeah, oh my god. You've no idea. I've totally done that too. Where like half the stuff is in place and I'm like, no. The whole thing has to go. I wish we could all play in a giant server to see all your mistakes. Yeah, like a spectator mode like they were saying. That's funny. You'd have to underclock it so it's not as full. Why not do the power beat? Yeah, I read that already. CM. One built my fuel setup for 4,800 per minute, then used just half of it. Now I'm doing rocket fuel. Since my initial plan has now changed, the nice factory is not so nice anymore. Yeah, spectator mode. I could imagine it would get annoying. I was gonna say you can let people ping, but yeah, that could get annoying. But I don't know. I'd let people come into the game. Man, I'm slouching like crazy. Sit up. I started making blueprints of machines with power sockets in them so they can just be daisy chained. Oh, that's what I normally do. So, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but these ones all had the power lines built into them automatically. So, and they had the thing in there. So if I, see, it's just all part of it. So I totally do that normally. It's just lazy, just lazy. Or to be honest, I thought I didn't need it and I was like, I'll do something better than just a beam going across. And then I got lazy. All right, anyways, so let's catch up with any more that I missed. That was Guy Sillyman. $5 for the 5-hour stream. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. $1 an hour. Thankfully, other people also contribute quite a lot as well. So thank you. It really does add up and it helps a lot. So thanks. And shout out to Jamichael at the beginning again. Just to mention, dropped a fat 200. So in my view, he paid for everybody today. Cool. All right. Okay, just the power on this group of water extractors left, these two, and then we'll do the painting and remove some of the unnecessary foundations. So we're almost done. And that means we can actually at least say we did something today, because obviously I don't think I'll get to get all the way to the AI limiters, but we will be able to turn on the plastic. It should all run now and generate fuel for us as well as plastic. And we can decide what to do with that. So that's going to be my goal for today. Hopefully before the end of the stream we will turn this stuff on. Because for those who don't know, I normally do 5 hours, roughly. But Rosie's still out. So, do whatever. Not that she's never ever told me to stop early or do anything like that. But I feel bad when I tell her, like, oh, I'll be done by 8. And then it's hours later. Alright, how about that? These all hooked up as well now. They have the right thing. Okay, let's do the Mark II pipes. Do we have that number that I wrote down? 331.5. That's a consistent number across a lot of this place because we're dealing with doubling and then halving when we do the diluted fuel. So Yeah, each group here made half of that. Each group made half of that. So when this group combines with this group, it makes that. So see, so it's 165.75 is what each group does. But when they merge up, they have to eventually get to a Mark II pipe. Now that thing's going to be a little bit in the way. And there ain't much we can do about that, but that's okay. We'll just move around it. Maybe actually for consistency, let's try this. I don't anyone cares. I don't know why. Like, I'm not going to finish the cosmetics in this build. I'm just so crazy. Really? Okay, now this is what I meant by consistency. This, and we'll make sure the junctions are at the same points. And that can kind of look good sometimes. And then here we could do the regular pipeline Mark 1, and then we get the bulge. Gotta have the bulge in the middle. These upload your save. I will after this, yeah. You sink uranium fuel rods? I actually don't know. It's like playing Civ, just one more turn. Party at Darren's? Oh my god. Nerd fest. Oh yeah, I was worried that these are going the wrong way. No, they're okay. Good. Right, so this is still Mark 1 up until we get to this group. It could be Mark 1 until like almost halfway down, but that might be a little weird. Tell you what, instead of doing, not that this would ever go backwards anyway, but just if it ever thought about it, little valves. Don't be scared of valves. People are often scared of them. They're fine. They don't hurt anyone. Leave those valves as they are, and then after this they'll become Mark II maybe. Would that be better? After the first machine. I want eagle eyes on this now, don't let me miss one. Although it is painted different, so it'd be pretty easy to spot, I guess. Alright, we'll just leave it to there for a moment. Let's make sure I got that okay. Yeah, looks good to me. Alright, let's make it purple. Whoa. Bit too much. Activate gamer mode. Alright, go all the way down the line. The creature's in the way. That definitely inserted itself. Probably felt good. You could always kill the bean. Just takes a lot. Yeah, that one definitely like warped into his ass. Hit him again. Alright, there we go. Alright, guy. They used to drop hog remains, now they don't drop anything. Do love the copper pipes, they look so good. Why don't they... Oh, I haven't hooked that up to power yet, have I not? Yeah, not that side. Okay. I was just gonna say, why are they red lights? Alright, good. Let's paint. Alright, that's the heavy oil residue, definitely Mark II'd out of its mind. And next up will be the water, to make sure that that's hooked up correctly, and that's Mark II'd out of its mind. These two are okay. We combine up. Yep, that's fine. That's where it ends. So this would have to be Mark II, Mark II. And there. Do this side as well then. Here, here, here. Ah, they're not hooked up yet either. Okay, that should be that. And we'll do the fuel line. Normally I would say like, oh, it doesn't really matter about painting, we'll just keep it going, but it's actually, there's so much pipes and stuff for just, even just debugging it and like if there's a problem, like making sure it's okay. I feel like it's just good to have them like really clearly painted and labeled so I know what's doing what. Just bear with me as I paint these. I do feel like it'll help. Maybe I don't need to paint the trim, but that, I don't know. How can you not? Alright, there's a little bit of yellow down there, but that's okay. Right, what you making? So this place at the moment, it's actually just an oil refinery making plastic, and then out of the heavy oil we're making diluted fuel. That's basically it. Yep, that's it. We're making fuel. That can go now. And I was just cleaning up the place since we've put down most things. There's a bit of a struggle with the blenders. Took a little longer than expected. Good. We could paint these blue. I think their numbers have been set, right? I think we set them. Okay. Yep. All right. Cool. All right. There we go. Almost done. Need to hook these up to power. So they have their power line. So that needs to travel up to the top bit. Okay, so they should all be active. Water will be active soon enough. We'll power that on in a moment. What's left in terms of power? Oh, the fuel lines. I need to make them Mark II. Going for turbo then rocket. I've already got a turbo fuel plant. I haven't thought about rocket fuel yet. And I've never made diluted fuel before. This is just more because we have the byproduct. It's like, okay, we'll make this into heavy oil. Or into diluted fuel. I was thinking really, I don't know if I'll need nuclear. Or I mean, rocket fuel. I might just do nuclear. But I don't know. I haven't fully decided. But I think we'll just, next week, or whenever this place is done, nuclear will be the thing I want to make after this. Because I'm trying to just focus on progression all the time. And to get magnetic field generators, we need electromagnetic control rods. To get those, we need AI limiters. The reason we need so much plastic is because I want to make a lot of AI limiters. Because I'm using circuit boards. Yeah, that's it. It's great watching you making and fixing mistakes. Made me realize I need to do more. I needed to do more doing and less thinking to progress faster. Yeah, maybe to an extent though. I do waste a lot of time fixing mistakes, so it could be argued that you might save that time if you do plan it better. Maybe. But I think what I've learned is just plan a little less big than you ultimately need. Like in my last series especially, I was just planning way too big. Everything was built with Mark V belts in mind. It's like, let's get all the ore that 780 can travel or handle. And everything was built off that. And that's what this build is. This is a, hey, we can make 780 Caterium, right? So let's just like bang it out. We're going to get 6 belts of quick-wire, 4,680 per minute. And everything's built off of that. And because I started with such a big number, the place has to be huge. But is that needed? maybe not, you know, and that's what this whole series, this live stream series has really been about. It's like, what, maybe you don't need to go that hard because in the time it takes to do all this, if you just make a little bit and trickle up into the space elevator, you know, you'll probably progress faster. It doesn't feel as good though, building small and leaving things behind and not doing power as much as you need. And you know, there's something to be said about building a bit bigger for the fun of it. That's why today I was like, yeah, let's just do it. Let's go 60 refineries. Like, why not? That's not even that big. People will know from my previous series, you know, we have a 500 refineries in a copper deuterium plant with like 60 water extractors and the amount of belts for that. And half of them are making deuterium. Huge amounts of quick wire there, loads of 12,000 ingots per minute. It's massive, you know, it's huge, it's ridiculous. It didn't need to happen, but it was fun. And it damn nearly killed me. All right, anyways, so that's all set. The water is ready to go, just be hooked up. We need to hook up the oil. That'll be the next thing to figure out, right? Because we've hooked up all the outputs, but delivering the input is actually a little tricky on this. There's 4 groups of refineries here. And it needs like 1,000, what did I write down? 1,989 oil. It's a very specific amount. And because of that, no group is taking in the oil very nicely. It's quite an awkward number. Because I just took the number I needed, which is 1989, divided by 4 groups. Each group needs 497.25 oil. So it's like, okay, how do we get that? How do we do that? So like here, I could just take one of these and easily send it into one of these groups, and that'd be fine. Obviously got some left over though, if we really want to use it all. So I'd probably send this forward, junction it, maybe just send it down that way, and then some of the excess that can go to the right, I suppose, and we'll feed some of the other, because the other oil's over there. We'll have to really try and keep track of all this then. I'm gonna have to get another note page. Yeah, valves would probably help. That's what I was saying earlier, that we could valve it to help separate it. I mean, it separates itself anyway. It would be okay. It's just for me to make sure I don't mess up the math and make sure I'm sending stuff the right way and not having you know, more than 600 at one place or something like that. Right, so let's begin. So that's what I'll do with this. We'll send this into here. That's going to be 600 per minute. Just get this to line up more in the center now. And yeah, we could put a valve on this just to say maybe just make sure only 500 really goes down this way. It needs less than that. You can get very specific, but valves aren't really that good at being to the decimal point perfect. We could just say 500. It's still just a hair more than it needs, but the rest will still not make it through and be pushed back that way anyway, so that's okay. Alright, so just for my own sanity, just for now, and we can remove these when things get cleared up, I'll just put down a display sign or something that says what's going this way. Pretty obvious, but yeah, oil, or no, actually I'll say left. Ideally that's going that way. So this is where it gets very specific numbery. So it's 600 minus that, so it's 102.75. Now, so that row needs, and I suppose I'll just do the correct number going this way, right? $497.25. Okay, so that's how we want it to be divided up. And that should not flow any further back this way in an ideal world. If we only need 102.75, I'll just lock it to 110, so something like that, whatever. Okay. I always put +1 on the number I need in valves. Works perfectly for me. We could get specific with it if things aren't working, but let's just try this. In theory, I don't even think I'd need a valve, because all the oil will try to go this way and it'll get backed up, and then the rest of it will go that way, and vice versa, you know? It shouldn't really matter. Valves can help flow control, though. So there could be a situation where the oil that's being made over here, that's flowing along down this way, is actually pushing faster than what's coming out of here through here, and this gets backed up. So that can happen. So valves can maybe mitigate that. We'll see how that goes. Right, anyways, so we know that each group basically needs 497.25. So 497.25 minus 102.75 is 394.5. That's what we need, the remainder that needs to go in there. 394.5. This will be fun. Copy that one. You guys have regenerated already. I haven't reloaded the game. Change that music now. Thanks for the meat, boys. All right. Oil extractor. That's a bit off, actually. Stop taking things out. Just take out just nothing. Just your hands. Can we do that? I'm so lazy that I'm just gonna get rid of all this. There. Now we can't take out anything. Sick of it. Always takes out stuff. Because I put away the build gun doesn't mean you have to take out your actual gun. Anyways, right. So 600 could roll in here. We did say that 394.5 is all that needs to go in here. Might just extend this further down this way then. I'll start here just to give room for a little valve there. Valves don't really work because they limit the flow, but often it's often that your units operate on an average inflow of that valve, while a valve will take the average inflow. Said the word valve too many times in that one, I can't really make sense of it. I've used valves before, I've never had a problem with them, but I never used them to this specific number, because it does seem like their decimal points are slightly off. Excuse me. Maybe it works though. For me it doesn't. They can prevent backflow if they're set to 600 though. Yeah, I've never had a problem, and I've used them a lot with not for super specific decimal point numbers, but to the integer, and it's been fine. That's just me. I know if I press H and I put away stuff, but then I build and then I put away the dismantle and it just takes stuff out. I'm like, I don't know why. I've holstered it by pressing H. That's what I'm doing, and it keeps taking it out. I'm like, but stop doing that. But I don't know why that happens. It does feel like it's just me. No one else ever seems to have that issue. No one's ever gone like, oh yeah, that's annoying. It does seem like maybe I'm just clicking something wrong. Might be that I'm scrolling by accident and that's like flipping through the tool belt. Could be the case. I'll never admit it, but it could be what's happening. Right, so to the right we need 394.75. 394.5 is what's needed. So we'll do a little valve. And 394, so we'll just say 400, whatever, it's fine. No more than that will be okay. Right, so that basically means we've got 200 and a bit that can go this way. Down to here. Yeah, that's okay. I was just wondering if I should tuck it in further, but no, it's okay. So currently, 39.4. Currently what's been sent in here is the remainder of whatever that is. 394.75. 394.75. So 600 minus that. 205.25. That's what we're currently sending here. So I'll just, even just on this part, that's that, because I'm going to put a junction down there and add more onto it, of course. 205.25. And I guess a valve somewhere here as well. So like I said, I really do think this would work without valves, but I'm going to just try it out and see if it harms it at all. I don't think it will. 10. So that could be a Mark 1. We add something onto it, which we'll do in a moment. Right, so the only issue with this build, the only issue I would say here is that we have to send more oil parallel to this all the way down even further, or above it, one or the other, probably parallel. Just a big straight line going down here. It's going to come from the pressurizer. Hey, yeah. Of course, this will need to be 600. Cool. Alright, hopefully all that's working right now. Happens to me all the time too, after putting a build gun away. I think it's because of the mouse click right after putting it away or something. My mouse is dodgy sensitive. You did mention that you have somewhat scroll wheel sensitivity. Well, I have a magnetic scroll wheel, so you have to really push it to click it, even once. But you can unlock the magnet and then free roll it. Yep. Oh, cool. Is it just any cat as well? It looks like a Pokemon. Sorry, Rosie went to arts class. I was just looking at it. Yeah, cool. Graphite is the first time you'd use that. Nice. Do anything else? Oh, really cool. Like shadow cats that you've drawn, yeah. Yeah, nice. Alright, let's get the last bit of oil out of here. The interesting thing with this now is that was 205.25, so I need to get the original number again. I can't remember what we have to actually send down these groups. Probably written it somewhere, but there's just numbers surrounding me, but this will tell us right here. 497.25. Right, so 497.25. So what's minus? What's remain? What we need to send in there is 292. We need 292 to go in there. You add on to it. Six hours, man. Can we see? Show us, please. You want to show it, Rose? She's on the way. So she does different art classes, and this is like a new style, I guess, that she's done for the first time. But she's painted a few things around. Background is like using graphite. Okay. So Rosie's working on graphite for the first time. She hasn't worked with it before. This was using pencil. And then this was like the graphite version. That's one thing. Then that one. Rosie quite likes this one, I gotta be honest. Not as big a fan of this as the one before. Yeah. Yeah. And then the big one, maybe? That one's really cool. That's probably my favorite one. And then this one. And how long was this class today? Like an hour? Yeah, so an hour and a half. Did a few of these. There's one that Doesn't want to show. There you go. That's really cool. She's got skills. That's not easy to do. Tune in for more next week. Yeah, and just some other ones that I really like. You would have painted this just recently as well. I know it's like, well, I shouldn't say I know. It might come across as somewhat simple, but I think it looks really, really nice. I want to frame that one. The colors aren't really coming across as well, but it's like almost pinkish hue to the clouds. Pretty cool. Very last one off. Yeah, I've said it before on the stream. She only started drawing and doing art like in the last few months. And before that, it was like stick figures and shit. Like, we have a whiteboard and we'd both draw like badly on it, you know? Although she'd draw a little bit better than me, but nothing where I was like, oh, you can draw. But then she went to art class and it's like, oh, okay, so suddenly you just know how to do that now. So that's kind of crazy. So this is our cat, Nyx. I guess if you don't know the cats, it might just look like any generic cat, but that actually looks just like Nyx. Nyx has like extremely defined eyes, or really well defined eyes. So that would be Nyx. I'd have to find a photo where like that would match, but Rosie drew this from a photo, or painted it, I should say, because it is paint. But that's the actual cat, I suppose. There's many pictures. Yeah, it might be actually that photo that's on the far right of the screen right now. It might be one of those. Looks fairly similar, the way the ear is tilted. Then she did our cat Jinx, who's smaller and has like really puffy cheeks and often sleeps where her cheeks will like block out her eye. Then she did one where it's like a little storm. And then she did one of... I had a dog. She did a Bichon Frise. It doesn't look like my dog, but it does look like a Bichon Frise. So, yeah, she's awesome. I love him. Alright, anyway, back to the game. Yeah. He's doing great. I mean, I knew it straight away when I saw Nyx. When she showed me the dog one, I was like, not as much. But to be fair to Rosie, she doesn't know Jerry as well. Yeah, it was my dog, really. Whereas these are our cats right now. Anyways, alright, so... Bad idea to get distracted when trying to hold numbers in my head. 292 is the remainder that we need to send in there. So this is what it requires to operate at full capacity. So, we're going to grab whatever and get another pipeline and send it in there. It does need 292, and that's kind of exactly... We can get like 300 out of this one. So that might be a perfect little add-on right there. And then we take the rest from the pressurizer and send it parallel. That might be a good idea to do. Sure. So, you know, it might be reworked a little bit in the future with how we divide this up, depending on what we want the rest of the oil for. I was going to say, where's my equipment? Where is it? For all my complaining. Doesn't know Jerry. Yeah, not as well as I did. This is my boy. I've abandoned my boy. Abandoned my child. Right, so we got a junction here instead. It needed 292, so I'll set that to 292. Uber specific. Not a drop of wasted oil. Pipeline Mark II clean. Go that way now. That will be 292. Oh my god, the mom's pissed. Love them? Yeah, I think they're real cool. Need to get like little frames for them. But she's banging them out like real quick, you know. Those look like little miniature ones, because they are small, I guess. But she did like them all together in the span of a few hours, just at home. I was like, damn. So maybe after a certain time, it'll be like, whatever, they're meaningless now, because you keep doing them. But I really like them. And we have photos of our cats everywhere at the moment. We don't have kids. So there's already portraits, or not portraits, but pictures of our cats and pictures of us in little frames. Alright, portrait sign. This one here. They fixed that bug where if you paste onto this before it's fully built, it doesn't show. It shows now. Love it. Those are the real bugs. 292 point, was it 0.5 or just 292? I think it was just 292. But 292, you know, plus the 205.25 should be 497.25. Yeah, just making sure. I mean, that's what that in brackets is doing anyway. Right, good. So you don't need a valve in this. I was going to lock it to 300, but that's kind of what it's doing. But I suppose direction wouldn't be any harm. And then this, well, this is where it combines up. So 292, it really doesn't really need anything. It just direction again. We don't need to set a limit. No harm in it overfilling. Okay, cool. So that'll have to be powered up to just 300. Or 292, what we're aiming for. Okay. Right, and then there's just one last group to fill. That one down there. So I'll have to go up and over this little bit. We'll just travel parallel to this. Somewhere here we'll cross over, I don't know. That's going to come from the pressurizer. So we need, again, what's the number? It's 497.25. 497.25. So some of these little things do 300. The ones that are pure. The other ones do 150. So 150, 75, 75. That's 300. 450. Almost what we need. That's pure, it's too much. Normal. So 3 normals and an impure, right? That would do it. Does this have that capability? 3 normals and an impure. Yes. So that'd be 150, 300, 450, and an impure 75. That would get us up to the number we need, right? Am I wrong with that? Oh yeah, yep. And it's a really difficult one to underclock though. So we might just oversupply that. I'm not really sure how to do that, because you can't underclock these individually. You'd have to bring the whole thing down. I mean, I guess I could bring it all down to exactly what we need right now. And just put it all on one big pipeline. That'd be a very lazy way of doing it. But, you know, ideally I want to use the other bits for something else in the future, but I don't really need that now. That's a lot of power as well. So yeah, I'm actually going to I'll be a little lazy with it. But we know that then this will be, well, I'll have to figure that out then later, won't I? No, I'll be lazy with it. And when it comes to taking the old to do something else, we'll have to decide how we break that up. Instead of 900 per minute, we need, I keep forgetting that number, it's so crazy. 497.25. That's all we need. We save, you know, 200 megawatts of power with that, and then in the future we'll figure out what to do with all this. And this can now all combine onto one thing. As I said, I'd be lazy with it. Gonna be basically all merging somewhere out here. Valves is kind of a way you could do it. I mean, yeah. I feel like valves aren't pinpoint accurate though, but they would be pretty accurate. It's hard to explain, but it still feels like it'd be awkward. Like, what do I do with the bit that's going, the extra bit? I can't get rid of it, you know. So I feel like I'd have to underclock the machine. So you'd have to underclock this to bring all of them down to the number that would get me like the number I would need out of certain pockets. So it's like, okay, cool, 150, 150, 150, and then 75. Then I have to bring that down so it doesn't go to, like, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. And then we'd have to get it to 497. Just those, though. That's what I would need to do. It just seems a bit messy. Now, you could use valves, right? So you get the number you need. But then it's like, this is still going to stop-start because it'll get backed up. So you'd have to siphon a bit off and send it somewhere. Do something with it. Or, because I don't want to set up even more stuff right now, I'll just underclock the whole thing, combine it onto one pipe, and just be done with it for now. But when I come back here and I need to get more oil, we'll have to reorganize that. And I'll know that, yes, we need to get 497.25 out of here. Oh, hopefully that kind of makes sense, at least why I'm thinking that way. We'll just travel along here. And it's all temporary, right? Because this will just have to change. And we'll probably come back and do something with this oil. Not too distant in the future, really. So let's just combine some of these. How many nodes is there? 6? Alright, that's easy enough. Facing different directions, though. 1, 2... Can I just float, please? So there's none in that direction. They're all over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these three can combine together. We'll just aim them into each other. Something like that. There's one junction. They'll combine. This one will join these two buddies. And then they'll join together. Well, they'll just go into there, I suppose. Alright. And also because I need to kind of end the stream anyway. Ooh, hopefully that's not too high up. If we have to put a pump on it, big whoop. I wouldn't think a pump is needed there. Now, these will have to be... Yeah, depending on what we've combined. I guess just to be safe, we'll do Mark II pipes, right? Clean Mark II after the junction. Alright, and then we have a clean pipeline here. Alright, and this will just be the number we need to go all the way down to the very end. Yeah, I'll probably bring it down here instead. Sign. Alright, let's bring it down. Sorry if this was already said, but now that the space elevator part is done, it'd be good to shut those two machines off and start uploading your supercomputers since they're used for nuclear power. Yeah, indeed. They're just getting backed up right now. I just didn't want to leave this site. It's quite a distance away. But you're right. Now we just make supercomputers, what is it, 1.5 per minute? So you need 10 for every nuclear reactor, I think, right? Yep, it would be good to start saving them up. And actually, a while ago, we started saving half of them anyway, because couldn't necessarily provide all the adaptive control units. Bit of a lie. But no, yeah, you're right. It would be nice to do that just at the very end. We'll head back to base and do that. Alright, so there we go. That one's actually going to... Oh shit, that's going to power on right now. Cut that for a second. Well, actually, it might be time now to turn it all on, I suppose. So we'll activate the water extractors, and then we'll activate... Oh, the heavy oil isn't going anywhere. I'm not building a bunch of generators. What we'll do is just throw them into vats or something, just to allow them to fill up something. And then we'll, next stream, build some generators and get that all sorted. Like, make some extra power from it. Yeah, they've actually just made... Who made that? Who did that? Who's gotten their oil? Did I hook up any other... I don't think I've hooked up any other ones except that one, so it must have been some oil trickling down from somewhere. You'll need 14 generators in 2 groups of 7 clocked at 236. Nice. 14 generators in 2 groups. I like the sound of that. I don't know where I'd build them, though. I guess you could just go out in the water. It would be kind of interesting to build up above and just do a little pump room where we pump the 4 lines. Speaking of 4, this never got upgraded. That's better. And then this one as well, right? They need to be Mark 2. So, because we don't have that ready, we're making 300 per minute. So, you know, a storage container of buffer this much. 2,400. Maybe 2 of them. 4,800 before the thing taps out. And we have to shut it off. But yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll continue and finish this place. So the fuel generators will go in. Then we'll use all the plastic in something. For now, we need to just shovel it all into Awesome Sink. So I want to run this place before we're done. So it needs to be able to just run. And can't Awesome Sink this. I'm not building a packager for it or anything like that, so... I'll have to do the same with the other group. Why? I knew that was off. I was looking at it thinking, like, what the hell is it? There we go. I was like, why aren't we getting a line? Alright, let that continue. Yeah, sorry who's asking. Oh, it's Genome. Yeah, no, I'm making... I'll go over it in just a second. We're about to turn it on, actually, so you'll see it all at work in a moment. The other thing I want to turn on is the water. We can hook that up right now, actually. So let's turn the water on. Doesn't really matter if that gets backed up. Alright, so let that water do its thing. And yeah, for the fuel, just build another couple of fluid buffers out this way and behind me as well, just so that when we do run the place, the excess fuel has somewhere to go. I want to see this place run at 100%, so it's a good way to check that, I guess. Won't go quite as far back, we'll just go there. Fine. Oh, sorry, no, we do have to go further back. Forgot, it's on this side. Our fuel out. So we should be, what is it, like 1,300 fuel or something per minute? But each line is doing 331.5 fuel per minute. It'll take 15 minutes to fill, so that's okay. Buys us some time. So the blender should be filling up with water soon. Yeah, yep. Alright, let's get ready. So basically what this place is, and the reason it came to be, is because it all started with the electromagnetic control rods. It turns out you need AI limiters to make them. I think it's time we just hook this up. So that's our first bit of oil connected actually now. Oil's going to start making plastic straight up. Yeah, it started with the electromagnetic control rods. You need AI limiters, so we looked at AI limiter recipes. The one that I decided to go with, need to move this, requires plastic. So I was like, okay, let's have a look, and it requires like quick wire. So it's like, okay, quick wire plastic. So decided to do the Caterium. This is arrow facing the wrong way. It must be, right? Anyway, Long story short, it's a massive AI, it's a massive circuit board factory that hasn't got to the circuit board part yet. It's just basically plastic right now. The heavy oil residue we get from the plastic is going into diluted fuel, and that's why we're just going to be vatting it up, so storing it in these big giant vats for a while. But next time I stream, we'll use all of that to make some extra power. And maybe even package a little bit if we have any left over, if we want to. Depending how I want to do it. Because I would like to get more packaged fuel, but there might be a better solution to that. Alright, is that all the oil? It's just the oil in the middle that needs to be hooked up. And then I'll talk through everything. We'll check power just once this last one is hooked up as well. Okay, I think we're ready. Test it out. Power is now climbing. So our production is 20,825 megawatts. Our max consumption is still 19,500, so we're okay. That max consumption just changed. How could that happen? Max consumption should never change, right? I've never seen that before, where it's fluctuating. Why the hell would that be happening? It counts what machines are on the network, whether they're powered or not. Why would it be moving up and down? Your plastic needs to go somewhere as well. That's true, yeah, we need to send it into awesome sinks. So they're all heading towards the center, so the idea was to have 4 awesome sinks here in the center, just to carry them, to handle them for now. So I'll just do this lazily as well. I'll just keep the place running until we bend it somewhere in the future, but there you go. Alright, the goal is that all of these are going to fill up completely. But I didn't give them probably enough time to fill up with oil, actually, thinking about it. We need to let the oil run for a while. So I'll cut these off. Let's let it build up with plastic. That's fine. So we'll wait for these to get completely flushed with oil. So remember, they're being filled from this direction that way. So we expect the ones on the end to take a while. Same with these. Yeah. We'll just leave it for a little while. Until the plastic has nowhere to go. And then it should fill up. Alright, anyways, you plugged something in so it went up? No. Yeah, but I'm looking at even the latest. Oh, you're right, actually. Yeah, you're right. I'm just looking back in the timeline, haven't I? Sorry, I thought the timeline was maybe moving a bit quicker than that, but you're right. It's not moving now, is it? Well, now it just went down. So there's something weird. Yeah, what's up with that? It's changing. $19440, 19439. Consumption changing makes sense. The machines are firing on, firing off, whatever. Max consumption, though. Don't know what that's about. Also, what's the difference between production and capacity? They're always the same for me. I have no trains. I have one train, I guess, but that doesn't affect max consumption. That affects consumption. Right? Also just getting lower. It's down to 387 now. The hover pack is variable. Variable power is on the consumption line, the orange line, so going up and down. Train brakes and, well, a train brakes and your production could go up, right? But your consumption will go up as the train ramps up its acceleration. So that's fine. But max consumption is supposed to be all of the machines you have built, or whatever, that could possibly consume if they all turned on at the same time. The fact that it's going up and down, I don't understand that, because it should never change. Unless the game is still calculating it for some reason. Because it seems pretty set now. I don't have any power storage, no batteries. I've got one train in the world. I do have drones. Drones are flying all over the place, actually. Could it be the drones? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. With biomass generators, they only produce as much. Again, I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think you guys are getting somewhat confused. A biomass generator only burns when it's needed, but it's max. The max, that's got nothing to do with the max capacity. That's to do with how many machines you have. If I have Instructor, it's 4 megawatts. If this was on its own network, it's going to say that the max capacity is 4. Max consumption. There we go. Sorry, not max consumption. Is 4. And it's off. Right? It's not powered. It's off. It's not doing anything. That stays the same, because it's like, hey, if you activate your machine, then the consumption, the orange line, will go up to 4. If you were to turn it on and off, the consumption line will go on and off. The max consumption doesn't change. It shouldn't change. I've never seen it change before. So something's weird. Starting to get a bit of oil now down towards the end. Hopefully we divided it up correctly. There, we've got green lights firing for this entire line here. So this line makes a bit more sense. We had huge amounts of oil built up and then pushed all along down this pipe. So I would imagine these are mostly full now. So that's good. So let's just check the ones on the very end. Yeah, it's got 67 plastics. So this line is now ready, flushed with oil, so they can be activated, or at least freed up. Free that up. You can get out of there now. The next one, see, this is where we have like valves and junctions that we're combining up numbers. This doesn't really matter here what that says. It just matters if they're getting what they need. I think they will. It's just probably going to take some time. They're making some plastic already. See how much oil they've got. It's only got 5, and that's got 5. Yeah, so we just gotta wait until they're full. As long as if the plastic can't go anywhere, so the ones that are at 200, none of them are 200 yet, but once they get to 200, then the oil will stop going in there. And the oil will just fill and fill and fill down the line, so just wait for that little manifold. This would be the only one I'm a little worried about. Why that sudden drop? Okay, though, I guess. And again, we'll just wait. I'm looking at the plastic number. We want that to be at 200 almost, and then you just open it up and let them float. The belt speed are faster than what we've got anyway. So they should be able to empty out okay. There's our heavy oil. 140 per minute. And that's going to be going down to the blenders, and we should be making fuel already, even in little bits. The hover pack uses 100. I was staying dead still, though, for that. So, again, if I just stay still, it shouldn't change, right? I blew a fuse in a separate grid that was just a geyser, or geyser, for a radar station by hover packing. When you jump, it represents 100. No, I get that, but look, I'm dead still, so let's just go over here, sit still. You'd assume 100 is on the network. We'll just keep it right here. 19387. We saw it go up in little bits, by the way. It was like 20 and then 30 and 20 and then... Now it does seem to have settled, actually. Yeah, it's not changing now. That's really weird. It was small bits. It wasn't like 1487, you know, or 19487. Like a clear 100. It was like small. I wonder if it's to do with the pressurizer or the drones. The drones are the only other thing I could think maybe, but again, I don't know why, because we've seen them idling for a long time. I don't know. It's even now. I guess that's all that matters. If it happens again, I'll be very curious. So the only thing I can think of, like, is... You know, we hooked up these machines, and then it started... The max consumption was changing a bit. So it's like, could it be the pressurizer? I don't know why. It would be, but maybe. Try landing? Well, now landing, I'm sure. Let's just go back, right? So it's nice and even. I'll land now and see what it says. Now, I'm still attached to it. If you look at the bottom left, I'm still powered. Maybe I'll just take it off, right? 1387. Give it a few seconds. Nope. That must come out of consumption rather than max consumption. The fact that I even have a hover pack, it must be including the fact that you could have it. You could open it. So what if I threw this on the ground? Doesn't seem to be coming out of there either. I don't know. Maybe the fact that I've even made one adds it to the world, but adds it to the world, maybe. Then it would have to add it to every grid, because you could have multiple grids. How does it know which one that you could be consuming from? I don't know about that. Hey, Ace. Yeah, weird. That's an even weirder problem now, if this does take power, which I believe it does. I'm sure it does take... Yeah, it says power consumption 100 megawatts. Huh. Maybe that doesn't even factor into the max consumption at all. It's not connected to any individual network. It might just allow you to consume beyond max consumption. That would make sense. Yeah, we've got an even line now. I don't know. Right, anyways, let's see. We started filling up yet? We're at 50 here, so it's making its way down. So this is the next one. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4 away from the end. But it gets slower and slower the closer it gets. Let's check one of our other lines. These are all green lights. Oh wow, these are... Oh yeah, it's filling in the other direction for these. So 150, 140, 120, 80, 85, 78. You must be pretty full then if you're at 78. No. Not yet. The other way of making it go quicker is just to turn them off. Turn some of them off. The only way we can check these numbers are correct. We'll wait for the oil to fill up completely. Then release the belts. These guys filled super fast because the oil had filled up so much in the extraction well. I think that's why. There was a big bulk, whereas I just attached these and let them start flowing, so they would have taken way longer. That does make sense. Has that plastic given us a bump? Someone said, what was it, 22 million if I sank all my 22 million points for all the liquid biofuel I have. But that's nothing. We're making almost a million. Wow, we're making 500,000 a minute. It wouldn't really do much in terms of ticket generation. That's the network that power pole is attached to. Production and capacity line change if you hook up biomass burners to your grid. Yep. Again, just for a little example, if we have a biomass burner, I'll tell you what this number will be, right? So, well, that'll be production. Biomass burners doesn't change max consumption. But I can change max consumption right now. Let's say, let's go with something that consumes a lot. 30? 75? Let's do 30. Nice, easy number to check. Anything easier? Just do this. 30, right? So, 387.7. 387.7 plus 30. We expect to see 417.7, okay? 417.7. So we'll build that. Just build it there. Won't do anything with it yet. No change, right? Obviously. Connect it to the network. 417.7. See? That's how it works. Doesn't matter if it's on. Doesn't matter if it's firing. Doesn't matter. It just knows it's connected. It has the potential to draw that power. That's what max consumption means. So I've never seen that. Yeah, it actually even says it. I've never even realized that. Shows the amount of power that would be consumed if all the machines on the grid were active. So how the could a machine add itself to that number and then take itself away multiple times? Something was being calculated as we turned on various machines. Now, our clock speeds are really weird. So maybe there was something to that where... Could that be the case? Let's see. What if I underclock this and said, there's our clock speed? It still says 30. But it won't be 30, right? Still says 30. This is the answer. That's the answer. We got it. Nailed it. So until this actually fires, it won't underclock it. So it thinks it's going to be consuming more than it really will. But once it turns on, i.e. once all of these started turning on, it adjusted the consumption based on the new rates that they all had. Feels good, man. Nailed it. I got it. Yes. I finally did something right for once. All right, this one's ready to go as well. Let's connect that in. Big brain. Feels good. Finally get something myself once. All right, let's drain them. How about this one? Getting nice and full. That was the one on the end, right? Yeah, these are full too. Great. Just this last group over here. And we have to wait for the ones on the end to be full. Then we'll be banging out oil. And then we'll leave it running for a couple minutes and we'll just check if any of them are getting lower for oil. Then there's something wrong. The numbers aren't right. But we're totally aligned there, so that's good. What darn solves, yeah. Max it out then. Yeah, that's the idea. You should be able to... Well, I don't know what you mean, max it out. Oh, no, I could max them out, but then they won't be... That's the whole thing. I'll explain that in a second. The reason that they're underclocked, these machines, is because we very meticulously balance the numbers that are going in. I'm not trying to save the power. I'm producing a certain amount of oil. We want to consume that exactly. Because everything's balanced to these numbers. This way everything keeps running and you should have a consistent power line. Now my lines aren't perfectly consistent. They're pretty consistent, but I don't like the look of this. You know, it's bouncing up and down even too much for my liking. So I would love to do a stream. Normally I do this on my own anyway, in my own series. I show this power line, it's dead flat, because I know everything that's on is working the way it should be. If a machine is turning on and off, that's how you get the waves. Not that... Well, there's a problem. The game still works. You're still advancing. Who cares? But if you want to be really OCD about it, it's like a clean power line would indicate all your factories are at 100%, exactly how you built them. The only things that vary with power, though, would be train lines, right? So trains, as a train ramps up on a line, it takes more and more power, so it has variable power. So you actually see the lines going up and down. Geothermal power, if you decide to build that, that also ramps up and down. Truck stations, I think they've changed this. I still haven't confirmed it, but I'm pretty sure, oh, in the old update, if a truck arrived at a station and the arm came out, filled it, and then went back in, that's when the truck station would turn on. And when the truck had left it, it wasn't consuming any power, which was weird because the lights showed that it did, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway, I think they've changed it now that the truck station's just on as soon as it's hooked up. The other thing that can vary for power is these. If you have an awesome sink and you're sending in less than 30 per minute, I think, so just little bits, it'll be turning on and off as it's recycling it. Not consistent. But if it's more than 30 per minute, it just stays on the whole time. So that's another bit of variable power. Lights, you can have lights that turn on only at night, so then you see a big spike at night. Things like that can happen. So what you could do, if you wanted to really just be really, forgive my language, anal about it, you can build a separate power line. So you can have one power line that's all your machines and all your factories. And then you can have another power line that's all your anything variable. So trucks, trains, geothermal, and hook them all up together. And that way you'll have a bouncy line over there, but that doesn't matter. And you still have all your factories that you can check otherwise. Another way of doing it is you could just gate your factories with a power switch. So if there's a power switch, there's an A and B. The A could be the main grid and the B could be just the factory, right? So all power flows through this one power switch into the factory, and you can always just check that to see if the factory is running, because that will show you the grid on the B line and the A line. So the A line will be all your everything, and that could be maybe bouncy, whatever. But if the B line is straight, you know that one factory that's connected to it is okay. That's another way of doing it too. Particle accelerator? Yeah, I've never made it that far, but they ramp up too, don't they? They sound so awesome. I've never actually I've never even built one in the game just to see it. Gotta save the little rewards in life. That kind of thing. Now, what's the problem here? Have they filled up already? Don't tell me they've got a problem now. What's your deal? You're full of fuel already. Wow. Let's empty these out. Anything I don't like about that hover pack? It's so damn slow. We'll just drain these. And then they should take a full 15 minutes when everything's running at 100%. Now, ideally, these will be going into fuel generators in the future, right? So that's a kind of a temporary solution that we got going on there. All right. Yes, these are going to take a while to fully empty. They can't get out right now. Let's mark 4. We have 17 of these. 500. Oh no, that's not right. How many of these are there? Okay, the best way to do it is just to work out the oil. Go back from that. 1989 oil divided by 4. So that's how much oil goes into each group. Each group consumes 30. Yep, so we have 16 machines. And they produce 20 plastic each. We make 331 plastic. So a belt of 480 should drain these pretty fast. It's just there's a lot on the manifold, so the ones in the end will take a while to get out. That's alright, just leave it, it's fine. It does mean that oil gets a bit backed up, and maybe that'll fluctuate for a bit. And this is the trouble with trying to get your, what's it called, like everything running at 100%. When it comes to fluids, it can be a bit awkward. Hey Zen, you're making the plastic rubber recycled production double thingy? We're just doing plastic, that's all. So these are all refineries just for plastic. We should be making whatever this is times 4. $1,326 plastic per minute is what we're making, with a byproduct of a bunch of oil. And that oil is going into blenders on the far end, and that will be making pretty much the equivalent in fuel, like 1,300 fuel, which we can then send into someone mentioned like about 25 generators or something, which are all overclocked 200%, something like that. Yeah, the goal, I'm not ending this until we get these all to, well, not until we get them all to 100%, just until I'm sure that they will be running at 100%. So we're just down to that last machine that needs to get its stuff out. And then we can say, like, it's pretty much 100%, so we're almost there. Wish we had some music. I'll just put on the boombox again or something. The music's basically gone dead. What can we do? Goat Simulator? It's terrible music in Goat Simulator. Some synth? Something. Anything. Oh, actually, I don't like this song. This drives me mad as well. Sure. Right, so we should check this now and see. Yeah, it's still at 50. That's the important thing. And then any yellow lights mean that it's probably just not able to get its plastic out just yet. But it will. The belt speed is 480. We're only making 330, so eventually it'll have to empty out. I mean, I could pull it out myself. That's cheating. Oh yeah, we did say that we're... Oh no, I don't want to run up to base just yet. That was to make more supercomputers. That'd be easy enough too. Do the gold trim here, actually. So the bits, these awesome sinks are temporary. So on the next stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays I stream here. I'll also be doing a new series soon, and I'll have a new video later this week or something else also. People are interested. So videos will be back on the channel properly this week. Oh, my back. Would a blueprint of a rat's nest of pipe hold as much fluid as a buffer? Yeah, probably. It's a buffer is the exact same as just having a pipe. It just has huge capacity. But it works the same way. The exact same. Just in the code, in the game's logic, it is just a big pipe. So this section of pipe can do 74. So if you did a big grid of like a block of pipe, I don't know how much you could store, but it'd be interesting if you could do more than 2400. Maybe you could get more storage in the same amount of space. Maybe. It'd look awful. But you can put it in a big box and make your own buffer that you never see. You just see the input and the output. That could be kind of fun to do. Just to see. Just to see. But yeah, in theory, it might be more. That'd be really funny if it was. Alright, I'm seeing green lights everywhere now. That's good. What about here? I think I just saw a yellow flicker at the end. Alright, so the last thing I'll do just to help these guys along is, I don't want them flickering either. Well, that's good. This one's probably completely full of oil, I would imagine. But maybe not. But you have to go to the individual wells, don't you? Oh, that's okay. Cool. Alright, good. I just thought they'd be getting backed up because some of the machines weren't running. Feels like they should be, but maybe there was enough space on the pipes that it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Just turn that down a bit. Alrighty. It's another oil pipe. Let's color that one as well properly. Carbon steel. This is fun. I didn't expect to do any of this today. I thought we'd just be making AI limiters. Instead, we went on a massive refinery, well, fairly large anyway, refinery / diluted fuel side mission, as well as the concrete production. We increased concrete production massively as well, so now we make 210 per minute going into the cloud. And we make even more that's not going into the cloud. I saw that water extractor flicker as well, so these could be emptied. Too busy. So the next thing, if those machines down there all stay the way they should, they'll be running at 100%. So the next goal would be seeing these all running at 100%. That's the next thing in the chain. And they shouldn't take as long. There's not as many of these. It's not really manifolded in the same way. They're relying on the heavy oil residue to fill them all. Their water, so that's 100 already, so that's good. That's 100. So it would be the ones on the end that should be less, because they would maybe have less heavy oil getting into them. These are totally good so far. Yeah, well, that's quite low. One's not running quite right yet. Same with this one and this one. To be expected. They're at the end of their heavy oil, so if there's any time where these weren't running, it only makes sense that these wouldn't have gotten what they needed. But it will build up, and a way to make it build up a bit quicker per machine would be just to turn the one off in front of it. So if that's at 50, that's great. If it's not at 50, then leave it, but then the ones after it should be like powered down. Quick way of doing that, actually, in a quicker way. Be to cut that line here, cut that line there. These four are off now. We'll wait for this to fill, and then we'll just reconnect them. Then there'll be a push of heavy oil that goes down to them. They'll be set. Now, these are probably going to stutter a bit, because now we're not consuming as much water either, so all checks and balances, I guess. But we're getting there. Just do one last drain of these. And then that'll have to be it. And then we're going to go back to base. One last thing to do, which is just check on the supercomputers that we've made. And then we'll call it a day. Oh, doing temporary sloops to fill out manifolds. That's a good idea. Yeah, I've often done it where I'll just overclock and stuff. I guess that's not quite the same. But yeah, I've done that before where I just ramp them up. But yeah, that's better than disconnecting machines, I guess. Just throw in a sloop. If you can deal with the power demand for a couple of minutes, just let it hit. And then take the sloops out when everything's running or all the pipes are full. That's a good idea. Alright, cool. Everything's reflushed. These aren't consuming, are they? While they're off. Nope. Some machines do. I can never remember which ones do. I think it's anything that's like a generator. It consumes while it's off. Oh, interestingly, I guess these are on, but just no power, yeah. Anyway. Might be enough to keep us going. Alright, they should be experiencing the same thing. These machines are quite quiet for what they are. You'd expect to hear like the water really, or the liquid really sloshing around. That's really low. What the hell happened there? Let me leave that disconnected for a little while longer. This did have 50. And as far as I can tell, that line is all green. So we are producing enough. Oh, it looks good, doesn't it? All green. Don't flicker on me now. Yeah, this has made a lot of fuel. I gotta say, the blender diluted fuel, really good. Don't like the packager version. Give me a headache even thinking about it earlier. But then when people said, just use blender, it's like, oh yeah, sweet. There was other things to use heavy oil for, though. We could have used it for smokeless powder, because I did say I wanted to make a weapons factory. Could use some of the high-speed connectors, combine it with the rifle ammo, with the smokeless powder, and then you'd have homing ammo. We'd always do that. Maybe we'll refactor that. The only thing that would change is like maybe just turn off 2 of the blenders, take some of the extra heavy oil, and just make a little bit of smokeless powder, something like that. Nothing too crazy though, but yeah. Heavy oil cable, yeah, that's a super high volume recipe as well. And we actually need cable. That's crazy that you mentioned that. Because we need cable. And we don't, and I said like, oh, we have to go get copper for that. We could do without the oh no, we need the copper anyway to make the Caterium, so we'll have some. So yeah, that's okay. That would have been another good alternative. That's true, I still have excess crude oil. We could do other things with it. You're right. Alright, that's filled now. And that's filled. There we go. Alright, I think that's it. I think that's 100%. We need to run for quite a while for me to really know long term, but now all the machines are on. Everything's on. Except that guy. So yeah, 1 or 2 of these could just be... I could. No, I wouldn't do that. You can flush the entire network. I don't know if flushing the network drains the machines. I don't think so. Let's find out. Ah! So let's see. Does it empty out what was in here? No. Well, that's okay then. And does it empty out what was... No, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Actually, that's not bad then. We could just do that. And that way we just make them... reset them all in a way. A bit quicker. These are all their own networks. Cool. Alright, just 1 more to go and that's it then. Then they should really all run. I think at 100%. Hopefully no other mistakes. We can avoid that like whirring down and whirring back up all the time. I'll have to go into Milanote and write this all down because I'll forget next week what this place does. So after the stream, or maybe in the morning, I'll do that. Make a little diagram for it. It's quite a fun build, and we'll put up the save, I won't forget, so people can play around with it themselves or whatever, see what else is going on in the world. That's it. I think we're at 100. I don't see any reason for concern. If they're all green lights, they're all at 100%. If these are all at 100, they should be too. I don't know how many fuel generators it'll run. Someone mentioned that earlier. This is, let's see, how much fuel do we get out of these? $82.875. We have 16 of these, so we make 1326. Okay, that is the number. And just if I built a generator... So that would take 50. I just wasn't sure how much it takes. So this much divided by 50 will tell us how many of those generators we would need. 26.52. Someone did answer this before. The save will be posted, yeah. I'll try to remember to do it right after this. Might be maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but about that. And each one is doing 625. So it's 16,575 megawatts of power. This is actually a pretty... This is pretty huge. I only make 22,000 in total, so we're almost doubling it, it feels like. Just from a byproduct. That is pretty good. I mean, it totally pays for the factory. Because that's the other thing, you could weigh it up, actually, if I wanted to get really nerdy. 16575. So that's the amount of power that this place would make. But then we'd want to know how much power are we going to consume. So you could then go like, what's 29? It's probably a decimal point, I would imagine, that's not telling me in there, because it's very specific. But let's just say, and how many of these were there again? $17. So that would chop away a little bit. And then we'd have to do the blenders and see how much they're consuming. 58.5. They're pretty heavy. There's 16 blenders. There's 17 of those times 4, actually. There's 4 groups of them. And then there's the oil itself. So I don't know how much that's using, but we can have a look at that in just a sec. Forget the awesome sinks, they're temporary, although there might be 1 or 2 eventually anyway. There's 68? Oh yeah, because it would be an even number, not 67. Well, 4, yeah, okay, it's good enough. I just want to get a ballpark number anyway. So that's doing 134. With 2 of those. And then there's the pressurizer and the one that's only doing 300 oil. And we'll have the full total, the total power output of this factory. $229. Wow, that's pretty big. And then the final thing will be just over this way. That was the other one. I already counted for that. And that's what I was saying. If I put it on a power switch before it comes in here, I think it would just tell me. 129.6. Really, is that all? Oh, it would be the same. It's just the amount you get out isn't... Yeah. It's the same as the other ones. We just have it underclocked a little bit. But the place makes, broadly speaking, 13,000 megawatts of power. About 12,970. Yeah, pretty good. Or can, when we hook up those generators. We haven't done that yet. But our power output right now is 20,000. So we should go up to a total capacity of 36,000 or something, right? The net gain will be the 12,900. Cool. All right, I'm just going to flush those one more time. We're going to run up to the... I'll save it, and then I'm just going to run to base. We'll just see what the deal is with the supercomputers. And that'll be it then. We'll call it a day. This is so late tonight. 10 o'clock. Oh my god. Oh, the water extractors. I did forget those. There's 12 water extractors running at 18, let's say. There we go. 12,750. Alright. Brain. Oh, we could do a full network then, actually, if that's the case, because it's not going anywhere anyway. And that will drain both buffers at the same time. I just didn't think to do that before. I didn't want to upset the machines. But it's just their output, so why would it? Yep. Cool. Alright, there we go. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Didn't notice that in there. Lenders are pretty cool. Right, so 100%, that's what we like to see. Nailed it. Alright, great. Couldn't have done it without you guys. I wouldn't have, first of all, even thought to do that. And then there was mistakes all over the place with it you guys caught me up on, so thank you. Right, let's head back home. We've got about 15 minutes on the clock before this place fills and stops working. But not that that really matters. If it overfills, it's fine. When it's short, there's a problem. But it'll run out of place to send the fuel. So just going to go back up to base. Unfortunately, I don't really have a faster way of getting there. I can drive a little bit, but not that much. Maybe something I'll do before next week is just build zip lines out here. Very least. There is, but it goes all the way around the long way of the map. Rather than from the north, which would be much quicker. I don't know, let's just put it away. Hypertube cannon blueprint? I don't want to use hypertube cannon. I'd rather run. Or drive. Yes, one fuel is what I want. Called the dune buggy for a reason, man. Making sure. Anyway, in that area I use all 1200 oil to make 60,000 megawatts of power using byproduct to make 200 plastic, rubber, and fabric each. Nice, yeah. This I never wanted it to be a power plant. That was it happens to get power from its byproducts. It makes about 1400 plastic, and we've got oil left over. I didn't use all of it either. I was just the origin of that build is that I needed AI limiters and high-speed connectors, and the way I decided to make it was using quick wire and using circuit boards. So to make the circuit boards I need a lot of plastic, and to make all the quick wire we're going to get copper and deuterium and bring it up near there as well, and use water in refineries. So it was all in service of doing something completely different. So it's any power getting out of it is a net gain because I wasn't planning for it initially, you know. Anyway, the reason we need all that is it's about 150 or 160 AI limiters per minute, around that number. And that number is tuned to the amount of quick wire we can get. And that's why we didn't need all the oil. So I just made the amount of plastic I would need based on the quick wire I have. So combining the two will get us the circuit boards. And that's why we've got a bunch of oil left over. There's, I think, 400 or something, 400 or 500 oil left that we could do other things with. So quite happy about that. Pretty difficult spot to make rocket fuel, at least compared to Blue Crater. Yeah, I still haven't looked through what you need for rocket fuel properly anyway. I don't know why it would be any tougher to build anywhere else. Ultimately, it just takes a train or something to bring anything anywhere, right? Unless you need the... Well, there's loads of water in that place too. Love the idea of making a train full of water. Bringing it into the desert or something, into the center of the desert. Just something that's completely impractical. Well, the swamp, yeah. Well, that's difficult for a few reasons, I guess. Enemies and just the desaturation of everything. Now, this place is completely backed up. But it's still going. Those are all the extra assembly director systems, so we don't need those anymore. Yeah, 47 and 47 supercomputers. That's the best we've built up, about 100. We could keep making these and just send them into awesome sinks. And we're still saving up. We're still saving up supercomputers now, because I corrected the number earlier. There we go, directors. We can all flow in there. Make us a bunch of tickets. 336. We started today at 302 or something. So yeah, magnetic field generator. So anyway, why did we need AI limiters? It's for the magnetic field generator. And they need electromagnetic control rods. We have the versatile framework per minute. That's fine. This we don't have. So we need stators and AI limiters. We have a little bit of stators, but not much. And now we're going to have a bunch of AI limiters, like over 100. So that should be good to go. It was tempting, though. We looked at the alternative recipe for this that we actually picked up in a hard drive, and you make 8 per minute if you don't use AI limiters, but you use high-speed connectors. But I've already kind of committed now, I feel like. But maybe not. We could maybe try to increase the amount of high-speed connectors we make instead. Maybe, because it takes plastic as well. Anyway, Frederick, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that a lot. Taking my time at the moment. About to do a 10 per minute heavy modular frame factory. Nice, yeah, that's more than I make at the moment. What do we make? Well, that's been fed in. This comes from over here. I think I only make like 4. Not even. Yeah, no, 4. That's it. Frame rate's getting a little choppy now. There we go, they're combining in. Look at that. Boom. Assembly director systems, 22 million per minute. But that's just because we've got too many of them right now. Once this line ends. Why is my frame rate so bad? I don't know. Never really gotten bad before. And is this full yet? No. So we've got these big buffers for these things in case I needed more of them in the future. Alright, well, that's going to have to be it. So we now save up... Oh, yeah, so the other thing would be... If I make too many of these could overflow into a dimensional depot. So I can build with them. Honestly, should probably do that at the other factory, but just for now, I'll just do it here. So they'll eventually get backed up out of there. They're almost backed up. 48. It makes such a low volume, though, it'll take a while. That's not recognizing the input. Okay. There. At least we'll just make some for a while. And yeah, we'll use that to build the nuclear things. 10 supercomputers needed. We've got everything else. Just about. Although I need, before I can build a nuclear power plant, I need an aluminum factory. So this extra 16,000 megawatts of power can help build a new aluminum factory. And then we're properly ready to start it. Oh, my back. 1 from 1 for making the fused modular frames. Yeah, you do need them. I made a whole factory for that in my Update 7 playthrough, which was 22 heavy modular frames per minute in excess, and then 16.5 fused frames per minute. So I guess it was a heavy modular frame factory that made 40 or something per minute in total. Something like that. That was huge. It's the biggest factory I ever made, probably still. Except for the copper one. Anyway, yep, that's going to be it. So that was quite the run today. And I couldn't even build a to-do list because just everything was just like, I don't know what we're going to be making. All right, well, anyway, that's going to have to be it. I'll be back next week on Wednesday and Thursday. Look out for my channel. Please do subscribe. I never ask people to do that, but please do if you're interested in more Satisfactory content, because hopefully at the weekend we'll finally have a start to a new series, a video series with less waffle, more just getting stuff done and advancement and all of that. So look forward to it. I hope so, anyway. All right, that's going to be it. Thank you, and thanks for all the support. Really do appreciate it. Have a great rest of your week, your weekend, and next week as well if I don't see you. That's it. Good night. Goodbye.